on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only
Heroes, villains, time stream entanglers, we are back for yet another day of Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA. And Moxie, we're getting closer to the end. There's only one spot in Atlanta left and everything to play for our teams.
You know what's wild as well? That Na'Vi still have not booked their seat on that plane to Atlanta. We're going to have to wait and see whether or not the current defending champions from that mid-season LAN are going to be there, or if there's going to be the upset of the century. We started stage 1 not getting Virtus Pro, which was an upset in and of itself, not getting to go all the way over to Guangzhou. I would not be able to believe it if we went into stage 2 and we didn't send Na'Vi.
Yeah, EMEA is absolutely wild that the current reigning world champions are in for lower bracket right now. They don't have the guaranteed LAN spot. It would be great if we had 4 of those, but I guess we'll have to wait to win another championship to earn another one. Right? So we look at how it's already shaken out. Asia's just sent their first team. Reject are ready to put themselves on the biggest stage in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, Reject just being able to beat out Gen G in the upper bracket finals, and we can have a look and see how our bracket is going to be looking like. Citadel in a little bit are going to be going up against Virtus Pro for the upper bracket finals coming through from them. And now the attention turns to that lower bracket run. Chopped versus Insomnia, Na'Vi versus FaZe. The winners of those 2 matches go head to head to see who it is that will be facing the loser of Citadel versus Virtus Pro, and of those teams will be able to make it all the way to Atlanta DreamHack for the end of season LAN.
Yeah, that lower bracket semi-final will also determine who gets the last spot in Atlanta. So everything to play for these 4 teams in our lower bracket at the moment, and a very, very angry opponent to potentially take it against on the other side. It is going to be an absolute slobber knocker, and every single person on these teams has been giving it their all. The back rooms are locked in, the players are locked on, but to get there is going to be such an arduous task. But there are sweet rewards for effort expended. For our first place prize box, 70 fat stacks.
Yeah, second place going to be picking up 35,000 and third place 25,000 too. And that's before you even go into accounting for the amount of money that you're going to be able to earn up for grabs over at Atlanta. And that's another reason why those LAN spots are highly sought after for a lot of these players, especially for a team like Chopped. Not having an organization, if they did manage to make LAN, might well be actually getting to go for the Berber Patapim route of getting to a LAN and getting picked up. As we can have a look at our schedule, these first 2 games of the day, well, they're going to be rematches. Chopped versus Insomnia met in their group stages, and it was a 2-1 win for Chopped. Na'Vi versus FaZe is also going to be a rematch, though it wasn't quite as close. It was a 2-0 sweep coming on through from Na'Vi, but FaZe have made a couple of adjustments and changes coming into the mix, so maybe that's going to be able to even things up.
Yeah, it definitely feels like our teams have been getting stronger over time. As we go deeper into our brackets, we saw Chopped actually take out Citadel early in the group stage as well, and then get taken, have that group taken back from them as Citadel really started to rev up their engines towards the midpoint of our season. And now everyone's kind of sitting here on full power. They fully developed their strategies, and they've also had time to study their opponents. But the question is how much of that data is going to be outdated when it comes to setting up your bans. Yesterday, Na'Vi looked a little bit mortal going up against Citadel. I don't know if that was down to being outdrafted or if it was just mechanical outplays in the game itself, but either way, Na'Vi no longer are a guaranteed spot for Atlanta. They are going to face some major challenges to get there.
Yeah, and Chopped might be one of those teams that goes for that upset, as they came very, very close, as we have a look at Chopped's roster, to being able to stop Virtus Pro from being able to walk away with a LAN spot. 5-map series, Harry, that went the entire distance, every single round of domination, and 99-99. If Sparker hadn't been able to come on through with a huge elimination onto Tuzi, if they hadn't been able to focus down Beetle when he was 10% away from fruit charge, we very easily could have seen Virtus Pro actually in Chopped's position right now today.
Yeah, we're popping off in the co-stream for that one. Tetra and Ryan going absolutely mad on the call for the entire time. It was a great series, but Chopped had to recover quickly. The turnaround, the deflation of defeats had to be quickly and summarily excised from their souls, as now they have to jump into yet another round, but they are more than ready with the talent that's on this roster.
Yeah, Chopped are one of those rosters where I feel like if they don't get a triple strategist line because of ban draft, they're not too fussed about it because their 2-2-2 compositions with Tuzi and Crazy Kitty being able to play the Phoenix and the Human Torch have been going absolutely insane. We've also got to see the pocket compositions where if they do get a triple strategist composition coming on through, it's going to be something like a pocketed Phoenix. But somewhere else that Chopped have been going absolutely crazy with is their win rate on domination. They've played 9 rounds of domination total, so a potential 27 maps, and they've won 22 of those 27 rounds. They've only dropped 5, and unfortunately for them, it was where it was really important and mattered the most because they dropped 2 maps against Virtus.pro yesterday, taking their first ever loss on that map type to find themselves now in that lower bracket run.
The one domination that matters, but now there are many more in front of them which are going to matter even more because the second chance is burned. Of course, there is a good chance you get to play domination twice in a best of 5 series. It's not guaranteed, as it is always going to be the loser of the 4th map who picks for 5th. But if it goes that long, good chance for Chop to get to play 2 domination maps, and that's generally in their favor.
Yeah, but for Insomnia, that means that you can try and play keep away with that map type for as long as possible, right? Because you don't have to go back to domination immediately after we've gone on to our 4th map. So we can have a look and see Insomnia's roster. Pasawo, I feel, is going to be getting a fair majority of bans sent his way, as Chopped have been very much happy with banning out the Vanguards, especially since the one time that they did drop a map against Insomnia previously, it was to Pasawo soft dive engaging with the Venom on Hull of Djalia.
Yeah, like Pasawo's soft dive engage is certainly not something that needs to be looked at and studied, honestly, if you're a Venom player when it comes to forcing out those resources. We saw a little bit of a soft dive prank go yesterday. I think it tricked Beetle into doing nothing. Yeah. I think that one was Nevix over on Arako at the end. I was like, what is bro alting? Did get a little bit boonswoggled by the soft dive. It can be a great tempo disruptor as well, and that's going to be maybe part of how Insomnia really get an edge over Chopped by messing with their plans, messing with their tempo, and being able to clap back with their greater planning.
Yeah, I will say for Insomnia, though, they kind of gave away one of their trump cards yesterday when they went against FaZe, as they actually confessed in the interview. They knew that they would be getting Mantis a lot of those maps because they didn't think that they would get banned out. They hadn't shown themselves playing Mantis previously. Now, though, all of the cards are on the table, and everyone's going to know that, yes, they can play Mantis strategies. So we're likely going to be seeing the Mantis instabans coming on through as well for both of these team sides.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of those Mantis. Like, as you said, we didn't know Nocta had that dog in him when it came to the Mantis. Nocta crazy on that character, and it is, as usual, going to be probably one of the primary bans. And we might see some leans towards Jeff. I don't know if we've seen too many Jeff looks in particular from this roster for Insomnia, but everything will be revealed as we head into our first map. As always, Domination and Mox. The bans here are a little bit different from your bans in your comp games.
Yes, these are not universal bans, these are one-sided, which is how you're going to be able to draft one-sided compositions. And a lot of these teams, if they go for that Mantis ban into their opponent, will be able to get Mantis if it's not mirrored, and there it's going to be. So Insomnia are likely going to be able to get one-sided Mantis, Chopped potentially going to be able to gain access to one-sided Jeff, but no, Insomnia actually going to be prioritizing taking the Ultron into their mix. So now we're going to have a lot of good pressure on dive compositions coming on through from Chopped, plus having access to Rage of Ultron to try and win out that first fight. If Chopped, look for a triple strategist line and to stall the fight out until that Adam's able to build Karmic. Okay, options here for that one-sided Jeff, all matching the Ultron here, as it hasn't been taken away just yet in our ban order by Insomnia. For Chopped, they are going to opt for the one-sided Jeff, which seems to suit them well as a fast go kind of team. Do Insomnia remove the Venom this time around? No, they're going to start taking away the Luna. So they're really drafting to weaken any strengths coming on through from Chopp's duelist line. Plus, if the Venom does manage to creep on through, you don't have to worry about the damage boost coming on through from Fate of Both Worlds. Chopped are going to be doing the same thing, taking out the Luna, no Fate of Both Worlds damage amp, and crucially as well in the duelist lane fights, no one-sided idle aura. As Insomnia know that there's going to potentially be Human Torch and Phoenix, and that's why we see the Invisible Woman catching a ban too.
Okay, Chop now get their own protect here. Adam's still on the field, but are not going to opt in for it. Instead, making sure the Star-Lord is available. Has become kind of the premier duelist in the current meta. Probably mostly matched by Phoenix when it comes to usage rate and overall efficacy. Now Insomnia, they can round out their bans.
Star-Lord's going to be really strong as well into that Ultron too. Ultron does not get a lot of dodging capabilities against the Star-Lord, and indeed, there goes that Venom. As remember, Chop still had that Jeff at play because they were able to save it, which means the symbiotic shenanigans that you have to worry about, plus a Venom soft diving in, forcing your backline to have to turn around and patty cake each other, thus opening up a lot more space on the front line, something that Insomnia are going to be looking to utilize against Chopped when it comes to trying to vie for control of that first little bit of point cap.
You can get yourself a one-sided Star-Lord here, potentially Atom Bans still on the table, maybe even a Phoenix to make sure that your Jeff is safer while using that H Jeff. As they're known to dive bomb, it's going to be the Invisible Woman taken away here, so it's going to make for much more even duelist matchups by not having that Guardian Shield on only one side of a field.
Yeah, I mean, if the Star-Lord was able to have access to Guardian Shield, that would have been really detrimental for Chopped in the fight when it comes down to Galactic Legend 1v1s. Plus, if Tuzi's going to be moving on over to the Psylocke so that he can keep up the pressure onto things like that Ultron, being able to target out the flyers, not having to worry about the Guardian Shield being in your way and providing that level of healing for the Psylocke to potentially get scouted on out and have to disengage away from the fight before she's been able to find the hit on either the Ultron or the Star-Lord.
All right, Krakoa is where we begin our series. No more second chances, no more mulligans. For Chopped and Insomnia, this could be where their run for Ignite and their run through Marvel Rivals Esports this year ends ignominiously.
Chopped, they've liked putting Tuzi on this Psylocke. They've really liked having Crazy Kitty as well to be able to flex onto things like that Phoenix. And if they get dove upon, we could very easily see a pivot over to that Winter Soldier, which tends to be their reaction to either 2-2-2 compositions or 2-1-3 compositions coming on out in the mix if they're a little bit behind things. That's one thing that Chop bring to the roster by having the star power of Tuzi and Crazy Kitty. They've got so much flexibility on their duelist lines. They don't really care about being entirely banned out of strategists. As we can see, Mash going to be occupying the Cloak and Dagger mantle this time around, already in the Cloak form, looking for a blind to open up onto Forever on the Venom if he looks for a soft dive first.
Access to that Jeff in the back if only they want to take it. Doesn't actually get to use a Frenzied Arrival as it's going to be a split up here from Chopped. As you said, the Ultron does have their struggles against this Star-Lord, but there's some good warding peel coming through from Nocturne. I believe a quick TP back as well from Tuzi to reposition on a brand new angle and continue to really force Insomnia off of theirs. It's going to be DRP posting up on the point, trying to get that early percentage towards the cap, and now Insomnia have to move on up to try and match this one, but they're doing it without Line Pro's heals. Traded out at least for match. Twitzy manages to get themselves a little bit of additional work around the edges, but Tuzi's found the back line, and boy is feasting with the element guns, able to tear it apart piece by bloody piece.
Yeah, Ultron doesn't have the ease of access of something like a Human Torch to be able to win the 1v1s against the Star-Lord, and Tuzi in the space of one fight is already 60% and still climbing to that first Galactic Legend with no Rage of Ultron in sight, plus no Invis Woman means no invisible boundary. But Chop to have to try and force out the Invis ultimate first and then hold on to the Galactic Legend to use afterwards. Now they're in the driver's seat too. They're going to be able to scout out Insomnia's rotations and try and trade their positions with their Vanguards anchoring the point and peeling for their back line.
Forever, eyes potentially here on a Feast of the Abyss. Not many amplifiers available in terms of turning that one into confirmed casualties. Gonna have to use it just to save themselves. Eating out a chomp of beetle, the flavor of democracy courses through the veins of a symbiote. Sia is shown and quickly destroyed. Tuzi on their own is going to roll on forward. And the Galactic Legend once more should be written on Krakoa. That is not the ideal counter ultimate for Relaxing Sky, who's bought out in sequence. Maybe a little bit of nerves hitting as they thought they could try and assuage the onslaught of Tuzi, and they could not have been more wrong. The Freedom Charge might be slightly better, but Forever's already fallen on down. Passuo doing their best to save the Rocket Raccoon, but this entire time stalling box, they're not in control.
Yeah, Insomnia as well. The longer that this fight goes on, the less opportunity we have to be able to set up and anchor some of these ultimates together. Beetle clears out Passuo too, so the Captain America doesn't get to go for the back cap and push Chopp's positions all the way out, and that means that Tuzi got the opportunity to find Nocta, who was looking for a little bit of a cheeky Galactic Legend in the back to push Master's ultimate closer to Insomnia's front line.
Twitty looking over towards the back. The Ensong Inferno good to go. Mash just gets absolutely decimated, but should be resurrected quickly by the BRB. And this has been destroyed in the back. Crazy Kitty not going to prioritize eating here. Instead, uptime on their own heals from a joyful splash. Chopped, they have themselves the freedom charge for a little bit of additional HP and rolling on for what you can see that now. It's going to be the Ultron in the eyes of Beetle. Can't quite reach to get the Sentinel strike, and so the shield throw is not available. Tuzi tries to stop the onslaught as it's going to be a Galactic Legend around the back. So much charge on the Meteor, and so Forever is going to see that it's released prematurely. And Relaxing Skies once more found out just how much of a struggle Ultron has going up against Star-Lord in the 1v1.
Not just that, but Insomnia are running 2-2-2, which means that they're relying on the Rocket being able to heal the Ultron when he gets that pressure. Now they don't have the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier too, which means no level of sustainability against the Galactic Legend. And even through the Corrosive Tendrils, Tuzi is still going to be able to wipe the board of Insomnia's players, and Chopped take the first round of Krakoa with a dominant 100-0 position.
Now that was Chopped really setting the tone, but this is the tone we expected as we laid out at the beginning of the broadcast. Chopped are 8-1 on domination. If there's a mode where they are potentially the GOATs, it would be this one.
Yeah, Relaxing Sky is just not having a fun time on this Ultron right now. You can look at the stats. 3,800 damage. I believe we got, what, 2 Rage of Ultrons? One in the first fight, one in the last fight. And every single time, it wasn't even just Tuzi going to challenge the Ultron when he had ultimate. Beetle was also just popping Freedom Charge and running it down main because he knew that there was absolutely nothing that could save the Ultron. You either find the elimination and you're up strategist, or you force the Ultron's position to have to look at the Captain America and you're up a strategist regardless.
4, 3,
Difficult times. Tuzi, 14 eliminations. 13 of them are final hits, by the way.
Not a single revisit to the spawn room either.
Coffees for closers and Matt's caffeinated.
Tuzi's just clocking into 9 to 5 at this point. Vertigo's going to have the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier ready to go for this first fight as well, which means it's all up to just running towards Relaxing Sky and putting that Ultron under pressure once more.
Twitch is going to be catching the first wave of pressure here. You can see the Ultron drones on top of Nocta. There's this attempted pocket coming through, but Tuzi has the more personable pocket in the means of a Jeff Landshark. Nocta forced to give away all of this space, even while having that Ultron drone. Tuzi
Sonya's got 0 space.
Away.
That it's not just Nocta who's getting absolutely zoned. Insomnia all got bottlenecked inside every single one of those chokes, which meant that Chop get point presence first and can now just bounce that presence into holding it, forcing Insomnia to have to over-invest ultimates just to be able to get through.
Yeah, and the thing about Insomnia's composite, they're going to have a bad time pressuring the point because they don't really have the healing throughput from just an Ultron and a Rocket to stand on business on the point, especially against something like a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
Yeah, if they try and open up with Rage of Ultron, it's just going to get absorbed by the Meteor M, so it's got to be Freedom Charge first to just give everybody a carpet of sustainability to move into position, but Vertigo is going to challenge that with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Insomnia just don't have the damage to be able to melt it through first.
So Chopped just back off, and Insomnia don't want to fight into the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier nor expose them to those angles. Now they have their own though. Line Pro gives the advantage. Cosmic Yarn begins being amplified, and in comes the Ensong Inferno as well, but it seems like no final hits could be found. Crazy Kitty once again opts out of actually eating anybody. Instead going to prioritize the healing to make sure that Tuzi's healthy, chasing down the Phoenix. They're all over the Cosmic Bird, and Tuzi finds the final hit. Knocks her up above, gets rid of Vertigo, and they can't resurrect themselves with the Battle Recall Beacon, and so this could be an opening. Save exactly for Beetle in the backline, marauding through the power of democracy, compels Insomnia to try once again, but with no rewards for their efforts. What a cheeky TP from Tuzi. Relaxing Sky thought that maybe it was time for a sit back and chill, but there's no such thing in this map.
I mean, Chop can just continue the aggression. They've got the mag bubble to be able to help anyone out if they start falling low, plus the BOB would be able to bring them back entirely scot-free for nothing but a trade of a cooldown. Tuzi can now hold his position with that Galactic Legend, put the pressure onto Pathawo because they know that the Freedom Charge is going to be the ultimate that Insomnia look to have any chance of surviving over time.
Tuzi, for now, just wants to try and tax the approaches of Insomnia towards the point, knowing that it's must touch. It's time to pop the Galactic Legend. A quick TP over to the other side. Tuzi with the unexpected off angle, and it's got everyone scrambling to try and deal with this. Line Pro under siege. Relaxing Sky equally pressured And with very little healing available for Insomnia on the point, I think that the control already could be continued for the side of Chopped. Line Pro's down as well. Insomnia run on borrowed time despite the freedom charge. It's not to working round the edge, but Chopped, they are just an indestructible fortress in the middle of Krakoa. The cradle gets open, so too does a portal, and Insomnia can spill on out. But the Vanguard sits at the mouth of a pentagram of Farala, a gaping maw, the abyss open, waiting to stare into your soul. And rolling through with a soul bond, there's still not enough mitigation here for Insomnia. Chopped take it away in dominant style.
It's not often that stats tell the full story of how a round goes. But when we look at the stats of this one, it does kind of. And it's actually going to show a lot of context about why the Ultron wasn't working for a number of reasons. One, the Ultron was always coming under pressure from things like the Star-Lord and the Captain America. And two, because you can actually see the amount of healing, right, that Relaxing Sky did on that Ultron was 6,311. That immediately says that whoever has the Ultron drone is not playing stacked with the team, so no one's really receiving the full benefit of the AoE area that drone healing is going to be able to apply to. Every single time when we see these replays, we're going to be seeing Relaxing Sky getting pressured on an isolated position, which means that they're not going to get peeled by their team easily, and they're not going to be able to try and win the 1v1s either. As we can see, Tuzi just absolutely unleashed, going from target to target to target with all of the mobility that Star-Lord can afford.
And that lack of stacked healing also means that you're generating Rage of Ultron a lot slower as well. It's not as available for these triages. And it means that Tuzi's also keeping pace with generating that ultimate, which can be a little bit troublesome because you are without recourse, essentially, as Ultron. If you get ulted by Star-Lord, like, what can Bro do?
Not just that, but DRP was always going to be able to first build up Meteor Amps. So even if Rage of Ultron gets built, surprise, surprise, you can try and pop it and use it to brute force your way to have that little bit of safety and sustain, trying to move through from the choke onto the objective. But it's all just getting absorbed by that Magneto the second that you show up. And then once you've tried to move past, the rest of your team, if they're lagging behind at any point of that rotation, are getting jump scared by the Captain America and the Star-Lord running straight at them.
Chopped was so close to land tickets yesterday that it must have stung them to the very cause of their souls to have been denied so violently. And maybe pushed on by that rage, Insomnia might find themselves a victim, but we always expected for Domination to be a Chopped advantage map. Now it's time for Insomnia to start crafting their own game. Their backline can choose the map they're going to, and we'll find out what Insomnia are cooking right after this.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Yes, sir, the hydrogen bomb has been dropped on the coughing baby. Yeah, to shreds, actually. Mox, what just went wrong, and how can Insomnia fix it?
Yeah, so Insomnia, the last time they went up against Chopped, really relied on soft dives coming on through from Paso. Here's the problem about soft dives. It's when your opponent realizes that they're soft dives and there's no pick potential behind them, because the soft dives take time to set up. You have to rotate, you have to scout, you have to establish your hit position, you have to actually hit, then you have to get out, get stabilized by your team, and all the while, the attacking team gets to do something about that. And that's exactly what Chopped have been able to do. They identified the Paso every single time he went in on the Venom, wouldn't have pick potential behind him, and they just got aggressive, moving in on the rest of the team before they could do anything with the space that the Venom was trying to buy them.
Legit chat block passed away right there. Don't care, didn't ask, L plus ratio. But now Insomnia, this is their choice of map, Symbiotic Surface. They're going for a more linear play where potentially they can start doing these wraps, getting some more value out of the soft dives, and maybe mess with Chopped's calculus of how much of a commit they're going to be seeing.
Yeah, especially because we're seeing a different convergence map show up too. So you can tell that Insomnia are really trying to push Chopped out of that comfort zone when it comes to understanding how these matches would go between the two of them, as Chopped are going to be able to take away the Jeff and guarantee themselves one-sided Jeff as well. So we're still going to be seeing if something like Starlord makes it through, the It's Jeff heal sustain from the puddle that now gets left behind. But not just that, Insomnia, if they do want to go for a 2-2-2 dive composition with Ultron, as we saw, does not get reliably healed by rocket from afar. Jeff, with a lack of drop-off on the primary splash, is still going to be able to keep your Ultron nice and intact.
Okay, one-sided Adam here rather than opting for the one-sided Mantis. I love Adam on domination. I hope I'm proven wrong and I kind of undervalue Adam on this map. I guess there are a lot of nooks and crannies in this map for some great res positioning. Of course, it's going to be Nocta's Mantis taken away thereafter, and now we have simultaneous bans of Ultron.
I mean, the one-sided Adam is really good as an answer into Chopped's aggression, because it means that you can actually react when they walk forward with Soulbind, and then you should be able to win the fight. So essentially what we're going to be seeing here is a lot of staggered steps coming through from the team. The Venom's going to go in and try and force attention. Then Chopped are going to try and walk when the Venom is in the back line. Then the Adam's going to bind and take a brawl fight. And then Chopped are going to have to disengage safely. And then once all of that is done, then we can meet on the objective and brawl.
We've got to get through all of our admin first. You can brawl after you've done your homework. Going to be Luna taken away now from the side of Insomnia. Last Protect coming through. Might well be onto a Star-Lord again.
Could be one-sided Luna, though.
Oh, one-sided Luna would be brutal. Flake on Star-Lord versus no Flake Star-Lord.
Yeah, Flake on Star-Lord so that you can scout out the Venom and hold your position. But no, they're actually going to go for the save onto the Emma so that, as we said, right, if the Venom does come through and Insomnia try and use that Venom to distract into the backline, your Emma can immediately grab him. Plus, she's really, really strong, not just for rushing onto the enemy team, but also preventing rushdown coming on through, which means that Insomnia might well find themselves zoned out despite having one-sided Soulbind because they're worried about walking directly into that Emma Frost.
Okay, one-sided Invis now available. But it's going to be one-sided Luna as well. And Emma's available for both teams, so Forever's likely going to be matching on this one. I'm excited to see what the Adam Warlock achieves, given its priority here in the bans for Insomnia.
What I am worried about is the fact that Insomnia got banned out of both the Luna and the Ultron and the Mantis, which kind of forces Relaxing Sky onto having to go onto the Cloak if they want to be able to run a stable Adam plus 2 other main strategist lineups. And that's going to be Invis plus something else. And it's the Cloak, which means that that Horn of Proteus doesn't even need to be damage boosted. If you can catch the Cloak in the middle of their dash on the Eternal Bond with the Horn of Proteus's middle AoE hit, you're going to be able to one-shot through it.
Oh, yeah, that would be absolutely disgusting to witness. I have to say, oh, hello. I see a Tuzi Namor, not the most common Tuzi pick here.
That's why I'm worried about the Namor into the CD, especially since Chop, they're going to be able to actually force Insomnia into using the Eternal Bond with the pressure of Sonic Seduction, with the CC immunity that the CD is afforded.
Not at all wrong. Looks like it might be a preparation for a high ground hold here from Insomnia. This is often where we see an Adam team hold on Symbiotic's surface.
There's the soft dive. And Chopped don't care. They just keep walking forward.
Actually.
I mean, it is stalling them at least, but that's the thing about Crazy Kitty having no drop-off on the primary, already 20% to the first ultimate.
All right, Beetle and DRP just making their way through the Aegis, bring it up behind, but Pasuo actually committed this time. Like we said, broke the calculus. They thought that it might not be a full commit, but this time Pasuo stayed in and Pasuo got the value. Now there are 4 members of Chopped who are kind of in no man's land. A freeze might get Mash out of this one. It's going to be an accuracy check on to Nocta and Twitzy, and they pass with flying colors.
Yeah, Nocta just being able to come through with the pressure of the Cosmic Clusters on that Adam, already 50% to the first Karmic Revival. So we're going to be seeing Chopped trying to return and regroup. It's going to be Beetle on that Hulk, having to clear out where exactly Pasuo is going to show up on the Venom, because it's not just Pasuo on the Venom now. Twitzy's actually going with him too with the Phoenix.
Yeah, Twitzy really committing to these because with the Dark Ascent, they can move between these planes of verticality fairly easily. DRP brings up an Aegis shield behind their opponent to try and block off the healing. But both are broken in pretty short order. Nocta is going to use for Cocoon here. Line Pro is going to be lacking for healing because Nocta's still resurrecting. And the Karmic Revival's not ready yet, so Line Pro's down and Twitzy as well. This, well, might be curtains for the Insomnia defense who didn't quite reach their power spike and instead were spiked against the wall by a carbon kick.
Insomnia are going to try and contest this. Lime Pro is off of the Invis onto the Doctor Strange, which means that Twitzy is off of the Phoenix and onto the Invis, so they can try and build up invisible boundary. However, I mean, Tuesday's going to have the Horn of Proteus the second that any of these ultimates come through, and they pick Nocta again, which means no Karmic Revival.
The thing about the Soul Bond is I think that cooldown doesn't reset on respawn, so Nocta didn't have it available when coming out of the portal, and as the first person to come on in, I think they could have waited a touch more time for one of their more beefy like Vanguards to get out there. Chop didn't even use an ultimate, man. They got 6 now.
It was regen domain. It was literally Portal came through, Vertigo drops regen domain, and Chopped pop every single aggressive cooldown that they have. Their Vanguards hold the line on the portal to body block. Tuesday untouchable on the off angle from the high ground. Insomnia didn't stand a chance unless they used an ultimate prematurely. Tuesday now with that Snowflake too, coming through from the Idol, or going to be a real problem for Insomnia have to deal with on the flank, as that's good. Beetle gets taken down thanks to a great blind and a grab coming on through from Line Pro, but you still have to worry about the Emma ultimates going on through.
Crazy Kitty lays down the healing pool here to try and give DRP an advantage. Just has to bring up the Aegis shield instead. Sentience grabs, Horn of Proteus into the back. 3 ultimates used already here from Chop to not much effect. And now it's going to be Relaxing Sky, taking towards the back with the Cloak and Daggers Eternal Bond. So much sustainability, which Mash will try to match. A fate of both worlds to be decided. Beetle double stunned, taking the angriest Hulk you've ever seen into the back line, and maybe trying to make their way through Twitzy. They're smacked out of the green embrace of... Oh, hello. Quick res coming through from Nocta. 3 players brought on back, including both of the strategists. And up close and personal, Twitzy does so much damage to the Hulk who was trying to punish this audacity.
For Vertigo,
they've used everything.
Yeah, Vertigo's still got God of Mischief. Chopped went for the target focus onto Twitzy, who was so close to Endsong Inferno. It forced Nocta to have to burn the ultimate to bring him back. And Chopped still have that Loki ultimate in case this fight goes south. Nocta will be able to pick up DRP, though, and that should be Chopped having to go back to the drawing board for a next push.
Is Vertigo still in the back? I don't see them respawning.
Yeah, I haven't seen where that Loki could be. Oh, that's a doppelganger. I think Insomnia, they don't know where that Loki could potentially be. They found him. Vertigo goes for a copy prematurely and holds it onto the Cloak and Dagger, so he's going to be able to use the Eternal Bond to get his team forward and then into a blind. Oh, there's going to be so many people vulnerable.
A lot of vulnerable players here, but can the catch-up be found? Remember that up on this high ground, the Eternal Bond hasn't made it up there, so Beetle isn't going to get all of that healing. Yeah, there's supremacy on the ground right now for Chopped with Insomnia, just taking it slow. Twitzy ready to descend a little bit faster. The Horn of Proteus doesn't quite even deliver a stun here, as Tuesday didn't have the angle, but DRP's still ready for a follow-up. A Wrath of the Seven Seas is declared against Forever, but there weren't even any squids there to try and take advantage. Instead, Vertigo gets a little bit of a duplicitous turn upon the White Queen, and now Chopped their focus on the car is being rewarded. They have so much free space to work with when it comes to this objective.
That's the second time, by the way, that Nocta got picked, had to use Cocoon, and got picked immediately afterwards again, as Chop just have so much mobility with the Hulk and the Jeff to be able to chase down exactly where that Adam has been. Now the fight, however, is going to open up exponentially. If Insomnia manage to win a single one of these fights, they're going to be able to easily clear Chop from getting into that backline and use that same strategy. And they want to take that space. Out comes the Sonic Seduction into the blind, but a huge Meteor M threat from Chopped with DRP finding the slam dunk onto the Phoenix stops all of that forward momentum.
Nexar simply tees up a Phoenix like a golf ball, and a swing with the driver from DRP was needed. Tuzi wraps around the back. The Gamma Squid's almost ready, but Crazy Kitty's here too. An assault onto a squishy could be everything. Wrath of the Seven Seas is going to be temporarily waylaid by the raising of the invisible boundary of the overlay of their support ults. Lads! We've overlaid our strategist ults, the invisible boundary, and the eternal bond as well. Insomnia, despite the huge investment, do not have the sustainability. They've lost a relaxing sky, and Line Pro's surely soon to fall as well, as Twitsy's too far in. Stretched too far. Insomnia will keep this one contested. The Horn of Proteus strikes true onto Line Pro, and Nocta's in no place to resurrect, nor does he even have the option.
Oh, okay, he doesn't have the time to be able to take the two enemies into the spawn doors and find the immediate elimination off of the back of that one, but the Vanguards are going to be so far away, and this is such a painful point for Forever. There's no place for the Emma to actually reset herself. Insomnia have to just take a fight. Yep. Without a Vanguard, or wait for Forever to respawn and give up so much free point control.
Yeah, you can see Password playing more visibly in main at the moment to try and hold some of that space. Knows exactly where Tuzi is. Don't know if they expect 3 people to be here, though. Mash taken out from the back. Twitzy found the off angle. An unbelievable beginning here that might be well rewarded. Vertigo's managed to copy out the Cloak and Dagger. Eternal Bond is on the table now. Twitzy hangs above it all and looks for an early target, but the sparks haven't really been accumulated towards the back. Instead, an assault of the back line, and maybe a cutting in two here, a bisection of a flank that was generated by Chopped. Tuzi close to the Horn of Proteus and gets quite the pocket from... Oh my goodness, the Gamma Squid just decimates the backline. The Wrath of the Seven Seas felt once again. Chopped continue to pound forward.
Oh no, the late pick onto Forever too. Insomnia, we're going to be looking to that Emma to open up the space and give them an opportunity to run into the objective. They're not going to be able to make it in time. They had Karmic Revival and they didn't get the opportunity to use it.
I feel like things just went so wrong once we saw the Loki copy onto the Eternal Bond on second. Insomnia, like, it was all down on the floor. They could have potentially taken a better fight up on high ground, not gone to where Chopped were at their most valuable. I think Tuzi got a lot of value on the off-angle flank there. And Twitzy was on such a long flank that I don't think they could receive much support either. It was a messy fight. And after that, they just couldn't really stabilize.
Yeah, we never really saw the momentum get stalled out from Chop's attack. They lost a couple of fights on second, but they still didn't really ever have to full disengage and then play back into taking all of that entry damage poke coming on through from the spam of both the Phoenix and the Adam. Nocta as well has been picked 7 times. Because Chopped have just had such good target focus of being able to find that Adam early. Doing a really good job as well as Tuzi. 27 eliminations currently, 13 final hits in one singular round is absolutely wild. It goes to show how many angles Chopped have been able to develop, how much map control they actually had to be able to put pressure onto Insomnia from all angles, not just the front line, but onto the back line too.
I mean, I'm impressed by Beetle being able to pick up 25 eliminations as well as a guy without a gun. It can be a little bit difficult to get involved with those frags as a Hulk, but it seems like Beetle's calls are being either well followed up upon, or Beetle is looking towards Tuzi's targets and helping very quickly.
Okay, so Paso is going to use the see-throughness of the door to be able to scout where Chop's players are going to be holding, then relay that information to his team. And Insomnia can now make a choice. Do you try and walk with one side of Soulbind to take away the high ground, or do you put yourself into an area where Chop are less likely to be able to spam you down on your rotation, which is to the side room on the low ground? Twitzy, though, has been left behind, and that Phoenix is now very vulnerable.
Yeah, that Phoenix going to need a little bit of babysitting here. Remember, no option like a flake or something to try and keep that off-angle Cooler sustained. Instead, Limepro needs to try and maintain LOS, but it was not there. Tuzi, however, had plenty of it and strikes true with a trident. Nocta's, yeah, Nocta ain't going nowhere. Bro does not have the mobility for this. We're going to try and heal through the disengage, but I doubt Chop's going to let up the pressure that much.
Yeah, Insomnia are looking to have one person pressure the point at the same time that Twitzy tries to bully the off angle, but Chop with the Lunar Rocket and Jeff just have so much sustainability from every single angle possible. You don't need to patty cake and lose all of the heal opportunity for the rest of your players because of that idle aura. That's one of the strengths that Lunar Snow brings to this composition. Tuzi off of that spam's already got Horn of Proteus within the first fight.
Oh, the Horn of Proteus is going to be difficult to deal with. Perhaps a Soul Bond might be required, or even a right click from Relaxing Sky if they're up top on it. But I think it actually disables the movement ability. I don't play much Cloak and Dagger.
If you try and use that Soulbind too before the res, Chop's just going to walk directly onto your res position. They're actually just using Crazy Kitty's own ultimate to invade into the space that Nocta was looking to set that one up. And that's going to be a Mag's bubble onto the Jeff to make sure that he manages to survive the full rotation with the Adam. Password comes in clutch with the Feast of the Abyss, but Tuzi's been able to find the pick. Nocta's got to use the Cocoon if he wants to bring himself back.
Yeah, we'll resurrect up on the high ground here, but Tuzi's doubling back, knowing that somewhere around here there's an Adam lurking. Sends in the Horn of Proteus, and Limepro can't stand up, but Nocta was cheeky the entire time, sniped out of midair, and remember, no more self-revivals. Nocta brings back 2, but that's going to be where this fight is going to find its close, one way or another. No more second chances. Twitzy still has an Ensong Inferno to try and play with, but has to do the administrative tasks of dealing with the squids, and Insomnia are still so low on space. They run in onto Tuzi, a quick blessing of the deep. The risk has been taken. The pocket is real. In goes the Ensong Inferno, but it doesn't really convert onto much. There's enough healing here to try and get rid of Tuzi, but Nocta once again overwhelmed. He walks back so slowly, and he's instantly been taken out of a fight once again. Insomnia, they've only got a single tick to show for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Beetle and Crazy Kitty are just a hit squad right now on Nocta, who, like you said, is getting spawn camp, punishing the fact that Insomnia's players are still split. They still had presence on the objective and didn't have anyone to be able to care the upkeep of the Adams walk up. Basawo now is going to have to go for a soft engagement, just trying to force Chop's attention to stop them from running aggressively into main, as we're down to under a minute and Insomnia have one good fight left in the bag. Crazy Kitty might just hold on to the Jeff ultimate too to stop any Strange Portal back for Insomnia to put themselves onto the objective in overtime.
That would certainly be a very dangerous proposition whenever Crazy Kitty's mostly been prioritizing using the healing pool instead of actually eating anybody up in these cases. Insomnia, they don't quite have the move towards the high ground here. Instead, they just opt into a brawl on the point with the invisible boundary. Cosmic Yard Amplifier grabbed on up. There's no means of escape here for the Venom or for the Adam.
Oh no, the CC immunity of its jab. Crazy Kitty uses the ultimate to dodge the Psionic Seduction so that Insomnia can't make a play with the triple strategist line on the space that the M has created, and that is Symbiotic Surface coming to a close. We thought maybe it's just that Chopped were dominant on Domination, the map type that they've historically had the most amount of success with. No, they were just dominant in this matchup currently, Harry. That was a clean full hold coming on through from this team.
Chop just seemed to be in a class of their own. The full completion into a full hold on the Insomnia's map pick. There's going to have to be a lot of soul searching done here, as it seems like Tuzi is just on a tear right now, but we haven't seen a huge amount of the Beetle Hulk, and the Beetle Hulk seems to be just as proficient as the other Vanguards in their stable.
Yeah, and I mean, they didn't even need to burn a ban on Adam too, because they showed how capable they were of dealing with it. That's actually one of the things that triple res you can punish it for. It's very easily telegraphed when Adam is close to Comic Revival and is looking to use it, because if you pick him first, he has to burn the self-res and bring him back, and you can just track down the location and make sure when the res comes through, you catch him in the animation to stop it entirely.
Yeah, and he's not the most well-defended fella during Comic Revival. Might be
especially
immune, but
especially if, like, the one defensive that Adam really has the Soulbind, right? This is the thing when you have to use Self-Cocoon on Adam. The fact that it actually shows the Adam's position when he's in that soul form. Because you have to take your position away, right? You're not going to be stacked with players. So if you do have Soulbind up, you're likely not going to be in the vicinity close enough to tether onto other people to start sharing out that damage. Soulbind for one person is going to do absolutely nothing when it comes to all of that incoming damage.
Yep, it gives a little bit of tick heal, but without the sharing, there is no caring. And for Chopped right now, they are hungry to have yet another shot at Atlanta. They are confident that they're a team that can potentially win Worlds or at least make it there. Atlanta awaits, but for Insomnia, they teeter on the edge of oblivion. Their season is in desperate peril up against Chopped. They've worked hard to get here, but now they have to summon all of their might, squeeze every last neuron for the brain juices required to bring this series back after this break. Truly is do or die right now for Insomnia, a team we've lauded for their smart approaches and having a much more cerebral look at the game. But I'm not sure how many nerds can plan their way out of a swirly that's currently being given by Chopped.
Yeah, symbiotic surface, it was rough for sure. Like, Password going in on that Venom, Chop really didn't care about it. If the dive gets an elimination because it turns out it's not a soft dive, it's a hard dive, it's fine, you've got Rocket BOB. It's much more important that you retain that space for the angle control coming on through from Tuzi on that Namor, which means that you can put way more pressure on the entire rest of the team that the Venom is attached in. Dealing with one player as opposed to keeping a count of 5 others, that's a trade that you're going to be taking every single day of the week. So now Insomnia find themselves back against the wall, match point to Chopped, having to take us over to Convoy. And I feel, Harry, like we're definitely not going to be going to Araco, given the fact that Chopped love the Ultron strategies, love the Phoenix, love the Human Torch, and that is one of the best areas that you can play all of those compositions, because on the attacking team, you literally just take the portal and appear behind that defending position and put pressure on the backline.
So the question is, are we going to see another pivot in terms of the first protected strategist for the side of Insomnia? For Krakoa, it was Ultron. Ultron got pretty much decimated by the Star-Lord.
Yeah.
On Symbolic Surface, it was all about the Atom. We didn't see too much value off the back of that. The fight planning seemed pretty strong from Chopped going up against the Karmic Revival. I mean, they had the option to go for the Mantis last time. Maybe we see the pivot into the Mantis this time. We know that Nocta's very good at that. Maybe they just go towards a 2-2-2. But for Insomnia, it feels like the options right now for a very few good ones.
Yeah, that's the problem when you're running up against Chopped, right? Because Chopped can play compositions like the Triple Strategist, where they pocket just the one Phoenix, but they can also play 2-2-2. So if you try and play something like a pocket composition or go for dive, Crazy Kitty's going to be over to that Winter Soldier. Plus, if you're going over to Convoy, that means that it's going to be Triple Vanguard, Triple Strategist composition for the defenders. And Crazy Kitty has been very, very strong flexing over to the Emma Frost.
Oh, Crazy Kitty has been a bit of a flex god, honestly. Very impressive season from Crazy Kitty, rising up the power rankings of players from failing to qualify to Stage 1 to being a potential land spot holder in Stage 2.
Well, Insomnia actually decide to defend first, so I feel like they have a strategy that's going to involve a lot of time burnt off from Chopped's offense. There, once again, goes that Mantis getting removed, so Chopped will be able to grab themselves the Jeff, which, as we've seen, they've been doing a really good job of keeping a track of the Atom's position, using the CC immunity when you're underneath the ground to be able to come through and stop any momentum picked up from Emma's Psionic Seduction. I still think Emma might actually go for a little bit of a ban coming in through from one of these teams, especially because Triple Vanguard always struggles into the Emma Frost because she simply just uses Carbon Crush and punishes you, trying to hold on to that objective as long as possible. And indeed, there is going to be removed. And Insomnia decide that, yeah, they tried the Ultron, they tried the Atom. It's time now to go for that one-sided Mantis we saw yesterday.
Hooray, we've gone to the leg day school of bands. Don't know if that's a good thing. But
I would agree, though. I think it's their best choice.
I mean, if Arya's thinking the same thing as me, I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. You know, Chopped are going to get rid of the Ultron now. I've been really enjoying how well Crazy Kitty's been playing this kind of flank Jeff style. Harkens back to the chilling Charisma era when Jeff was a DPS monster and teamed up with Luna. But instead, it's more about making sure that Tuzi is always comfortable to try and take a 1-versus-1, even against someone that's pocketed by something like an Ultron drone.
Well, no one-sided Atom coming on through from Chopped, so stall strategy is definitely getting weeded out here, as we can see that the Emma is going to be banned out for both of these sides. Okay, so Insomnia are actually going to once again go for the one-sided Atom, but this time they've also got themselves the Mantis. So Soul Resurgence is going to build up very, very quickly. You're also going to have CC as well to try and save your Atom if Chopped do try and go aggressively after him and force out the Cocoon before the Karmic Revival, which means that Insomnia with a Triple Strategist lineup should be able to keep better care of Nocta. Though I do wonder who's going to play the Mantis now, because Nocta's played both the Mantis and the Atom so far for this team.
Yeah, Nocta's generally that flex. We haven't really seen a huge amount of like Line Pro Atom in Line Pro's like competitive career as well, as far as I can remember. I think Melio used to pick that up on Fnatic if it was ever going to be played.
Yes.
Ultron going to be protected now. There's going to be a lot of off-angle pressure coming through from Chopped, but maybe that's going to make it a little bit easier for Insomnia to hold as a collective group, a little death ball of vanguards and strategists.
If you're also wondering, looking at that ban draft and scratching your head over why Loki caught a ban, it's because Vibrant Vitality team up with that Mantis, giving the damage boost on Regeneration Domain, plus being able to potentially copy Adam Warlock, which we saw yesterday, actually to really stall out attacking teams by not just having access to one comic revival, having access to two. But this is the thing, when you go up against Chopped and you let something like an Ultron through, we know what's going to accompany it, and that's going to be the 2Z Human Torch. Back in stage 1, there was rules that you did not allow certain things to get through the ban draft. 2Z tended to get 3 bans targeted towards him: the Psylocke, the Human Torch, and things like the Hela as well. So they do have to put up with that. And into Triple Vanguard, Pyro Prison can be absolutely lethal when it comes to applying that fire tick damage on main road.
You know what's even scarier than 2Z playing the Human Torch? 2Z not having to play the Human Torch, because there are 2 Human Torch players on this team.
Yeah, the Crazy Kitty pickup for this team was actually really good, because they can both play things like the Ultron, they can both play the Phoenix. If they want to go for Triple Vanguard hold, they can also play that too, with him flexing over to the Duelist and one the Vanguard. As we can see, it's going to be Insomnia on the Hulk. So they anticipated, they knew that they let things like the Flyers through, and they're already on counter flyer measures.
Okay, for Twitzy, it's time to become a generational duelist player. Full pocket here, getting the Unbreakable Guard, getting the damage boost, getting the Lunar Flake. All of the eggs are in the Twitzy basket for this hold.
Have a look at all of the space that they've lost because Chopped are running a singular Vanguard. Beetle is onto the Wolverine, putting even more pressure onto Insomnia, and he's already been able to find a grab onto Forever, and there's just nothing. The Nemo's getting everything, which means that the Mag is left out to dry.
Even with Light and Dark Karma deployed, seems like Relaxing Sky had a bit of additional survivability, but not much more than that. Beetle going after the Hulk. Pasuo just continuously right on down. Crazy Kitty hot drops into the back line of Insomnia. Feels little fear going up against a triple strategist, knowing the damage output isn't quite there. Forever's going to open up the cart and return. Yes, get a quick touch onto the objective. It's just going to hold up their shield and beg for mercy, but Beetle has little mercy in his heart. Insomnia get quickly capped upon on first.
Yeah, Line Pro builds up the Soul Resurgence now, but didn't have access to it in the fight. Nocta now might also get staggered too, as Chops just going to continue that aggression. And that's going to force Soul Resurgence, but they're all going to be slowed down because of Invis Boundary. And when they try and get out of Invis Boundary, they run directly into Ischaff.
Okay, miss. I don't know if that one was entirely purposeful. Still, it cannot be punished just yet. This Human Torch around the outside is so difficult to deal with because Twitzy can't afford to invest the usage of the Blessing of the Deep to get up there and deal with this one. Beetle with the last stand. 2Z on the follow-up. Twitzy and Line Pro already down. A quick Karmic Revival here from Nocta. And there's finally going to be a little bit of survivability given on over. Extra damage boost. Vertigo is absolutely jellified under the biomass that was brought forth here. Twitzy rolls up on 2Z, but use the Blessing of the Deep to do so. Still, it's rewarded for the aggression. There's enough pocket here that Twitzy can afford to be so aggressive.
Yeah, huge defensive Horn of Proteus to come through after the Karmic Revival cast, damage boosted as well off of both the Luna and that Mantis, which means one-shot potential aplenty. Chop now are going to be going over off of the Wolverine onto the Groot, looking for isolations onto this Mag, who does have that Meteor M up against 2Z with the Galactic Legend, but if he gets isolated, he might be forced to use it early. There goes the Soul Ultimate, there goes the Mag Ultimate, and there goes Vertigo all the way back to spawn.
Only got himself to blame, charged it up with a Joyful Splash, but then you can't really control that as Jeff, given how far that projectile goes in towards the back. The Wrath of the Seven Seas doesn't quite connect. A good dodge coming through from the Invisible Woman, but Twitzy on this high ground is going to be difficult to remove.
I mean, he got so much spam. He's already 80% to that next Horn of Proteus. Is going to be able to put so much pressure onto Chop's players. They've got the Strangling Prison. Currently, they don't really have anything to combine it with other than maybe Vertigo coming on through with the It's Jeff. DRP's got to go all the way around the side so they don't run directly into that name or spam. And there goes the Strangling Prison into the Jeffy. He only gets his friendly Groot, though.
Only got the friendly Groot. It must have been Pasuo with the Unbreakable Guard, making sure that everyone was immune to that CC, and then instantly going into the Angry Hold form. 3 players going together. Not the ideal way to mitigate the damage from an Ultron. I'm not going to lie to you, fellas. It does mean they're sharing that one out, but I don't know if you want to democratize that damage. Noctua with a quick resurrection, bringing back Line Pro and Relaxing Skies. So the healing's going to be here for Insomnia, but Twitzy is going to need to try and find something on the off angle.
Relaxing Sky does have Fate of both worlds, though, to try and survive DRP's Feast of the Abyss. Beetle finds Line Pro, and that forces Insomnia down one of their strategists to have to use the Luna, which means that DRP is going to get a free Feast of the Abyss, and Tuzi just has to worry about that Meteor M. Out comes the Soulbind. The Adams resources have been forced, and Chop just continue applying the pressure because they've got the space.
The light and dark karma there means Relaxing Sky feels unbothered on the approach. The layers of walls here. The defensive onion has been erected.
The force physics.
And the force physics gets a little bit of value here. Still, Paso is going to be able to make this work. In towards the back. The Meteor M doesn't get anything. A strangling prison grabs in the Vanguards. Relaxing Sky also a victim. DRP's Dark Predations backed on up by the Thorn Lash walls, and the damage is supreme here for Chopped. Still, they continue to roll on through. Paso flies through the air, but just gets an excellent view of the cart capping through onto third.
See, normally having an off angle is actually a really good thing for strategists and an aim composition. On second, when the objective is so close to that finish line, it actually interferes with the LOS a lot of the time. So Insomnia being split into two halves of a team meant that they weren't getting all of the resources given to them. Twitzy now moves on over towards that Phoenix, trying to take all of the advantage from Chop moving forward, overextended, looking to stack up those sparks, but Tuzi's already got the Galactic Legend, and DRP dives into the backline to prevent a safe disengage. It's got to be turned at least somewhat over to Paso, but Relaxing Sky still uses Fate of both worlds to save Nocta, so that Nocta doesn't have to use the cocoon to self-res.
There's a second phase here if Insomnia wants it. There it is. Line Pro backing in straight away with the Soul Resurgence, but bursted on through. Vertigo looks towards the back, knowing what Nocta might be cooking. Gets both the Phoenix and the Adam. This is absolutely ruinous for Insomnia. The cart's going to continue moving. These two are expelled elsewhere. The lesser mobility of the Adam Warlock is really going to be a problem back there, as they don't want... Why?
Well, the problem there is if they leave the Adam on that angle and Noxa uses res, then all of a sudden Insomnia's players would get res behind Chopped rather than in front of the Groot to wall off the spawn doors.
Truth heard. Speaking Mox, forever. Caught in the corner. Now the Galactic Legend forces Twitty up to the sky. Nocta noted on the approach. May well have a Karma Revival to work with. Still on mid-air, not quite working. Forever can't connect. 2.5 meters separate Chopped from their full completion, but being down on Tuzi is definitely going to be a big opening for Insomnia. They're only worrying about Crazy Kitty's damage output now, or DRP with a Feast of the Abyss. He looks to just keep everyone locked away in the spawn, getting up close and personal to that Phoenix. We know how dangerous it can be, but in the end, it's just the cart that's going to be contested here by the Vanguards of Insomnia. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier drawn on up, and so Chopped call for disengage.
Yeah, Noxer actually uses Karmic Revival too, which means that Chopped are more than happy to just let the Adam res and bring the mag back, because the mag doesn't have Meteor M, and Crazy Kitty's got Rage of Ultron. But Chopped to just go aggressively in. Tuzi's even back over to that Human Torch. They're just going to go aggressive in this fight off of Beetle with the Strangling Prison.
Rage of Ultron spreads out the damage. This time, giving themselves a little bit more space to work with inside the Strangling Prison. It should be easily healed through here. Nocta prioritized, and there's a big grab coming through from Vertigo to get rid of multiple members. You can see the mag is going to be the primary victim of that one. Sent into the Shadow Realm, actually bounced off the wall, and so lands directly back on the cart. Maybe a little bit of help given over there by Vertigo, but Crazy Kitty definitely not helping Insomnia right now. Absolutely tearing through them. Tuzi comes through on the Human Torch that we noted earlier, but Nocta's managed to get them with a Cosmic Cluster. The mechanics are still here for Nocta. The hope and dream is still alive with 4 members up. Insomnia didn't have anyone on the car ready to go, and that's going to be Insomnia full capped upon with 22 seconds still in the time bank for Chopped.
Yeah, the ebb and flow of Chopped coming through there, forcing Nocturne to using the Karmic Revival, letting the 10 seconds go with just a 1 res onto that Magneto, coming back in, not fully disengaging. If Insomnia tried to play aggressive, they would go into the Strangling Prison. They had to back off and give space. And that meant that Chopped knew that they could use Rage of Ultron to open up the space, then Strangling Prison could come through off of the objective. Insomnia would have to use the CC immunity of that Lunar Ultimate plus the heal per second, try and keep everybody alive through it so they could put themselves onto the objective after the CC's worn off. And then if the fight goes long, Chopped have the Human Torch damage to be able to come on through. And if everyone from Insomnia can't look at the Human Torch, Tuzi's going to be absolutely melting them.
Okay, now for the real test for Insomnia. Can they break through the 3-3, the triple, the spawn hold of pure biomass? but Chopped are going to have at their doorway.
Chopped are on the penny.
Time to delay. I know what we gotta do.
They've actually come out of that spawn.
They're playing at the rocket, so they've got the double nests.
So, at least for Insomnia, like, they do have to worry about the nests, especially because you can actually see where the mine deployment is going to be. Is the generator, it's in a small room. The Punisher's not going to have access to it unless he goes directly in there.
What you need here is a Squirrel Girl to start bouncing some nuts. Finally, Pro Squirrel Girl confirmed. Forever slowly floats on down using the magnetic levitation. Look at the little cubby hole that Chopped have got themselves here. They re-emerge with Pasuo having led the charge. A trailblazer indeed, but Noctis' trail has been very thoroughly blazed by Beetle. Isolated in the back line, Pro's got no choice but to fall to Crazy Kitty's iron volley. And once again, Chopped, they just escape into the catacombs.
So, unironically, Squirrel Girl would actually be pretty good to be able to ricochet damage off of the generator. If not the Squirrel Girl, punish the fact that Tuzi's on the Loki, and Nocta can find the Onk bounces. Over the top they go from the other angle and forces the Devious Exchange onto the Loki. Good Groot Wall comes on through from Beetle so that Tuzi can survive the reposition, but Nocta now is so close to the first haunt of Conchu. But Chopped have just flipped map. They've gone all the way to attacker spawn now.
Okay, and potentially bisected one moment at a time by Beetle, the Insomnia tank line. The Vanguards have been dragged down to the floor. Noctis has already been taken down. For Insomnia, they're starting to think about this cerebrally, but once again, I'm not sure if you can think your way out of this. Swirly towards the back, the absolute yeeting power, and that's Reluctant Sky from long range, bringing up the invisible boundary. Great play from the Invisible Woman, playing from elsewhere. Tuzi off for splash damage, gets caught on that. Oh yeah, the BRB. Ragnarok Rebirth may have left Loki, but you can't keep a good Trickster God down. In comes the hand of Conchu. Noctis doesn't really connect at all right here. Twitzy from on high. It's going to be Goddess versus Goddess. I believe that one's a copy from 2.
Yes, it is. And it's damage boosted too. However, Insomnia will be able to find the win and the elimination. Have they finally been able to break the spawn hold though, as out comes Spider Sweeper.
Yeah.
And Penny just runs directly at Relaxing Sky, who at least has access to force physics and doesn't have to worry about the mines underneath their feet.
Most useful Penny out I've ever seen in my life. DRP surely has got to reset off the bat. What is Bro doing? What is Bro doing over here?
Oh no.
Homie's confused.
Wait, he's trying to find the pick onto Nocta. Okay. You did buy enough time though. Crazy Kitty unchecked onto Doctor Strange was able to teleport the rest of the team to the back of the objective and now fortify their position for another rocket VRV, which does get taken down just before Crazy Kitty can be brought back by it.
Okay, DRP does swap. Don't know if he makes the solo push. He does make the solo push through. In fact, does have Vertigo behind them, or Mash behind them rather, on the Jeff. And they're swapping around who's playing these characters. A little bit confusing. DRP forced of a Sonic Vortex. Insomnia can maybe try and get something off the momentum here after what was quite a wild self-stagger coming through from DRP. Twice in a row, actually. Beetle rolls on through. The hands of Conchu descend upon Groot, who manages to lay down the Strangling Prism, but there's no one really here to try and follow up upon it. It's just Mash on the Jeff, and well, that's going to be Tooth Gnasher and Tooth Grinder hitting the wall.
If the storm stays, I thoroughly believe that there is an opportunity for Tuzi to use God of Mischief to copy Twitzy and them to do the Jeff Nader. Oh, never mind. Tuzi's over to the Winter Soldier. Free has been broken. Back to TT2 compositions we're gonna go, especially because we're gonna be able to potentially find the hook to cancel Forever's ultimate too, with the Strangling Prison not getting to combine with the Storm's ult.
We do a little trolling. The time for trolling is over now, though, as Beetle's already been taken down, lumberjacked by Insomnia, and it's going to mean that it's even longer before Insomnia can really face a big challenge from 6 members of Chopped.
Pasuo gets fully cleared out by the Winter Soldier, which now means that the angle from the high ground is in Crazy Kitty's control. Nocta too, just trying to spam damage with those Onk bouncers to build up onto Conchu and play off of Forever's ultimate, but Chopper through the choke and onto the objective brawl they go.
Oh, that's a huge strangling prison. And we're all trapped in one place, sharing out the damage. The Meteor M is up above. All of the resources are pumped into Twitzy to shut down the weather front that was given over. Insomnia, a big investment, but Chopped have to equally invest to shut down the momentum that had been gained off of first.
Insomnia, though, now have to walk into Tuzi, having full control of the space and Kraken impact. They're not going to be able to rely on Passivo going on through with a soft dive to pull the attention of the rest of the players to get to move forward, because they've got Phoenix Stuns and Force Physics and Mag Bubble. As DMP is actually coming under a lot of pressure on that right side lane, Insomnia will be able to buy that push forward from main off of the back of that. As Chop, they're not overextending. They're waiting for Insomnia to walk to them. They know that win condition, and that's the Winter Soldier.
I don't mind seeing Forever here on the neutral Doctor Strange. Excellent mechanics in his back pocket with this, and the earlier usage of the Dark Maelstrom as well is ready to go with only a 6-second cooldown. Going to be an exchange of hooks here between Nocta and Tuzi. It's definitely going to be a difficult battle. Uphill for Nocta, but it's not impossible for Insomnia to win out with this one with raw skill and brain power.
Chopped a better combo though. Strangling Prison set up for Kraken impact, but the dodge and the Guardian Shield from Relaxing Sky. Tuzi thought he could find the connection. Has to use the Trooper's Fist to disengage before he can get slowed by the boundary.
All right, ready to go with a Jeffy. Straight away, Nocta shut on down as they try to match this one. Mash towards the dive, just going to prioritize raw healing throughput, not going for an eat, and instead can just deploy the Joyful Splash to keep the members of the team away. And that's going to be Crazy Kitty. Impact midair onto Passivo. Raises up with Cosmic Intent and crashes down as you go up against the Phoenix. And now it's going to be a big stun coming through. Crazy Kitty taken on down. Tuzi's pocketed here by Vertigo. The patience was real to make sure the invisible boundary was brought up at the right time. Line Pro also slain as the frags are delivered. It's too far gone though for the side of Chop. They're going to be able to reinforce via the portal. I don't know if Insomnia have similar usage here. A little bit of portal trolling comes on through, and Insomnia can't touch the card. Chopped have held it with the patience of stone. They've managed to stand in the way of Tooth Gnasher and Tooth Grinder and send Insomnia to the abyss.
Yeah, that Force Physics finds the connection on the Wolverine just before he can hit the objective and hit overtime for the rest of the team to move on through from that portal. Crazy Kitty will walk away with the MVP, and it's Chopped walking away with the 3-0 victory, continuing their journey in the lower bracket to potentially find a rematch and manage to punch their ticket finally to that LAN in Atlanta.
Oh, they are ready, raring and ready to go against Insomnia. 3-0, a dominant performance. And they're going to need it, knowing that they're likely going to go up against Na'Vi. But still, Na'Vi have to win out against FaZe to make it there. This has just been a bit of a swan song as well. For Insomnia, we saw a great number of comps from them, showing just how versatile this team is. But against the raw powerhouse that Chopped is, can be difficult.
I mean, Chop were just ready for every single potential opportunity. Reliance on Atom composition, they've got counters. Reliance on Mantis, they've got counters. 2-2-2 composition, they've got plans for that one too. You can really tell the amount of work that this team has done. That Meteor M finally being able to find the pick, but unfortunately the Rocket BRB still being in place, so the Loki gets brought back and we get this battle of the two storms that Twitch is able to establish dominance into. But managing to break through first, they lost so much time on it. It really did put them down to the wire on second, especially when Chopped went for the swaps and we got to see Tuzi over to the Winter Soldier, getting to punish the stacked players from Insomnia coming on through, and Nocta did the same, mind you, swapping over to the Winter Soldier, managing to build a Kraken impact at the same time as Tuzi. It was just that Chopped had the better setup for it. Strangling Prism plus Kraken impact is always going to have to force out that invis boundary as a reactionary measure, and that again was something that Chopped planned for. It really was. They knew that something that they would put in would then have a chain reaction, and they could make sure that they would be able to control that chain reaction and come out the winner at the end of it.
Oh, it really looked like it could have been turned around when we saw that mad Guardian Shield from Relaxing Sky block off the grasping tendrils of a Strangling Prison, and also scupper Tuzi's attempt at following up upon it with the Kraken impact. So it was to trust there that Beta was going to get the value off the ultimate, so he pumped it in before they even knew how many people were going to be inside of the grasp. But unfortunately, the resource gap was simply too big, and being able to take out Pasuo in midair with the Phoenix, kind of baller and very effective.
Yeah, I mean, they had Pasuo's number, as we talked about, right? They saw how effective the soft dives were, and it was just a case of, okay, if it is soft dives, we're going to make sure that the dive doesn't give the rest of the team all of that space, so that once the dive is done, they win the fight from what comes next.
For Insomnia, though, just like Shades of Endgame, they may have been Insomniacs thus far, but now they can rest, and they've been laid to rest quite assuredly by Chopped here. It's been quite the run from Insomnia. They've shown just how much some good planning and perseverance can do. This team has improved dramatically as well, including bringing up players from teams that did well in MRC but didn't show up too much when it came to Ignite. We saw Twitzy get picked up for this team, and I think that Insomnia definitely are a collection of players that are going to be worth watching moving into the future of the Marvel Rivals Pro scene.
Yeah, definitely keep your eye on that team, both the players and the staff behind them. They have a bright future ahead of them. As Chopped, well, they have a mountain ahead of them. They get to continue in the lower bracket, but they are by no means safe, as we're going to be able to bring one of their players into the interview room and say hello and welcome. Congratulations on the win, DRP.
Hello, hello. Thank you.
Hey, bud, it's nice to see you. What's changed from yesterday to today to make all of these games so dominant for you guys on Chopped?
I mean, after yesterday, like, we just realized that we're really pretty good at the game and that we're really confident, and that, like, knowing our roles, we can probably beat anyone, so we're kind of confident. Especially after the match.
So why do you think the team has such a strong performance on domination? Is it micro? Is it macro? Is it just a map type that you guys have done a lot of preparation on?
I just think we're kind of pretty good on domination because we can easily adapt. We can play pretty much everything. We can adapt. I mean, we kind of have good drafts on domination. We know how to play the maps. And I don't know, we just play our playstyle. And it's for domination.
Speaking of your playstyle, you guys are distinctly really good at dealing with Karmic Revivals, the Adam Res. How is it you guys are dealing with the Adam Resurrections?
I mean, we just perma mark the Adam. Like, we really don't want to let him res ever. Like, not even one single time. That's just the way to go if you want to win.
We've seen a mixed bag of results when it comes to teams trying to make the Hulk Namor work. You guys made it look absolutely wonderful on Symbiotic Surface. What's the secret, do you feel, to being able to play the Hulk Namor angle into things like the res or potentially a dive?
I mean, I will say just pretty much position and communication, more likely.
What's the deal with the penny?
Kinda the strat that we cooked up for a long time. We wanted to play it out, and it worked kinda, so... I'll try to try against Navi.
Yeah. I think maybe the penny versus Navi. Just leaking some strats, you know? Thank you so much for joining us, DRP. We'll give you some time to watch Navi's game and prepare for potentially Navi or FaZe in that loser semi and stamp your ticket to LAN.
Yes, sir.
All right, that was DRP, Vanguard superstar from the side of Chopped. Off the back of a dominant 3-0 win right there, they have their opportunity to make it to DreamHack Atlanta. They just have to win one more game, and it's going to be against either Na'Vi or FaZe, which is going to be the next match coming up. It's going to be yet another best of 5 series, Mox.
Yeah, the last time these two teams matched up, it was actually their first game that they got to play on the Ignite Stage 2 games, and that means that it was a best of 3, which turned into a 2-0 coming on through. There's been a lot of time between then and now. There's going to be a little bit more time between then and now as well, as we'll be back with that map after this short break.
Welcome in, everyone. I am Vodable, and I'm going to be doing an interview today with Aramori from Sentinels. Welcome in, Aramori. How are you doing with the new season and the new stage of Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Hi, I'm doing so good. Things have been definitely pretty interesting in Scrim, so I'm excited to get to talk a little bit about it with you guys.
Awesome. Well, let's get right into the action. There's been a lot going on between the mid-season finals and now, and there's been a couple of different roster changes. How has it been trying to navigate the scene and figure out exactly the roster that you wanted to have for you and your team going into this stage of Ignite?
Well, I think it's been pretty interesting, right? Like, after Rye, Krova, and Gomez left, like, we were kind of like, oh god, like, roster lock is in 1 week, like, what are we gonna do? Honestly, Avery kind of stood out to us already. Like, he had ranked for us a couple times before. We even went to Guangzhou, so we already kind of knew him a little bit. So integrating him in was no problem. But then, like, for supports, we were like, oh my god, who do we get? And it just so happened that Renko had picked up the game in July and started playing. And I had messaged him and I was like, please tell me you can play like XYZ heroes. And he was like, yeah, easily, no problem. And so we trialed with him for a while and he fit perfect into the team and such a nice guy. And then also, oh my gosh, McGravy, he is a godsend to our team. And it's so nice to have like an experienced coach like McGravy with all his time and, you know, other FPS games. I'm really glad that we got who we got. I'm really happy with our team right now.
Looking forward to now DreamHack Atlanta. I had to wear this to show off for a second. Being announced for the grand finals, what are your hopes in terms of this stage of the competition now with these new roster members?
Well, obviously, I think with any new team, right, like we just want like good placement. Like, please, we want to qualify, we want to go to LAN. Like, again, like that'll be so important to us. So I think we're ready to show ourselves, get to go to LAN, get to go to Atlanta. My mom's side of the family is in Atlanta, so if we qualify, they're going to be there in person, and that's really special to me. So it means a lot to me that we qualify for this specific LAN, right? Like my mom will get to watch me on stage, which will be really cool. But yeah, I think we're just ready to show everyone what we got. We've been practicing really hard and I think it's time.
Think it's time. Well, hopefully we do get to see that too. And talking about the playing field that's out there, a lot of new rosters, a lot of new teams that are competing. Speaking though about those rivalries specifically, 100 Thieves are now in your group for the stage leading into the playoffs. What are your thoughts about potentially facing that roster to try and get all the way into those grand finals?
I mean, the 100 Thieves Sentinels rivalry has been something that my team and those players have had since August last year. Like, it's been over a year of back and forth. You know, sometimes we'll get first, sometimes they'll get first, whatever. We've just been going back and forth over championships, and I don't think we're afraid of them. I think we have them figured out. I think every time we face them in officials in the past couple of months, we've rinsed them. So hopefully I don't have to eat my own words here, but I don't think we're too afraid of them. I think we're more so looking at like MB and FlyQuest and even Dark Zero as well.
Final question I have for you, Aramori, before we go. Being one of the most prominent women in the scene in Marvel Rivals and trying to be like an inspiration for others out there, what would be some words of advice you would have for other women who are wanting to get into Marvel Rivals in general, but also Marvel Rivals esports?
So Marvel Rivals in general, just find a hero you like, pick it, and just play as much as you like, right? Like, I think so many girls get into these FPS games because they identify with a character. So I know some girls really like Psylocke or Luna Snow or Sue Storm, right? Like, just find those characters that really like hit home and just play as much as you want. And when you do play, just communicate, try, learn. I think one of the most important things for any player is to watch your own replays and see, you know, how you can improve. And then if you're really trying to get into esports, I know that it can be pretty toxic, right? But you just have to keep trying, keep communicating, keep trying to play in ranked as much as you can, and eventually it will work out. And I am testament that it can work out and it will work out. So keep trying, keep communicating, and keep your head up because it's tough.
Well, hopefully they take those words to heart. Thank you, Aramori, for joining me here for this interview. Any final thoughts, words that you have, or maybe words for your opponents out there to look out for?
Well, I'll see you guys all in Atlanta. That's my final words. We're gonna go to Atlanta.
Another big match on the docket here in the lower bracket, Mox. It's going to be FaZe going up against Na'Vi at Marvel Rivals Ignite. And for Na'Vi, their season could be over if they stumble.
Yes, there is a lot on the line. This is for FaZe to prove. They said on the interview that they wanted to prove that they could go up against the likes of Na'Vi, Citadel, and Virtus.pro. So now is their time. For Na'Vi, though, well, their time, they have to make sure that it continues. It would not be a good look to be the mid-season LAN champs and then not even get to go to Atlanta to try and defend your title. They've shown incredibly strong flexibility when it comes to this roster. We've seen so many different looks of hero compositions and innovations of things like Fate with the Jeff, but we've also seen weakness. And we saw one of the biggest points of weakness from Na'Vi yesterday when they went head-to-head against Citadel, as we're going to have a look and see. This is Enzo coming on through with this Venom. He's going to be looking to dive in and distract 3 players from Na'Vi's end, who are all going to have to consolidate their attention onto this Venom, which means that that point presence is starting to tick on up for Citadel. Venom falls because of a force physics coming on through. However, Rajaro went to chase down Alex and Melio's position on the Ultron and Phoenix, which means that Citadel got that last little bit of point necessary to start capping. And when you cap as dive composition, you're going to be stalling as a dive composition for a lot longer.
Yeah, Na'Vi, it's got to be weighing on their minds that they've essentially lost to all the other big boys in the EMEA at this point. They've fallen to Virtus.pro in the group finals. They've fallen to Citadel, as we saw in 3-0 fashion. It was a bit of a slap. It was a close 3-0. That's my cope. It was a close 3-0, but a 3-0 nonetheless. But now they're going up against FaZe. FaZe are a team that are not going into this as the favorites, to be real, but this is a team with massive potential. They've made it this far in the tournament, and they have some explosiveness behind them with some very surprising rollouts from people like Leolaz suddenly being just John Him on the Mantis. So that's going to require some attention in the ban phase potentially, as Binary, as always, remains one of the most dangerous Hulk players in EMEA.
Yeah, to the point, actually, that the last time these two teams met up, Binary actually did get banned out of Hulk as that last ban burn coming on through from Na'Vi when they went head-to-head on their first round of domination. I think that's my concern for Na'Vi. Not only did you take a 3-0 loss against Citadel yesterday, you're now going up against FaZe, who have shown through all of their group stages that they play the 2-2-2 dive composition that Citadel used so dominantly against Na'Vi yesterday, which means that this ban phase has to be adjusted with that in mind.
Yeah, we're going to have to see some personal adjustments in how the bans roll out. I believe that Trust Me is in charge of most of the bans for Na'Vi. It takes a lot of shouldering of responsibility upon himself, which does mean that if you get 3-0'd, it might be that Trust Me ends up in a little bit of a self-blame kind of ethos. Might need to like confer with Skyzer a little bit, clear the head, and really reset the mental heading into this match against FaZe, because this needs to be, for Na'Vi, a fairly dominant performance, because if they don't win this, well, if they don't win this, their season's over. But if they don't win this cleanly against FaZe, Chopped might just take them out back. Like, Chopped are looking absolutely fantastic today. Chopped are so hungry, and they went so close against Virtus.pro.
Not just that, because Chopped were able to come in through with a 3-0 win. They're likely not going to be all that tired if they have to play the second half of the day, as we can head into Celestial Husk, which is, oh yeah, that's going to be not a fun memory lane trip for Na'Vi. That was the Celestial Husk domination map that Citadel came through against them from. FaZe are going to be banning out that Jeff, potentially going for a one-sided Jeff play themselves here, as Winnie has been proving incredibly dominant on that hero, as Na'Vi are likely going to be looking to prioritize having one-sided Mantis, as they're going to remove that Adam Warlock, so no Soulblind, and if the fights go long, no Karmic Revival or an Adam's position for you to have to keep track of.
Okay, providing this is a Mantis Protect, this is going to be both of their teams in comfort positions. Winnie has been incredibly successful on the Jeff, whereas Na'Vi, they have both a Mantis Enjoyer in level 1 Crook and probably the progenitor, the harbinger of the Jeff meta in Fate, who was one of the original Jeff believers.
The worry as well for Na'Vi is that if they go for a Vanguard ban of something like the Venom, yes, you weaken the Jeff coming on through by denying symbiotic shenanigans, but Binary has been able to play, and indeed, there goes the Venom. Binary has actually been playing Angela fairly often when we see, not just on domination maps, but also on Convoy too. So I wouldn't be surprised to see FaZe actually run a 2-2-2 dive composition with the Angela and just try and out-aggress Na'Vi's composition. As it's going to be that Mantis giving the damage boost over to the Star-Lord. Does this now mean that we see an Invis Woman ban? No, it's going to be both teams removed from the Venom way of play, which means that the dive, if it comes on through, is going to be off of the back of something like a Captain America, or as we've mentioned, the Angela.
All right, last ban coming through from FaZe, or rather from Na'Vi. We heard yesterday from Melio just how impactful that last ban is. This way you want to inflict the maximum pain on your opponent's composition, noting what they have shown a predilection for. We might even see Luna or Invisible Woman be taken away here to try and nerf the Star-Lord.
Could be Hulk to weaken FaZe. If they can't find the dive, they might go to the counter component of Hulk Namor against flyers coming in through from Na'Vi, or indeed you could see something like an Invis or a Luna being removed, but no, it's going to be that Emma being taken away. So Na'Vi are going to have one-sided Emma Frost with Rogero, which does mean that Trust Me can go try and force FaZe's triple strategist line to triage each other in terms of the sustainability, and then have Rogero anchor his position on point so that Na'Vi can at least get better point percentage against their opponent, as in a 1 versus 1, Emma does walk quite literally over Magneto.
Yeah, she really does pump out that damage and really can put him into a nasty position, utilizing the Carbon Crush into spinning kick. Celestial Husk will be where we begin, and that means that we're likely going to have an incredibly long first fight, as Celestial Husk is very much known for those.
Rocket still up too. FaZe have actually played like Citadel, and Na'Vi actually. FaZe have played the Rocket Jeff double strategist line with the dive, where I believe you called it the undivables yesterday, Harry. You simply cannot get on top of them other than the rocket, but you're always going to be sacrificing the BRB. And it gets to the point where even sometimes we see Psylocke just full commit Dance of the Butterflies solely on the rocket's position and then cancel the ultimate early, so they can start looking to turn their attention elsewhere. As we can see, rockets coming on through, and they are going to leave the spawn. Na'Vi does indeed go for that rocket, but it's going to be alongside the Mantis and that Luna, as there was no Luna ban for either of these teams. Both of the Star-Lords are going to have Snowflake.
Thor heads rise up with feasting. The goats playing Thor. Trust me, he's going to be rolling on forward here. Remember, there's a lot of mass displacement as well as the damage from the Awakening Rune, and he's almost already down. That requires a lot of healing. You know what? Thor's really good at feeding those strategist ultimates. W.
Here comes the Cap and the Psylocke. They've spotted weakness onto the Star-Lord and the Luna, who was stacked up too. Wait, that's clearing a lot of space for the backline from FaZe to not have to worry about the Star-Lord jumping on them.
Naga playing from the high ground wants to try and chase down their counterpart in Leolands, but there's more than enough healing here, and the counter might be coming through as well. Naga gets punished for such aggression. Trust me, can't join them up in the skies. The Awakening Rune is drafted on out. The damage boost here means a lot of damage. Space has to be given away to the Thor from the Captain America, but they quite easily re-enter afterwards. Binary just in and out, making sure that FaZe can never really capitalize. And now it's going to be Smashness ready to go with the Dance of the Butterflies in the backs. It's just damage onto Fate at the moment. Jerky catches a bunch of that. Even with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, they aren't able to survive on through. Winnie's chance now. I believe that's only the... Oh, it's only the Luna Snow on the other side. Could be chased down. No, someone actually drags him on up, and Fate gets chewed into oblivion in the midst of the mouth of the Jeff. Rojava tries to roll them down, but Navi are down too. The Lightning God ascends to the sky. Of the God of Thunder, rather. Still, the Lightning's not too effective. Binary's already grabbed the pair in their own right. Rosa! Oh, the Rosa, those are already. Spare me, King.
Yeah, the problem for FaZe, they dealt with that Galactic Legend when they were down strategists, so both Rosa popped the Meteor and Binary the Freedom Charge. You now have no defensive nor CC immunity against Rojaro with the Sonic Seduction, and Fate's going to have the fate of both worlds too. So Leo has to worry about the Emma ultimate or the Luna being able to heal the damage potential of his. And that means that FaZe have to give a very wide berth to Na'Vi before they get onto point.
Smashness has to be careful not to give over too much charge here to the Emma. Gonna just be sharing out as a duo the damage from those Silent Slashes, and also it's been The fate of both worlds expended to try and make this one work. Trust me, looking over towards that back line and can easily get through Oasis. A quick freeze as Leolas thinks it's time to try and make their presence known on the outside. Still, the damage from Fate is not to be underestimated. The mid-air attacks onto the Star-Lord take them down, and Na'Vi flip the point back in their favor.
It was just the Star-Lord, which means that Rajaro doesn't feel anywhere near the level of pressure to get forced into burning the Psionic Seduction, and they're going to have it. Oh, are we going to see God of Thunder combined with Psionic Seduction so that FaZe have no choice of avoiding it and just walk straight into the very blinding light?
Stare into the light and feel it start to burn. Trust me, wrapping around the edge. Smashness is going to once again make their presence known. But discretion, better part of valor here for Trust Me, instead deciding to fight Binary elsewhere. That shield isn't going to last for long, but a good avoidance of the carbon crush means that Binary is going to get away from this one scot-free. Feed over some strategist ultimate charge to their backline. Smashness with a high ground here is going to be difficult to deal with, but Na'Vi is still in control of a point, so they can take...
And the ults.
Yeah, the ults indeed. One player grabbed might well be a God of Thunder rising up above them. Leolas already taken on down. They see the permanent stunning of the Psylocke. There's no escaping options. Even the sedation was laid onto him while they were in stealth.
Yeah, and Na'Vi only use as well the Psionic Seduction, so they still hold on to all of these other ultimates to force FaZe into having to burn theirs on walk up. Galactic Legend to be able to force either Oasis or Winnie. Rose is going to have to hold Meteor M in anticipation of that one too. And trust me, with the damage boost off of the Mantis or the Cosmic Cone Amplifier has all of the pick potential. Down to the Butterflies comes first. Solar Resurgence and the start of the patty kick from the backline is going to come on through. And the God of Thunder means that they dodge Winnie's ultimate.
Yep, God of Thunder gives over the CC immunity. Winnie survives it, however, utilizing that mag bubble that was given out as well. Oh, because we are an amplifier, there's going to be a lot of damage here from Reawakening Rune. Still inside of the Fate of both worlds. The damage is not going to be permanent onto the side of FaZe. Trust me, is already halfway to the next ult, trying to disengage behind the EMEA Aegis that was dragged up behind the God of Thunder. Binary has their sentient seized for about a moment, and their approach is going to be waylaid by the Emma. Might be saving this Carbon Crush for a rainy day, going for a squishier target instead of the great survivability that Captain America has. Rolling in towards the back lines in the sights of Trust Me. A throw of Mjolnir and straight to the cliffs. Might even be knocked off of the point towards the back. Oasis falls down to an Awakening Rune. Binary doing their best to try and clutch out here. Level 1 Crook TP'd back, but it's a little bit too late as FaZe have already flipped the point.
Trust me's going to have the God of Thunder, Rajaro the Psionic Seduction to be able to open up that space, but FaZe now in control of these chokes can now start to exert pressure with both the Cap and the Psylocke controlling all of the angles that Na'Vi want to be able to enter into. It comes down to the Butterflies, but there's so many shields, and unfortunately for Smashness, in the ultimate you might find the eliminations, but you're not present on the objective. FaZe have to flip it back again.
Strategists simply weren't there to try and make it work. Level 1 Crook plays on the edge, and the rest of Na'Vi are going to be forced to disengage here as FaZe are back in control.
FaZe once again going to be taking a little bit of pressure coming on through so that they can give away all of that battery to Oasis to build up the Fate of both worlds. Needs it right now to be able to heal the team fully through both the pressure from the Emerald Smith and the Star-Lord that Na'Vi are going to have. We're going to potentially go all the way to a 99 to 99% fight, which means that FaZe do have the portal advantage and should be able to have a cleaner regroup.
Yeah, and they got the high ground to try and leverage here as well. This can give Leolas quite the shooting station. Here comes the God of Thunder, already falling low, down to 3 HP, but the healing is good. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier sent in as well, but all it's done is clear the high ground away. And that was Naga up top. Oh, Winnie, you poor soul. You had such dreams. You had such dreams, and yet Naga turns them into nightmares, flighting from above. Oasis drives forward with FaZe. Their backline, making sure Fate of both worlds was used, but now it's gone, and it's going to be down to raw sustainability off the back of mechanics. Rosa, trust me, brawling on the top, but Vanguards are just bashing at each other, and when you lay down Mjolnir on a wizard's chest, you know he isn't making that strength saving throw. Bro's got a -3 modifier to that one. Leolas falls down to Jerky up top, using the surprising amount of damage that the Rocket Raccoon has available. Binary spins in circles. Look, spinning's a neat trick, but Na'Vi are unimpressed, and they will cap away the first part of Celestial Husk.
Well, FaZe knew that that one was lost because they don't actually use Freedom Charge. If they thought that that was winnable, they would have popped Rose's ultimate and tried to wait long enough for everybody else to gather onto the point. As it is, they're going to still have that Freedom Charge to give themselves a little bit of extra sustainability in the face of Fate. when it comes to building up that fate of both worlds within this next round, and we get to see the composition swap. Smashness is going to go over to that torch, Leo over to the Ultron to be able to pocket him up in that sky. And now our attention turns to the dogfight. Star-Lord with Mantis damage boost and Lunar Snowflake up against Ultron and Torch and Invis Woman. It's going to come down to Naga versus Smashness and the resources that each team can put into their duelists.
Gonna be a lot of investment there. Trust me, also demands a lot of resources just being on Thor. He's a very high resource character. Does not have much in the way of mitigation, just gets the overhealth, and so there has to be that constant tax on Na'Vi strategists of making sure that the Thor isn't immediately falling over.
Well, they've scouted the torch, they've seen the composition change, and now Na'Vi have to adapt. Cherokee can't get picked as well first, otherwise they lose the BRB. Trust me, he's just going to go to the point to try and force a brawl fight. Stacked with his Emma, Thor can do it all, and out comes the dive pressuring the Ultron. Smashness loses the pocket.
When Leolaz leads to a lightning round, they're grounded for a second, which can make Thor okay against flyers, but already Smashness has done so much towards the back. Wants for Lunar Snow, finds the Lunar Snow, but as we said, he's a little bit too vulnerable. Might be rezzed by a BRB here if Jerky has it up, but I think it may well have been expended elsewhere. Fates use the fate of both worlds themselves. Smashness begins to spin it on up the fire. Cyclone's ready to go. Now they got the initial capture here, so they are accruing percentage throughout this fight, but FaZe surely have the better position to try and work from here. More meat on the bones, more presence on the point. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is deployed nevertheless. FaZe drag themselves out with a trio of ultimates here, using the Human Torch, the Rage of Ultron, and the Invisible Boundary as well. And Rajara is still going to TP back. Na'Vi completely believe it to be winnable. Trust me, already has yet another God of Thunder. The damage pushed out here is immense. And Leolaz is going to have trouble escaping here on the Ultron, just as to slowly limp away.
Yeah, it's moved away from stallable to winnable. They've got Galactic Legend, they've got God of Thunder, they've got the Thor to put the pressure and split the backline from the Vanguards, and Na'Vi have been able to stall out 50% of this point and counting without burning all of their win condition ultimates. Rajara is holding the Eye of Agamotto too, and that's going to mean that FaZe have to be so careful about how they play these shields around the Doctor Strange's ultimate.
Trust me, out of range of the BRB as well. Or the BRB wasn't up, who knows? Extra space moving forward. An attempted speed boosting of Rajara, but they're slowed down on their movement forward by the Invisible Boundary drawn up by Winnie. And now FaZe feel like they have the opening. Rolling on forward, have to worry about Naga up in the sky. The Meteor M, it does have a very perilous journey downwards despite all of these environmental hazards. And Naga looks towards the back, having forced Fate's ultimate. They know that Smashness is going to be in a vulnerable position due to all the healing available to that Star-Lord. The Rage of Ultron once more declared, and FaZe are in control now. They managed to push Na'Vi off the point for long enough that even during all this brawl, they're starting to get their just rewards. Trust me, runs them down. Mjolnir and Lightning Power combined to absolutely split the backline in twain.
Yeah, they got the flip, but at what cost, Harry? Because now they have not a single ultimate to their name. Rosa has to go to the Doctor Strange and portal these players in, but it's not going to be with a comfort cushion of an Invis Boundary or a Rage of Ultron or a Fate of Both Worlds, which means that Na'Vi can just play for the angles. You can already see half of the team on the high ground on one side, half of the team on the high ground on the other side, which means that FaZe have to just drop the Doctor Strange onto point directly into a brawl against the Foreign Strange.
There's no asset, there's no generational wealth, it's a poverty push, and well, Doctor Strange more than ready to meet it. A combination of Eye of Agamotto and the God of Thunder. The Avengers have assembled onto the back line of FaZe, and they find themselves phased out of existence as Na'Vi start dominantly on Celestial Husk.
Yeah, FaZe having to use the Supernova because Na'Vi got the first point cap on Celestial Codex to shut down all of the potential angles that Na'Vi could be playing from, having to ping-pong the point between all of the players as well as isolate out the LOS from the backline onto the Vanguards holding that position, meant that Supernova wasn't there to find the eliminations when that fight just continued going longer and longer and longer. And since FaZe are constantly coming under pressure from the Thor brawling and the Strange on the point itself and Naga on that Star-Lord being in your backline, in your front line, on your torch, just accosting you from every single angle possible, they never really got the opportunity to come through and find any consolidated damage on one singular target when the ultimates came out.
Yeah, there are these constant interruptions coming through. We saw a really spirited attempt on first here as well, coming through from FaZe, even winning out the first fight, getting the first cap. Super impactful stuff. But you know what, Mox? They were going up against the 100% win rate king. He stays on top, baby.
Yeah, 4 coming in for that 100% win rate. I mean, 4 on Codex as well.
Yeah.
Is actually a really good pick when it comes to being able to challenge onto things like flyers with, like you said, being able to drop them from the ground, but also with the shift with your Thunder Surge, being able to go from the low to the high, so you can constantly play bouncing point presence off of your Emma when she's having to get sustained and stabilized by her backline into running aggressively at phases. Luna and Invis pressuring them out so that Winnie wasn't able to hold the angle and provide Guardian Shield staggers over to SmashNets. Every single time we saw that torch, he was getting a little bit of the Ultron pocket from the drone, but it was nowhere near the 24/7 care priority we've seen an Invis woman being able to provide on the sibling with the Guardian Shield stagger, which really could have helped SmashNets survive the Supernova when he went head-to-head against the Star-Lord tracking him down.
Yeah, the Star-Lord really does have a great matchup against the Ultron and the Human Torch. When you've got the tracking that Naga has, like, you just have the mechanical wherewithal to find Smashers. And you know that Na'Vi is just a team with such clear communications. The off angles established by Smash, they are always being tracked pretty succinctly by the team themselves. We'll see if FaZe have a plan to bring it back into their favor. They do get to pick the next map. We'll find out where we're going after this break. It's just good to feel represented, you know, Mox. All of us ranked losers playing Thor, like, see, trust me, did it, it's fine. And you know what? Na'Vi are starting off pretty strong on domination, but now for FaZe, as they face down Oblivion in the losers bracket, have to decide where they want to really manufacture their own battle.
Convoy or Convergence? That is the question. I feel like they've had really good performances on Convoy previously. Like their Arakos have been very, very clean, with Binary being able to go over towards that Angela and finding a lot of value. Plus we saw Central Park was actually the map on Convergence that they were able to take against Chopped, which went down to the wire on a defensive second. There was a full push that came on through from Chop side, not Chop side, rather FaZe side, off of a very good stall with the Angela into an invis boundary bolt on the objective, and then they were able to hold with a strange portal recontest, getting to come on through with the Loki regen domains. But Araka would definitely be where I would prefer to see them try and take Na'Vi, because as I've said, they've looked the strongest on dive. Even yesterday, when they weren't running dev compositions, they still had 6 players focusing on one specific target, the way that we see in dive, and we just didn't get to see that. On domination, that target focus was spread so far and so thin because of the amount of pressure coming through from every single angle that Na'Vi lobbied against them.
I mean, Arako in particular would also allow for Binary to pivot over onto the Angela, which is something that Na'Vi might not have as much scrum experience against. While teams have obviously been trying it out, Na'Vi have been a squad for such a long time, and Angela's such a new addition to the game that your modality, your like standard affair, it gets a little bit thrown out the window when you're having to deal with the aerial Wolverine. Central Park is going to be the choice here for FaZe.
Well, I'm not surprised that it's not Symbiotic Surface, because that was a full hold. From Na'Vi coming on through the first time these two teams met, FaZe relied on the Hulk and Namor, which took a little bit too long, and Na'Vi just went aggressively after their entire team. Smashnez and Binary were trying to set those plays up, as Mantis is going to be banned for both of these sides. So FaZe not going to be allowing any one-sided damage boost coming on through, which, yeah, it did mean that Smashnez, not only was he going up against a hero who was designed to counter his kit, he also had to worry about the 12% damage boost every single time they engaged in those fights.
I feel fear when you offer a one-sided...
Ultron save, yeah.
One-sided Jeff for Fate here, potentially.
Well, the Luna's been removed.
I mean,
which
do they need to ban the Star-Lord if they're going to be like putting eggs in the torch basket?
I would really like to see a Star-Lord ban come on through from FaZe, but I mean, Na'Vi might punish FaZe for not going for a Star-Lord ban in these and save Star-Lord second, because they've gone for the Venom, which now means that FaZe are going to have to essentially figure out, do they want to remove the Jeff or do they want to go for the Star-Lord? Jeff is going to be the pick of choice now, as Central Park does have so many environmental play potentials on first, second, and third, plus with the symbiotic shenanigans. Na'Vi's also run the 2-2-2 dive compositions. If both of these teams run a 2-2-2 dive composition, and there goes the Star-Lord. Okay. Breathe a big sigh of relief. Smashnez is definitely thanking whoever is running those bans, as too, I am sure, is whoever's having to run the Ultron.
All right, one last ban here for FaZe. They want to try and target a strategist ultimate, like maybe making sure they don't have uneven Luna, because the Luna Flake, or maybe they could go for some uneven Invisible Woman shield, like Guardian Shield and Snowflake, like these tertiary concerns when it comes to your duelist battle. And yeah, they are going to prioritize getting rid of a Luna Flake.
Yeah, if Human Torch gets through for both teams, and it's going to get through for one team. Like you said, that disparity of one getting the Invis Woman for not just the Guardian Shield, but also the team up where you get that additional armor. So sometimes you don't even have to disengage and can be much more aggressive chasing down some of those lower health targets. As FaZe are actually going to be able to pick themselves up that Venom, which does mean that they've got Dive.
Also means Symbiotic Shenanigans is available. So they're trying to force for Jeff ban last.
Burn a Jeff ban. Yeah.
They don't get Invis.
Invis is going to be open.
So I'm like a 5-year-old learning this. I'm like, oh, I've seen Mox do this before. Oh.
Oh. I mean, I do hate to tell you, though, both teams are going to get Invis.
Yes. Both teams are going to get that Invis.
There is no uneven Invis.
But that's why we saw the Venom protect, so they could force the Jeff ban and get the Invis out safely. We could force the Jeff
and get the Invis safely, so it is going to be
a
Torch Pocket Mirror coming on for more than likely, though one side is going to have that Ultron to buoy him up.
I also think that maybe chat and I can like we'll accelerate in our understanding at the same rate. You know, I'm the everyman for relatable cast.
I mean, the bad draft is pretty like formulaic. It's very much sort of just like 1 + 1 = 2. Once you sort of learn the rhythm, like, okay, this counters this strengthens this. If you see like that gets saved, then the enemy team is likely either going to go for a target ban that they've already agreed on beforehand, or they're going to go for something that weakens the thing that was saved.
The battle starts in 5.
All right, going to be the first attack here of FaZe, rolling out with a Phoenix in the back pocket and the Winter Soldier. Always happy to see that. Winter Soldier has been incredibly effective, and I see a defensive Adam from Fate.
I see Naga on the Human Torch, but an actual read from FaZe coming on through, because they're actually going to begin with Smashnez on the Winter Soldier. So he's going to be able to put pressure onto the Flyers while having hit scan and punishing Na'Vi if they try and go for a soft dive with Trust Me on the Venom with the hook.
Yeah, Tainted Voltage and Sonic Vortex both making sure that the altitude of Jerky and Naga cannot climb too high here. But, oh, great push coming through the Force Physics from level 1 Crook, making sure that Binary could not get into range to start poking these Flyers.
FaZe going to be looking to rotate, but Human Torch has already counter-rotated with that Pyro Prison too. If they want to be able to walk and take better angles for things like their Phoenix and that Winter Soldier, they have to go into the melting pot that's going to be all of that tick damage, which means they're stuck right in the middle, not really getting to do much of anything. So Na'Vi are generating so much better ultimate economy right now.
And in right now, Naga gets the protection of the Guardian Shield, as to does the ascending Naga. Jerky from afar. Oh, Rajara with a double spinning kick. How did Bro even get up there in time? He was not waylaid on his way forth. And while there is going to be a trade coming through, it might well be too little too late. Smashness is nasty with Rotter Stern, but Rose has called it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes with Emma, what you actually do with Diamond Form is that you go for the grab, which carries you forward, so that you can go from the low ground to the high ground. Naga got everybody low enough that the spinning kick decimated 2 into the wall almost immediately. The FaZe do have defensive ultimates, both the boundary to safeguard themselves onto the objective now that the portal has allowed themselves entry onto the point. Level 1 Crook comes through with us later though, and everyone from FaZe are stuck right in the middle. Even through Eternal Bond, Smashnez goes down.
Yeah, the slow movement means there's no way to try and escape the attentions of Naga. Jerky rains down huge amounts of healing, but Rajara is going to be under a lot of pressure. My goodness, the Rage of Ultron puts out so much healing. Rosa just burned on down. Oasis has had to call it already, and Na'Vi looking hot.
Smashnez gave up Kraken Impact. They had Strangling Prism, they had Kraken Impact. They knew even if they found the full sweep, they wouldn't be able to take Fate down, and he would just res everybody back up. So it's just a full composition change. Strangling Prism with Ensong Inferno might be able to force that res, but now to deal with the Flyers and that dive, you've got the Namor and the Hulk.
All right, Naga with the Flame Clusters. Going to be able to do a lot of damage to that Hulk, but remember, being grabbed out of the air is always going to be a danger of a supernova. Pens them in. A Pyro Prison of new make has been constructed here on Central Park. There might have been a solo ball over there onto Trust Me. I'm not sure who Rosa would have potentially got onto it, but either way, Na'Vi are looking absolutely unbreakable on this defense.
Oh, and they're going to get the stagger onto Binary as well, who's still in puny banner form. And they're gonna go for the Carbon Crush too, so he doesn't even get to throw himself off of the map. They still haven't been able to bully Fate into burning the self-cocoon either, so Na'Vi can literally just play for res. They can give up 2 ticks at this point if they're even gonna let FaZe walk forward. No Strange Portal means the tax comes through in full on the walk up.
Oh, Naga went in too far though. A quick hot drop and a quick resurrection as well. Whoa, Bro was cooking with that one. Thought he had an angle onto the full resurrection, but it was easy to dodge away for Naga. And so Smashnez does not feel the just rewards of what was spent right there. As they roll down main, it'll be directly into the eyes of Jerky. You must be careful up in the air here. You're not necessarily invincible during the ultimate of Rage of Ultron. From the other side, in comes Leolaz with the Ensong Inferno. It's not the ideal matchup to try and take, but with the help of a squid, Smashnez can get it done. 2 teams stand inside of the invisible boundaries as FaZe prioritize their own capture of the point. They still haven't got the first tick though. Naga noted elsewhere. That's a good frenzying of the squids here. That's really going to up the output of the DPS that Smashnez was looking for. Jerky's ready to TP back on in. Fate has res themselves via the Karmic Revival Raccoon, and up close and personal.
It's the low Q.
Yeah, the Loki with regeneration domains allows for a safe debarking from the portal. Smashness still looking for victims, takes up to the high ground, wants to be unbothered up here. Finds Jerky moving on from behind, going to make it more difficult for Shield of a Seraphim to turn on to this. It's going to be the crash from above. The whale has struck land. Rajaro can't stand up to the damage, and trust me, has no better hope either. In overtime, FaZe have finally managed to clutch it out.
Binary with the Hulk and the World Breaker able to give FaZe the opening that they were looking for, but Fate going to be so close to the Karmic Revival, going to be looking to let all of the momentum coming on through from this attacking team. If the Flyers get control of these corners, it's so hard for an attacking team to not lose someone before the fight even begins, especially because look at all of the buildings that Naga is going to be able to use to obscure his hitbox entirely.
Yeah, this is a lot of survivability for Naga, but Binary might be able to try and challenge that and exile in midair. Remember, all of these flying targets have to continuously be aware that Hulk could take them out. And Smash there as well. He can't go anywhere fast in the bubble. He floats down in a bubble, man. And you know what? He attacked them and they were roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates. And oh my god, the rage of Ultron starts to rack through FaZe. They can't get inside the invincibility field in time, and Winnie gets taken down.
Yeah, speaking about rooms, I'm pretty sure FaZe is just going to lock themselves in their respawn room until that Rage of Ultron is over. Smash has looked for just the point flip to come on through, but without that, Luna doesn't get any heal triage, and a big force physics from Winnie means that level 1 Crook does go down, but Fate is just going to bring them right back. With the Karmic Revival on the high ground, Rosa looks above, but there's no way that you're going to be able to clear up into it. Supernova manages as well to safeguard Navi's descent and splits FaZe's players, but there's a huge grab from Binary onto the torch.
Force out the invisible boundary to make sure that Naga can survive through the grab. Smashness is too far away and Naga just forced to flee. Rosa begins channeling but can't quite find the targets here, so the conversion's not quite real. Level 1 Crook down elsewhere as Jerky plays the peripheries, just poking down from on top, putting in the insignificant damage to build up towards the Rage of Ultron. But now that the Eternal Bond is gone, there was an opening that was seized by Smashness.
Ooh, potential stagger onto Venom. No, trust me, it's just going to go onto the objective and stall, so that Na'Vi get the opportunity to set up for another fight and can then take it and have another fight afterwards before FaZe are through safely into third. They've only got 17 seconds left. Big exile onto Rajaro. Stalls like the Sonic Seduction. Re-engagement coming on through from Na'Vi's end means that they have very little opportunity and angles to build up an ultimate to play into the Horn of Proteus, which catches Fate and forces the res.
The aggressive and confident force we were hoping for here. The Aegis Shield will block off Rajaro's re-engagement. Still two players get mind controlled. A chomp into the back, but it doesn't get converted into much. Still, while the strategists were focused on themselves and they were thinking about number one, they forgot about those who are up front and trying to stop the advance. Ratatoska will be stopped in place as FaZe lose out on their attack, but Na'Vi are still going to have to break through first and most of second.
That's the problem with the Atom. You burn an ultimate to burn a cooldown on the regen domain, or rather the cocoon self-res. And then Na'Vi, even though they're getting taxed coming out from those chokes, trust me, gets to use the Feast of the Abyss to go under the ground, put the pressure onto the backline, force FaZe to have to about turn and go peel on the objective itself because it's about to go into overtime and they can't afford to lose two with that strategist. Ultron alone would not be enough to keep the team up. And that means that Na'Vi can just walk forward and rejoin their Venom with Soulbind, no ultimates necessary.
Well managed by Na'Vi. And FaZe starting to capture some confidence at least, which may give him some legs in this series, but for now, Naga is feeling pretty difficult to take out up in the sky, and he's getting so many resources as well. The second that they actually got taken out of the sky by Binary, we saw the immediate bringing up of the invisible boundary.
This is a test for FaZe, because now they're on the defense. They don't have to develop the angle for the Namor. It comes pre-developed. If they manage to keep the space after first fight, that's going to be the thing for them. Like, having that Namor still being able to anchor those positions and put the pressure onto both the Ultron and the Torch. But it's not just the Ultron and the Torch that are going to be firing at the Namor, it's the Atom too. There's going to be so much pressure coming Smashness' way.
You can already hear the leaps of the Hulk echoing through, and yes, baby. Here's the thought.
Oh, Binary's already going incredibly low too. Navi's going to rotate all the way to the backup point as well, so that the Nemo's going to have to change angle. He's not going to be able to take on both the Flyers and the Adam at the same time, which forces now Binary to have to mark on the Hulk.
Okay, Jerky and Naga. Good pocket here as it just bounce on in and out. The Gamma team up has been used. Remember, that's on a longer cooldown now. Naga given the purple. The damage taken's real. A missleep there from Binary as they tried to grab Naga out of a sky. Instead goes over to give the unbreakable guard to the remainder of their team.
Shield.
Rotating around this pillar is important, but it's because it opens up the space for Trust Me to work. Going in with Mjolnir, breaking down that back line. And the Thor in these tight spaces is so hard to out DPS.
Not just that, it's so hard to be able to, in these spaces, take a win against the Human Torch, because Naga just gets to dozy-do around the pillar, even though he came so low off of an amazing blind coming through from Oasis. He's got the Phantom Force team up, gets the extra armor, dive bombs to his team, and gets the Guardian Shield stagger. Oh, speaking about staggers, that's a pretty brutal one. FaZe now having to try and force Na'Vi into exchanging Rage of Ultron fights to just burn momentum and make up for an absence of Binary, who went onto the Doctor Strange and mistimed the portal play.
That was great play from Winnie as well, managing to dodge most of the Rage of Ultron. Still, the Ultron's traded. Fate's in the back right here. 88% towards their own ultimate, and Naga and Trust Me just combining their damage up to the sky on top of the Phoenix. It's great target focus coming through from Na'Vi, and you can see that they're all listening to a Bosch. Trust Me's making the calls, and Naga's there with the gun.
I mean, Fate's going to have Karmic Revival too for this next fight. FaZe don't have any real way of getting on top of that Adam and forcing the Cocoon out early either. Binary on that Hulk might be able to mark the Adam's red spot, but it's not the same as something like a Phoenix being able to provide all of that pick potential. A Supernova is in the hand for the Human Torch, and FaZe know this. The target focus is there, but so too is the healing. Invisible Boundary comes on through from level 1 Crook, punishing the extension, and Trust Me with the God of Thunder brings the hammer down, all the while Na'Vi a free pushing objective.
4 quick stuns from Thor right there. Oasis just breaks their way out through here. Dare you step into like 5 stacked up flame tornadoes? It seems that FaZe are brave enough to do so. But Trust in the Eternal Bond is real, and Jerky can't stand up to this one. An exile in midair, but Fate has got the resurrections going. Bring themselves back. Jerky as well. Back into the sky. You've got to worry about Binary, who's making these leaps constantly, trying to grab Naga out of space. And there it is. Finally, the Ultron drone comes through, but the healing's not enough. Smash manages to take cover behind a little bit of masonry for a momentary reprieve and a bit of stability for FaZe to work with until Trust Me hunts them down, leaving the Lightning Realm, sent them down to a much darker one, and Jerky's ready to rain down fire upon the back line of FaZe. It's going to be matched here by Layla as the healing must be supreme, but they've run used with Dagger Storm as well. Trust Me taking pressure. The Hulk play is real. Wrapping in towards the back. Binary is going to be an absolute menace to try and contest here as they put out clap after clap and the backline's warded away. Fate's going to be the primary victim of that one, and Leolas has to drop away behind the church.
Yeah, Leo has to get so much healing as well coming through from Winnie, but Binary wasn't Ward Breaker. Hulk so had an extended health bar, doesn't go down when the strategist's head is turned, and Oasis manages to win the duel against the Human Torch too. Finally, Na'Vi have been pushed back, not all the way. They've still got control of a little bit of that space, but now Smashness and Leolas can put a lot more pressure onto the Human Torch and Jerky on the Ultron before these fights properly break on out.
Everyone, Craig has the invisible boundary in the back half, but Rosa is going to be able to strike first. Going to straight away open up with the Sonic Seduction. Doesn't seem like there's been much conversion here. It's just a clean getaway from Na'Vi, who weren't really committed to the fight just yet.
Map rotation too. The Human Torch and the Ultron are behind the back line. FaZe's attention is going to be split.
Okay, the Squids are going to have to try and deal with that one. Smashed in 1 versus 2, and the Squids get burned through real quick. So too does the man, summoning them. The hot drop is good, and Jerky's even better. Dropping down on top of the back line with the God of Thunder, and now it's time to spin up the flame tornadoes inside of the invisible boundary. There still isn't enough healing, and there is not enough present. Ratatoska just runs it on in. Top 1% Na'Vi take away Central Park.
Na'Vi going for that map flip, meaning that FaZe can't hold the angle for them, looking only at the Flyers as they try and enter into that fight. Instead, the Namor has to peel the backline, which means less pressure on the Vanguards. The Vanguards get to walk on forward onto the objective, forces all of the ultimates to come on through. FaZe have defensive capabilities, but they don't have offensive. So Na'Vi is able to overwhelm them with all of that incoming damage from the Supernova.
Forces the ult, say that again. Naga, what a performance here on the Human Torch, showing that this is still a duelist that demands attention or demands a ban. And Jerky and Naga just working quickly as this duo is super important. We had an interview with Jerky a couple of days ago talking about how, like, obviously they're more comfortable working with Crisis just because they were teammates for a long time on Low 9. And obviously Jerky is a newer addition to this roster, and Naga's been working with Melio for most of this time. So it's been great to see them work as a pair and really get some value from those duo Flyers.
Yeah, that Human Torch looking like much more of a problem when Star-Lord is out of that picture, especially if both the Ultron and the Invis are able to make it through the ban drafters. You don't even need the LOS for the Invis to come on through and give the Guardian Shield if you just have your Phantom Force team up available, and we could see that it meant that Naga could be so much more aggressive. The reason as well why we saw so little fights actually needed for Na'Vi to push all the way to where they needed on second was because the first fight on second is off of the objective entirely. Fate had Karmic Revival, had Soulbind 2, which doesn't require LOS, unlike the normal Adam Snap heals coming on through. So all of the ultimates that were being exchanged on a side lane were literally just baiting FaZe into burning their entire ultimate bank, allowing more point uncontested to move on forward, and meaning that the Adams position would be harder for them to track down when Karmic Revival did come out afterwards.
Yeah, it takes very intelligent use of your positioning when you are essentially a 4-2 split to have better, like, cart presence for the team that sits on the floor, right? And that's why we saw such well-timed maneuvers from Jerky and Naga up in the air to make sure that that 6v4 never really happened. However, for FaZe, it's not over yet. One map separates them from Oblivion and Elimination, but one map separates Na'Vi from a chance to go towards DreamHack Atlanta. Find out how FaZe try and bring this series back after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Play
Last chance here for FaZe, 2-0 down against Na'Vi, but Na'Vi, they are looking like it's going to be an absolute potential banger game against Chopped if they make it there, with both of these teams potentially going 3-0. FaZe still have life in them yet, though, and they can try and rescue themselves from the pit that's been dug by Natus Vincere.
Yes, and it has to be a convoy map, which, I mean, normally we would probably be expecting Araco to come on through, so Binary could flex over to the Angela. The problem is Ultron and Torch find insane amounts of value being able to flank through the teleporters all the way around the back of first defense when it comes to Araco. So, given the fact that we just saw the Human Torch and the Invis and the Ultron Pocket absolutely run the show in terms of Central Park, I feel like we're not going to be hearing the absolute banger that is the OST for Araco ramping on up when we head into Convoy. It's much more likely going to be somewhere that the Ultron and Torch find less value.
It's fine, I'll just play the OST myself. Doesn't matter. I didn't want to hear it anyway. Yeah, it's probably going to be either Aegis or Path or Midtown. I think the other convoy maps are available. We've got to go to a convoy map. For all of you who don't know how these matches work, we go through all three of our modes. We go Domination first, then the loser can pick either Convoy or Convergence, and then the loser once again picks the next map, but it can only be the remaining map type. It's going to be Midtown, Mox, where we settle the score.
Yeah, no more Mantis as well coming on through. FaZe let it go once, and Na'Vi immediately made them regret it. Now FaZe get the opportunity attacking first, so they're going to have to go through that spawn break strategies, but it does mean that they can go for a save before Na'Vi can target out another of their heroes, which means guaranteed one-sided potential. Luna Snow, as Na'Vi now get the opportunity to ban and will be able to remove the Atom. Is this going to lead into an Atom save, or are they going to go for the Luna save to make that duelist fight a little bit more even?
There's a world where the Jeff isn't worth a protect here on Midtown. Doesn't have a huge amount of environmental hazards. There are some available on second and third, but Thirst doesn't have any options. It's going to be a protect here of the EMEA, Mox.
Yeah, I mean, Emma strong on the attack, playing into retake with Sonic Seduction, also incredibly strong on the defense to be able to break a lot of those vanguards trying to hold their position on the convoy itself. But it wasn't a save onto the Atom, so FaZe are going to be removing that one from play. No one-sided Soulbind, no potential hit scan pressure as well coming on through from the Atom if FaZe do decide to go for something like an Ultron or a Torch, as Na'Vi will be removing that Emma. And even though, like you said, there is going to be less opportunities for environmental pickups from the Jeff, you do still have to worry about your team being split because of it's coming through from that Jeff. It also forces you to have to run something with CC immunity, like either the Ultron or the Phoenix or that Magneto or Winter Soldier to interrupt the Jeff ultimate, and FaZe don't really want to be boxed into those kinds of compositions.
Added value here to the Adam ban as well, to see 3-3 potentially not get karmically revived on a potential spawn hold from Na'Vi. We expect both teams to roll through this. Oh, one-sided Luna. This might actually force a Star-Lord ban out, especially with that Ultron Protect coming through from Na'Vi. This could be an attempt to force that. Never mind. Okay. Now what do you get rid of? Maybe the Invis?
I mean, FaZe have to go for the save onto the Star-Lord because they've seen that Ultron, and they know that the Ultron is going to be vulnerable to the Star-Lord, but also what the Ultron pockets is going to be vulnerable to that Star-Lord. As Ultron is going to come on through, but Na'Vi don't have access to anything else that would really go for a traditional triple strategist line. They don't have the Jeff, they don't have the Atom, and they don't have the Mantis. So it's likely going to be an Invis and maybe a Rocket coming on through, or maybe we get that Loki, as Loki on the defense has proven with things like Regen Domain to be very, very strong, but it is a double-edged sword against the Moon Knight, because FaZe are going to be able to take one look out of their spawn doors, see all of the doppelgangers, and Leolaz is going to have all of the rage generation necessary to build Hand of Khonshu in record time.
Oh yeah, that's going to be coming up real quick as we head over to Midtown, potentially the last map for FaZe in Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2. It all comes down to this. The draft is looking pretty good for FaZe. It's in their hands now to play it right.
I mean, it's in their hands to have to try and break the spawn hold as quickly as they possibly can. Doctor Strange was also not targeted by a ban, so Na'Vi will be able to take the first fight. And then, if they lose it, they'll be able to portal back in immediately to try and contest a second time, giving them an opportunity to take a third fight before FaZe even get access to a longer time bank. As we can see, what exactly do FaZe try and roll out onto? If it's up against the Groot, the Wolverine could very well stick around, but it comes at the cost of that Moon Knight. And yeah, Moon Knight against Loki is just too good a matchup for FaZe to pass.
Bait taken, but it might well work out here as Leylaz starts to carve through these Groot walls. You can see that Jerky, oh my goodness, Jerky's already down. Used their Emma team up a little bit early there. The Sonic projection was seen, noted, and taken down. There goes the regeneration domains as well. Resurrection should be good onto Jerky, returning in short order. Level 1 Crook's been taken down. That's a huge amount of healing throughput taken off the board as Leylaz deciding not to play in the midst of the team and instead find these off angles from the high ground has really been rewarded for those positions.
Yeah, and there's no contest coming on through from Na'Vi on that high ground as level 1 Crook wasn't on the Ultron, was on the Loki. Everyone from Na'Vi was either playing on the low, on main road, or in the room, which means more players stacked on top of each other, more onks bouncing. Rose's walls too weren't getting melted on through, so they've got Hand of Khonshu and Strangling Prison to be able to find the damages onto Na'Vi's team and try and just absolutely wombo combo this next fight.
Mitigation options here are limited when it comes to the wombo combo. Fate's going to be the main one to look at here with the invisible boundary, but the healing still isn't all that even after the buff. Rosie, you can see what he's cooking on the other side. Wants to try and find at least 2 squishies inside of that ultimate and has to worry about the Aegis shield coming up from Rajaro as well. Brings up walls behind the Emma Frost to try and cut them off from the healing, but still the off angle comes through from the side of level 1 Crook. Down comes the will of Khonshu, but it seems like their final blows have been stolen away by the remainder of FaZe. In the end, all you need is love, though, and just makes it work nonetheless. Trust me rolls in, but up against the damage boost, nothing but curtains for them. Level 1 Crook sacrifices their metallic body to the point, and here comes the recontest. It's Jerky with the portal. FaZe are rolling on out, but they're ready to go with the Omega Hurricane. Rajaro might be able to shut this one down. FaZe, they seem to have forced a disengagement here. And it's going to be onto the back line, waiting for that portal to close. In onto that Vanguard, and Jerky can't stand up to it. Emma, no more lucky either. The back line is still under siege, but the cart was moving.
Oh, and FaZe as well, because they're going to be getting these late picks. Plus, SmashNet's got to use the Hurricane. I was going to say, there's nothing really forcing him to have to stay on this Storm if FaZe want to swap off of this composition now that they've been able to break the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. But it looks like they're actually going to prioritize having that damage boost. But when Trust Me and Jerky try to show up and use the dive pressure, meaning that they can absolutely detonate the Venom with something like Leylaz and the Winter Soldier's connections.
Still, it does mean that Jerky does have a very viable target in the Storm, whose evasion is a little bit limited, and Starlight plays well into his aerial hits. You can see
level 1 Crook too, the tracking.
Could well be easy for them. Almost a Rage of Ultron, ready to go. Binary rolls on forward, knows the Eye of Agamotto is available, has to worry about that Carbon Crush. That's one more stun off the table, but Binary's not going to be around long enough to use their own ultimate. Na'Vi just collapse from all sides.
Yeah, FaZe tried to lobby that one-sided damage boost coming on through from the Storm's AoE, but it comes at the cost of, like you said, making easier targets for Na'Vi to look at. They first targeted the Winter Soldier so that they didn't have to worry about all of that damage being stacked up or Kraken Impact getting to pair off of Strangling Prison in that fight, and then they could put that pressure onto the Storm, who knows that they're not going to get any value into this retake and has to swap over to the Phoenix. But losing that first fight now means that FaZe have lost control of the spacing to use the combo, and Na'Vi have a lot of mobility, so that Strangling Prison is going to hit a bare minimum.
All taken into the back rooms now. The cleave is going to be massive. Naga up close and personal. The sparks haven't been built up though, and so no final hits can be found. Smashers actually punishes them for this. Oh, they're in a box right now. When you're up against the wall, that's when Rosa decides to crush you down. The aggressive play from Na'Vi gets thoroughly routed despite investing 3 ultimates.
Yeah, but they hold on to both of their duelist ultimates. So they're going to have the CC immunity coming on through from the Winter Soldier to potentially stop the momentum coming on through from Rajaro's Psionic Seduction. Plus, they've got these forward angles to really put the pressure and scout Jerky's position on the Psylocke so they don't get to set up down to the butterflies and force FaZe to stack.
Oh, this could be a one-tap here. Onto Invisible Woman instead, not knowing the location. They try and get the guaranteed damage onto Trust Me instead, wiping away that overhealth. Rajaro rolls on forward, knowing that they are a massive threat to these Vanguards. Jerky around the back. The second people get controlled, it's going to be the dance of the butterflies. Winnie had no recourse, no way to deal with a 1,000-folded steel. They tried to parry, they tried to dodge, but Psy's aim is supreme. Jerky splits elsewhere as Rosa manages to find a pick onto Fate. Leolas could be the last hero here noted, and here comes the Kraken's impact. They believe in the resets, they believe in the Leo. What do his elf ears hear? It would appear that they just hear something in the back. The ghosts begin to approach. Level 1 Crook under desperate terror here from Verota Stern, and it's Smashnez around the other side who finds the BRB as well. One angle from the Phoenix, but it seems momentum's already beginning to break. It's re-established by Rosa coming through with the portal here. This is going to give Smashnez a way to come on back, as well as Binaries in the back. Rajaro tries to body block the disengage. It works out well. The dags of the Nat carve on through, but now up comes the fate of both worlds. The sustainability for FaZe Mox.
Yeah, but there's nothing to damage boost. It's just neutral abilities. Nog is going to have the Endsong Inferno for a full health reset. The Bionic Hook comes through onto the Phoenix, but the pick doesn't come up off the back of it. And Jerky with the Psylocke has the ability to get on top of the low health targets, and the damage boost from Fate means that Na'Vi will be able to hold their ground and prevent FaZe from pushing themselves into third.
Oh, Smashnez might well get staggered here as well. There's going to be a chase, but Binary's there to alleviate some of the pressure.
Rosa, at least with his Eye of Agamotto, doesn't have to worry about an EMEA Frost Carbon Crushing, but what FaZe do have to worry about is Time Bank right now. Na'Vi are going to try and figure out where FaZe are going to be rotating. If the Eye of Agamotto does hit, it's going to be into all of the follow-up from the Kraken impact, but they have so little control of the space. Someone's got to go onto the point directly into Na'Vi, which means that Jerky's going to see so many bodies for the Dance of the Butterfly.
Necessary sacrifice, but one that has to be made. Rosa knows the Eye of Agamotto could be everything, and Rajaro's under pressure. Has built up their own ultimate now inside of the invisible boundary. Rosa has been found. Never got a chance to open the eye. Smashnez down the line. Leolas manages to find a double culling finish. And now you can try and reset onto the clones. Leolas playing it as slow as they can. The Seer comes on out. A brand new play, a brand new reset, a brand new yell of again from the Winter Soldier. The evasiveness is crazy. And the culling aura is gone. Level 1 Crook is built different when it comes to the rat. The raccoon feasts on the garbage here. He's more powerful in New York City. Trust me with a quick disengage. And the storm has been weathered when it comes to Leolas, but a brand new storm of democratic values has been dragged forth here by Captain America. A brand new Seer, a brand new dream, a brand new stun onto Naga. It was brought on down as Rajra rolls forth, and 3 stuns are delivered. Oh, the Eye of Agamotto has been opened, and it sees a path to victory for Na'Vi.
Okay, level 1 Crook is just built different. Raccoon! Oh no, because that was Na'Vi just perfectly understanding the time bank that FaZe were up against. FaZe weren't playing against 6 opponents in that last fight, they were playing against 7. The time bank forced one of them to have to go to the objective, and that meant that Jerky could come on through, pressuring the Dance of the Butterflies onto the strategists. So when Winnie uses the invisible boundary, it's on the back line, it's not on the point, and that means that FaZe start losing players. Leolas has to come on through with an absolutely clutch Kraken impact, but doesn't manage to find the elimination. Has to melt through all of the heal sustain brought on by the copied rocket Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. And then they're able to stall. Lives the entire copy window, comes back into that Loki, uses the Devious Exchange to fully rotate his position back to his team's spawn side, and then there's all of the healing off of both the Loki and the rocket to keep the Venom up long enough for an Eye of Agamotto to come on through. And it's history. And that is where the convoy holds.
I mean, there's a reason he was the Grand Finals MVP on Loki. Bro is just built different. FaZe setting up, they're battling down the hatches. The fortress has been erected. 3 strategists, 3 vanguards, 1 dream.
FaZe, like you said, gonna be on the triple strategist, triple vanguard, not giving up the high ground though, in case the Moon Knight tries to occupy it the way that we saw Leolas getting absolutely uncontested space. Smashnez already going a little bit too low, the shield breaking, going to put himself up onto the high ground so that everyone can trade that position, and Rosa moves on forward to the plate instead.
Yep, Rosa tagging on in. Smashness and Rosa doing this do-si-do to make sure that only one person has to put their body on the line to stop the Fantastica every single time. Rosa building up very quickly towards this ultimate. Well ahead of, trust me, 78% already. An early strike here could mean curtains for Na'Vi very early. That's a big spinning kick to isolate Rosa. And you can see that the walls are brought on up to try and cut off the LOS of the back line. Rosa has been resurrected, but the space has been given. Now FaZe have to make a choice. Are they going to invest? It seems that's going to be the case. The invisible boundary brought up on top of the strangling prison. And while Smashness thought they could maybe follow up on this one, they're dragged inside of the healing pool. Naga made Khonshu will known. The hands drop from the sky and make sure the evildoers are slain.
Yeah, Winnie gets stuck in the animation cast of It's Jeff and isn't able to move out. Dodges the strangling prison CC, but gets fully melted by the Hand of Khonshu damage coming off of the back of it. There goes the teleport. FaZe going to be dropping off of the high ground onto the contest, but Jerky just comes on through the Hurricane, and Fate, with all of that heal sustain from the Eternal Bond's going to be able to keep the storm intact.
Hurricane is looking good. Jerky rolls on through. I think that Jerky may have actually been temporarily stunned as well. Naga looking for a target. The Yonk doesn't really hit too much here, but FaZe is still brawling out on the cart. And these walls make things so complicated for your LOS if you happen to be one of these whale. Oh, the double bounce on the Crescent Blade. It did so much. You just chunk Leolaz down to nothing.
Don't need to aim against a Rocket Raccoon if the Yonk bounces does it for you, as Na'Vi are going to be swapping. Jerky now going to be over to that Psylocke. Smashness off of that Storm onto the Phoenix, but I mean, FaZe, it comes at the cost. All of these swaps, it's time to fortify their position on second. They give up first, which means that Na'Vi are just going to keep running aggressively forward. Strangling Prison maybe looking for a connection. They're baiting FaZe into taking the fight. The Invis Burn just going to slow one, and the isolation onto Rosa's there.
Oh, downtown solo ult onto Rosa. They still give him the Hand of Khonshu. That feels a little bit disrespectful at this point. Rosa gets resurrected, and Fate's been taken out in the back by Binary while distraction was elsewhere. The Invisible Woman's going to find themselves alone in a room. It could be disengageable here, but I don't know if Crook actually wants to try and make that work. No, Winnie just hunts them down with the Joyful Splash. It's easy checking for the Invis.
Yeah, Binary and the Captain America too was able to go all the way around onto the objective to stall it, so that when Na'Vi are fighting on the outsides of Storm Tunnel, it's actually no objective pressure picked up for them. Now they have to go back to it. Once again, force FaZe off of this high ground hold, and trust me, is over to the 4 so he can brawl into the mix and break the Vanguards from the backline.
Force positioning of the group could be everything. What can you bring up in the way of Rosharo's ultimate? Multiple players grabbed on through, and guess what? You don't need to break the BRB if you could just break the Raccoon instead. Where Smashness once fell against the Raccoon, Jerky finds supremacy via Shinobi Folded Steel.
Leolaz now over towards that Winter Soldier. 50% to the first Kraken impact. It's going to be a reliance on Binary and Oasis to stall the fights out long enough for FaZe to hit the win condition. But the longer these fights stall, the closer Na'Vi is going to be getting to that last fight needed to finish this map in a 3-0 fashion. Out comes the Freedom Charge from Binary. Leo almost going down to the stuns coming on through from the Phoenix. But Fate with the Eternal Bond just gives the in to find such an aggressive terror cape into the entirety of the team. And there's the follow-up.
The Beyblade spin to win has arrived, but so too has the biggest of strangling prisons. Leolaz's going to get many resets here as Naga's already fallen on down. Jerky not even noted behind this backline. They're all focused forward trying to keep Leolaz up, but still failure becomes them. Na'Vi focused down their fire. Binary's forced to flee. There's no freedom charge in the backline here, nor is there any reprieve. Jerky with the Sonic Crossbow gets turned round upon, and it's going to be Melee that brings this back as Binary falls on down. Trust me, over now onto the Thor. The Awakening runes are used to carve through the walls, but not much more than that. Smashness with a quick disengagement, not wanting to get controlled by the incoming damage. The patty cake, not good enough. A baking cake of victory. Jerky watches from afar and takes down the end song Inferno. The Cosmic Force is not enough. With the will of victory brought forth by Na'Vi, a disengagement by the portal. FaZe cannot touch off the back of it. The Fantastica hits the ground running, and Na'Vi are ready to stamp their ticket to Atlanta.
Yeah, that looked like Rogero actually went through the portal in diamond form to look for either a spinning kick interrupt or just a carbon crush. body blocking so that there's absolutely no way for FaZe to stall the portal and come back into that fight with how much closer their respawn room is on the finish line of second in comparison to Na'Vi. Would have to traipse all the way through the entirety of second just to be able to rejoin themselves. Smashner's too with the Ensong Inferno tried to stall the fight long enough. Ensong Inferno gives that Phoenix that immediate health reset, even if she doesn't manage to hit the ground, but it just gets built through so quickly with Fade as well, able to use the Dark Teleportation in case they're not able to burn the Phoenix ultimate in time. And like you said, Na'Vi, oh boy, there's an anger to them that we haven't really got to see. The motivation since they've been beaten now by Citadel and Virtus.pro really does mean that they have to go to show what exactly it means when we say that these guys are the current defending champs. They want to continue that lower bracket run. They want rematch.
Anger, fear, terror, ambition. They all drive Na'Vi potentially in equal measure, but all of them are very potent motivators. And unfortunately for FaZe, they felt the raw damage of those here on Midtown. For FaZe, though, this has been a very impressive run for them so far, especially noting that they did have a very late change to their roster as Crisis, who's on Na'Vi, was stolen away from FaZe at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, so like you said, they did have to go for some pretty big adaptations coming on through before they were able to participate inside stage 2. Na'Vi, though, have also been going through some major changes, and we've heard as well from some of their interviews too that they're still trying to figure out some of those dynamics because of that. I think taking that win now and having that little bit of downtime between group stages and now playoffs has allowed some of that to be somewhat tightened up coming on through, as we're going to be able to once again talk to Jerky to ask him how exactly the team has been handling having to find themselves in that lower bracket run.
It felt pretty good, I have to say. I told Leg Day last time I'm gonna win again and I'm gonna come, so I mug him to show the jawline, you know.
Looking good, bro. Looking good.
Thank you, likewise.
Well, you may be all smiles now. I was having a look at your social media last night and I saw a frown on the horizon. Do you want to walk us and the audience through the you and Vertigo thing?
Yeah, sure. Me and Vertigo, ever since I started playing, basically, which was like back in season 1, we kind of became friends, right? He was always the good player and I was always like the noob. And he kind of taught me a lot of stuff I know about the game, and we went through everything, even real life stuff. When he had like some real life crisis, I was always there for him, he was always there for me. And for it to come down where my or his glory comes at the cost of each other's downfall is kind of sad, you know. It kind of stung yesterday, and yeah, just felt like I had to share that with the world.
So to continue in the lower bracket, you're either going to be going up against Virtus.pro or Citadel. You've been able to go head-to-head with both of those teams. Who do you think is going to come out on top, and who would you prefer to actually take a match against in the lower bracket if they're not the same?
Well, I think I need to take a step back here and confirm that we will be the ones who are facing VP or Citadel, because we do need to be chopped first. But if that happens, if we do be chopped, I think I would rather... it's a hard question, I think, because both teams have their qualities. I think the Citadel team is really good at just holding their W key and not letting you breathe ever. And I think VP has just that... how do you say that, page perfect gameplay where they don't make many mistakes, they don't take the high risk, high reward or low reward scenarios, so they just play a picture perfect game. So it's hard. I don't think I would be comfortable with facing any of them. Like, it wouldn't be like, yeah, this team is worse. I think both are a tough fight, but if I had to choose, probably Citadel again. Yeah.
Comms looks good today. I want a quick insight into your hero picks. A lot of people thought that Psylocke might be gutted after the Wing Shuriken nerf. How do you feel her current power level is, and what's her best use case?
I mean, I had to convince even my own team. I was like, guys, just let me pick Psylocke. I'm the best Psylocke in the world. Shout out to Tuzi, is my only competition. I think she's still really good, right? Like, of course, the damage is a bit less, but I don't think people realize that it's only on return on the right clicks. It's not the whole right click, so it's only 20 damage. And she's a bit weaker just because triple support is in the meta. I think if it was still 2-2-2 meta, it would be way easier for Psylocke, but I think she has a very good place in the meta right now, and you can pick her on some comps. On some comps she is not as useful, so I would rate her pretty well balanced right now.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Jerky. It was an absolute pleasure, and I'm sending you emotional support as you and your brother have to attempt to slay each other from this tournament.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, that was Jerky, the one and only king of the Mogs, coming through from Na'Vi as they prepare to face up against Chopped in our lower bracket semis, Mogs, and that match is going to have it all on the line.
Oh, I mean, potentially we get the Psylocke off too. You heard it there from Jerky. He says that Tuzi, he believes, is his only competition when it comes to the potential best Psylocke in the world. We know that Tuzi has been playing the Psylocke. We know that Chopped have been finding so much power as well, being able to run the double duelist compositions, even though we see so many teams turned over towards that triple strategist line. That matchup is going to come down to the wire, I feel, because both of those teams, no matter what bans get drafted, have so many different options that they can turn into.
I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of seething with jealousy right now. That is going to be an absolute banger matchup, Mogs. I think that both of our lower bracket matchups kind of went as expected. Like, Insomnia and FaZe are fantastic teams, but Na'Vi is our defending world champion at the moment, and Chopped is kind of just the most prodigious new roster that we've seen anywhere in the world. I think Chopped have come out of nowhere and just absolutely decimated the competition. But if you want to decimate the competition, you can look good doing it as well, especially as Emma Frost, as the Hellfire Protocol has been enacted in the store right now. Brand new legendary costume is available, Marks.
Yeah, and that means that it gets to come as well with wonderful, fancy new banners, as well as sprays, and an emote, which is absolutely fire. If you want to style in your competition, say there's a Doctor Strange in the lobby, and you come and prove a carbon question stop that I have Agamotto, you can take your rightful place, establishing dominance, and sit atop your throne. As we wait to see who is going to be sitting atop those airplane seats that's going to take them to that third and final position that EMEA is going to be able to pick up over towards Atlanta, because it really is. Chopped, Na'Vi, either of these teams can take it. We've already seen Chopped take Virtus Pro to the edge of that cliff and almost over it. Na'Vi had a dominant 3-0 win over FaZe, which we said needed to happen given how mortal they've looked recently. Going into that lower bracket matchup, it's going to be a 5-mapper for sure. Whether it is, we'll find out though after this short break.
Crush! Priceless! Feel peasants! on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
It is time, Ryan. We are jumping in from here to take you the rest of the way through today's games. We are about to discover who will be going on to the grand finals, and later today, we will be finding out who joins Virtus.pro and Citadel Gaming as the representatives for EMEA.
Yeah, I feel like everybody's going to be looking at that final best of 5 of the day because it's that one spot to qualify for Atlanta left. But it's a bit of a respite, I suppose. We've had the action, a cliffhanger, now there's a bit of a settled period, but it's not really settled. It's Virtus.pro versus Citadel on who's going to be going to the finals for EMEA. You've got the one that won it in stage 1, EMEA Ignite of Citadel Gaming, going up against Virtus.pro to pretty much win everything else that we've ever had in EMEA.
They've won the Invitational, they've won every MRC they've been eligible to play in. Ignite is the one title that has yet to fall under the boots of Virtus.pro, and they're looking to change that, but in order to do that, they need to get to the grand finals. The quickest way to do so is to win our upcoming match. These two teams have played against each other a little, nowhere near as much as actually Virtus.pro and, for example, Na'Vi have played against each other, but they have still had the competition where they have managed to match up.
Yeah, it feels like this is a matchup that has spanned more than Ignite outside of it, whether it's multiple fight nights that have happened. Certainly around the time that Virtus.pro was starting to lose maps but hadn't lost the series yet, that's where Citadel, when it was Berber Patbim, were doing the most damage. We have also started to see a little bit more of the switching around of players. Granted, against Na'Vi with that qualifying game for Citadel Gaming, they kept everything pretty much the same, right? We didn't see a Pokey involved at all. It was just Melio and Tanuki. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They seem to have a really solid form, and from talking to Salah, he was very bullish in interviews and stuff, saying that like teams just don't shoot back against us. He wasn't wrong against Na'Vi, honestly. Citadel won that in blistering pace.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a tweet of just like, oops, from Na'Vi after that game. But in this case, Citadel, all they've really done since the mid-season finals is practice, widen their hero pools a bit, and bring on Melio. And now they have a 3-man rotation when it comes to duelists, where they still have Pokey. They played a little bit less games than the other two, but they're more than happy to bring Melio and Pokey at the same time, even though they play a similar role when you do want that double hit scan style.
Yeah, it really seems to be for all of those instances. But now, I hesitate to call this a seeding game, even though technically it is. You've still got 250 grand prize pool for EMEA alone that can be divvied out for the winners and stuff. And we also know the seeding in those kind of tournaments that we saw with like the play-ins for mid-season finals can be really impactful. And it has pros and cons both ways. But for Virtus.pro, it was a little bit more of a gauntlet to try to get through and qualify in this series. But naturally, that was going to be the case when you're playing up against a team like Chopped that are underdogs, that don't have organization expectations. And when Virtus.pro tends to flounder in those big qualifying games because they kept bottling it in stage 1. Now they've got over that hurdle. I imagine that the stress is going to be off their shoulders, at least for now.
The shackles have been unleashed. They are finally qualified. They do not have this albatross around their neck anymore, so they can actually finally focus on just playing the best they can. They don't have to worry because, like you said, this is for seeding and prize money at this point. And while Virtus.pro, they no longer have to worry about the extra threat of qualifying. They can now fully lock in and try and play against a team which they have played against a couple times before, mostly in stage 1 of Ignite, where they have matched up against Berber Patapim at the time, now Citadel Gaming. Twice they have had that matchup, and the result was the same both times.
Narrowly winning for Citadel Gaming as Berber Patapim, but full best of 5 action in both those series. The first one was a surprise. We saw Virtus.pro lose a best of 3 series against Rad earlier on in the tournament in the group stages, but this one was pretty much putting Berber Patapim into pole position to qualify to the mid-season finals. That second game, though, because both teams sort of struggled a bit more, got knocked to that losers bracket, and there was only 2 spots that event, meant that it was either going to be Berber Patapim or Virtus.pro going that was decided on that final day. And it was definitely a 3-horse race, that event, and my general sentiment is it still is. I think now they can fight back, but also maybe a 4-horse race because Chopped are taking maps and series against these teams too.
They really are. Chopped are sneaking up behind them. They're trying to get their way in for that final spot as well. But before we even get to that, we still have to find out who will be playing against them from the lower bracket. Of course, Na'Vi Chopped, either one could break through. Who will be playing against them in that spot? But of course, that match will be a qualifying game a little bit later on. For now, though, we must find out our first grand finalist. We, of course, as usual, start on domination. And with Citadel Gaming versus Virtus.pro, we were talking earlier about this, and you got some pretty interesting statistics about Citadel's domination in particular.
Well, domination is just really the map that Citadel took Virtus.pro to the most in best of 5s because they felt that they had the advantage in the more scrappy engagements. But it's more for all of the maps, I think, Tetcher, for the draft. Out of the 23 maps that we've seen Citadel play in Stage 2, they have banned out Mantis. They haven't banned it out first here, however, but I think it's a case of like knowing that Virtus.pro don't put too much stock on the Mantis, at least first protecting it. That was their gamble. It hasn't paid off. It's only once ever that Citadel Gaming have let the Mantis slip through, but they did win that map, and it was on domination. It might have even been on Celestial Husk as well.
This is also a pretty big slide when it comes to Jeff, already not being touched by both teams, but there is a chance for them to come in. With both of these teams putting so much of a focus onto Venom, letting Jeff through this far is already quite the risk. That Symbiotic Shenanigans was a big impact at mid-season and has been pretty dominant throughout the majority of Stage 2.
So now you have a potential of a one-sided Adam, a one-sided Ultron. Is there something else that you want to protect? They've gone for the first ban on the Ultron, so they want to feel that they have that advantage over them. And because it synergizes so well with other flying characters, Human Torch, Phoenix even to an extent, but most certainly the Star-Lord on a map like this that we saw a lot of teams sort of last protect right at the end, really does seem to synergize well, but it's not as if Mantis doesn't have some good synergies herself. Most certainly with characters like Loki, like Moxie was mentioning earlier, you've got the team up, but also just being able to copy ultimates that frequently. It's good. I imagine this is going to be an Adam ban for Virtus.pro. You don't really want to let that slide. But no, actually, they're going for LeBron. Yes. They're taking the ball out of his hands. They're stopping Polly playing the cap.
The chat will be so pleased. The amount of times, obviously these teams, they are so locked in. They know what empowers what, they know what threats are and what might have higher priorities. But so much of yesterday when I was watching back the games in the chat was, why do they keep letting Polly on cap? Virtus.pro, they have decided that, you know what, the threat level has risen enough that it's worth banning out. We also see the Emma Frost banned out from Virtus.pro, hard targeting the Vanguards today.
I mean, if there's a chance to try out something different, which is with these drafts, it's typically going for a lot of strategist bans to make sure that you just don't have the healing output or the bodies to go triple strategist. Now is a chance to try something a little bit different. And because there's only so many Vanguards to work for, and you know that that front line of Enzo and Polly could be so annoying, making sure that you take away the dive characters that could just be involved and be really scary. It's an interesting approach to the draft for Virtus.pro, and it's a perfect opportunity to do it.
Citadel Gaming, they choose not to ban out the Venom in the same way that Virtus Pro did, meaning that if Virtus Pro want to utilize that Jeff, they can go in with Symbiotic Shenanigans, and we do see both of those currently being hovered, might be locked in and make it out of the spawn, but that is pretty huge here. Citadel, they look like they're going to be looking in that Ultron for a little bit of aerial domination, of course, to try and target down the Shark, and of course a little bit harder to hit when it comes to the characters like the Venom, but there's some interesting hovers coming in from Citadel right now.
It has to be. You've had 3 of the Vanguards taken away from you. Granted, you've also made sure that EMEA isn't available on either side. But a one-sided Mantis, Venom, and Cap in favor of Virtus Pro, and a one-sided Ultron, Adam Warlock, and Invisible Woman, with Jeff being protected at the same time too. So I guess that's the problem for Citadel, right? Is that you have a lot of strategists, but you're only going to run 2 at most. So is Ultron, Adam, Invisible Woman going to be good? You still have Luna available. Where do you put in the Jeff? Really does feel like Virtus Pro have gone, we just want to make sure that your front line sucks. We don't care about what strategists you want to run.
And honestly, there's a couple teams where that can work against. The question is, are they one of them? When you've got this level of play, Polly is currently hovering on the Angela, and we see Enzo looking at Doctor Strange. They're going to go for some hyper aggression early on, but Virtus Pro, they are bringing out Doctor Strange and the Venom themselves. So both teams may be looking for a portal. It's going to be a high ground portal for Virtus Pro, and Citadel with that Angela, they're going to go in, bring out the Angela and the Magic, diving straight through to try and catch someone, maybe use an environmental. They are able to get the pick onto Saipe, but they are dropped down to the earth and taken out by the Axis of Icor, and it's going to be Citadel who set the pace for this early game.
I mean, that's a great dive, and there's follow-up too. It's the fact that you have Ken just following up on everything that Angela is doing. Alex is also moving over towards the Ultron, so this is still just your kind of run-of-the-mill 2-2-2 setup. It's just that you've got Ultron and Jeff as those backline supports. It seems to be really good on domination, maybe even specifically good on this map because of how open, how much high ground you could just sit on, separate, and dive on. But Tanuki is also on the Magic in this dive too. It means that Citadel Gaming are going to take the point first, and Evix over onto the thing to try to stop this dive from happening, or at least be immovable.
They have chosen hyper aggression. Citadel bringing out that Magic with that Doctor Strange as well. So not only do they have that Angela dive, the Psylocke for the follow-up DPS, they also have Tanuki going in with that Magic, with the double strategist, with, again, Citadel's style that them and Na'Vi like to play, with a little bit less healing output, a little bit more aggression, and the Chains of Sidorak from the Order of the Magic and Chaos combo from Enzo and Tanuki with that Doctor Strange Magic. They have so much pressure on the backline, it's forced Virtus Pro to just bring out the thing to try and punish the dive.
It's also both teams having access to Luna and not actually playing them in this fight, especially with the triple strategist Virtus Pro. They're going for the Cloak and Dagger instead. To move over to Polly, it was the Captain America's shield last time that was dominating. Now it's the spear of Angela. He's not able to move around this thing much. He's pretty much glued to the ground, but he's still taking a good chunk of damage, farming up these ultimates for Citadel Gaming as they win another engagement.
What a performance by Citadel so far. The hyper aggression. Saipa moved off the Luna onto the Cloak and Dagger to try and sustain them through this with that Dagger Storm for a little bit of extra healing on the actual point. But right now, they're just getting targeted. With even that triple strategist healing, it's not mattering because they're getting isolated. Coming on down from a bomb, not using the ultimate yet. Galactic Legend from Sparker is going to be enough to get Alex. Ollie falls as well. Angela a little bit too far forward. And finally, we're starting to see Virtus Pro creeping forward inch by inch. It's Jeff looking for targets on the backline. A little bit of extra healing for the team. Enzo falls, and one by one, Virtus Pro creep on forward, and they are taking down Citadel, flipping on 97.
Tanuki's ultimate on the Magic, not finding all too much. It is 97% now. Citadel Gaming going to be happy with what they wanted to play around. Melee is even going to change up some of the characters to go over onto the Jean Grey. There's Virtus Pro not only taking the point for the first time, but doing it relatively cheaply. It was that clobbering time that was used from Nevix, the Galactic Legend, and then it's Jeff, but that was traded either side. You still have the Freedom Charge and an Eternal Bond, and not too much to interrupt them. Maybe the Eye of Agamotto can catch, but you're sort of looking at where Saipe is and Dredro, making sure that those ultimates do not come out.
The catch finds the fish. Ayavamoto in the cave, but the Dagger Storm healing is good. Enzo still going to find the pickup onto Sniper. The Soul Resurgence from Dridro, keeping the team topped up. Freedom Charge for the bonus health because everyone on Virtus Pro is looking very low. The bonus health is not enough for Dridro, who will get taken down, and Citadel are once again taking control. Virtus Pro might be forced to go back to Strange, but the question is the portal back yet?
It should be, I think, with the time, especially when this has been dealt with a little bit more. But Polly is finding so much value. He's had his ultimate for quite some time. That's the only thing. He's getting so much cleave damage in. He's actually going to be able to take the club potentially off the map. No, it requires them to sort of teleport into safety. The portal plays more of an attempt to front him off, but the portal is just askew. It doesn't stop Nevix.
Not going to be dropping them off. They don't get the environmental, but that was a brave play by Enzo. Polly respawning. Will have to rush back. That's not going to be a reinforced portal. This is just a brawl portal. Enzo Inferno taking out Dridro, and we are starting to see Citadel taking control. Into the backline goes Jeff to try and set something up. Fi and Ken both went for it at the same time to try and take someone off the map. Sparker is chased down. Ken gets Finzi, has to go off at the same time, and that gives Citadel enough time to hold the point.
I didn't really think that Polyangela is what I wanted to be seeing, but it seems to have hit pretty well. And again, the ultimate was held in hand. It might be good to start off the fight in the second point. There's not going to be any portal plays available for either, because we saw Enzo try to counter Nevix coming back into this engagement. But as a reminder, Virtus Pro have taken out Venom, Captain America. The Vanguards that they are running are not available to Citadel Gaming in the slightest. And then there's no Emma Frost, so it really is dive central for both teams. It's just a Citadel Gaming with the Doctor Strange and then with the Angela making it work with their 2-2-2 setup.
They really are. They've just chosen, if our Vanguard's lineup's going to be a little bit weaker, it's not really going to be fixable by a strategist lineup that just out-heals it, because healing takes time sometimes, especially with characters like the Jeff and the Ultron, for example. So in this case, the priority isn't on keeping those Vanguards alive, because they were a lot of them bad out. The priority is we don't have to heal if the enemy team is gone.
Oh, Nemo. That's the change that Virtus Pro want to make, trying to set up and go for something that's very anti-dive. Polly needs to be careful. You've got plenty of hallways to fly through, but plenty of positions that you can just get CC'd into oblivion, and it's going to be hard for Citadel to get line of sight to help you out in those fights.
Galactic Legend dropped early at the start here from Sparker. Tanuki getting Cypher on the backline though, but Sparker's not finding anything. In fact, dropped low. It's a triple for Citadel. Sparker falls. That is an ult for nothing. Citadel burn only the Dark Charm for that and keep control, taking the first point, and they still have Heaven's Retribution. They still have Ayavamoto.
Haven't really had any need, even sitting on the Rage of Ultron, which Alex, as soon as a fight starts to break out, is going to try and use it to keep Virtus Pro forced back. Means that it's going to be hard for Citadel Gaming to go and be aggressive, but scaling up towards the objective with this composition for Virtus Pro, it's just going to take a lot longer than hypermobility characters.
Taking control of the low ground, Dridro with the Eternal Bomb to try and set up an opening for Virtus Pro, but as crowd control is proving very difficult for them to work around. Nevix has dropped low, but will tank through it and now has that monster Hulk forward. Enzo, play forward, Heaven's Retribution will come in to the backline, gets frozen out though, and Polly is absolutely countered. Enzo is now alone in the tanking lineup. It's Jeff into the backline to try and create a little bit of space, looking for that Luna to take them off the map. Finds nothing except their own teammate.
Yeah, managed to just get out. It was almost felt that Virtus Pro were using it a little bit as bait to try and separate an easy target for Ken to try and eat up. Can't quite connect onto them, but now it's Finzi doing the damage as the Captain America's. Polly's not going to have it available, and Virtus Pro are throwing a lot at this fight. It looks like they should eventually be winning it, but not until Citadel Gaming reach about 2/3 of the progression on this point.
They were winning the fight, but it was taking too long. They had to burn more resources just to stop Citadel from getting close to the 70s. As such, they now have very few tools left to counteract Citadel, but Citadel, they did the same thing. They burned most of their cooldowns on the defense, so now we are just going into neutral fights. Portal aggressively in right off the bat, looking for the cloak and dagger once again. Dridro getting bullied into the axes of Icon to try and take him down. Polly with the hyper aggression onto the backline, but it's Sparker now back on the Psylocke, who's beginning to clean up with the Psychic Assassin.
Now we're stunned out on both sides, but Virtus.pro is still winning out on this engagement. Sparker's looming in the background. He's on the Psylocke, which was one of the main win conditions for them to qualify up to this upper bracket final in the first place, especially on Celestial Husk against Chopped. He's just waiting for a chance to pull out that Dance of the Butterflies. Had it for quite some time, but they don't want to expend too much to Virtus.pro. They still have to hold on to the point a good amount of time. And Citadel Gaming trying to find a counterattack with all of the ultimates that they have, because they've got 4 now.
Melio started on the Adam for a little bit, got picked off, decides against building up that charge, and has moved over to the Psylocke to try and contest Sparker. Fincy with the freedom charge. Ivagamona going to try and slow him down. Only gets one stun, but the counter. Alex keeping the team topped up. Sonic and contested, allowing Ken to go for the It's Jeff to try and snipe someone off the point as they put their attention onto Fincy, with Fire already going down the eternal bond, and the Dance of the Butterfly have to be burned to try and get a flip, to try and get a swap, but the damage output onto Enzo is just short. They tank on through, allowing the retreat from Citadel so they can regroup and try and recontest on that low ground, trying to get onto Nevix. The lockdown is good. Sparker is down. Nevix has to Monster Hulk just to survive as once again Polly is in the backline.
But Fate of Both Worlds has been used from Saipei. You've got Tanuki that was holding on with the Galactic Legend, ready for this moment as soon as these strategist ultimates go down. But then you have the Dance of the Butterflies that's going to follow up straight afterwards. Melio's been able to grab it, and he's able to actually catch free just in the backline. Everybody from Virtus.pro grouping up after that Fate of Both Worlds get diced apart from Melio, their old enemy, I suppose, on the side of Citadel.
And that is going to be a clean-up. Citadel swap it on 99. Virtus.pro, they need one more good reinforcement fight. They're sticking with the Hulk because it is actually contesting Enzo very effectively on that Doctor Strange, but this is without a Namor. They're just sticking with the extra damage and utilizing the shielding to great effect. Dridro is getting hard targeted on Virtus.pro. Citadel are getting Enzo hard targeted, but both teams are contesting. The portal has come back in. Fincy for what could be the last fight of this first round. If Citadel are able to take control, and with the Galactic Legend, Fi is able to snipe Melio on the backline with the Rage of Ultron to try and contest. Ken is able to hose down Fi. Alex gets Cypher, and Virtus.pro are melted off the point.
They managed to clear it all up. It was more that Galactic Legend, the icing on the cake from Tanuki. They're able to sort of take this domination game mode cleanly. Virtus.pro always seems to be the kind of map that they lose against Berber Patspim in these BO5 series. So the fact that it's starting off this way isn't too surprising. What is more surprising is just some of the comps and ideas the Citadel Gaming brought out. Most certainly Polly, another MVP, not on the Captain America this time, but on a different Vanguard altogether.
Nicely done, bringing out the Angela. We know how they said it yesterday. If you let Polly play something, they will be the best in the world at it, and they're continuing to make a name for themselves here. Very aggressive Angela, getting taken down a pretty equal amount of times to the rest of their team, keeping up in damage, but it's the positioning where we started to see the value. While they were going in very aggressively with those Axis of Icor to really get the contestation once they go in for Divine Judgment, they were being able to isolate people with the Assassin's Charge in the early fights is where we started to see Citadel start the momentum, and that gave them those early advantages.
I think that final fight really that came in, whatever it was that forced Saipei to use the Fate of Both Worlds on Lunar Snow early, when you had Tanuki with the Galactic Legend in hand, and then Melio just being able to farm up that Dance to the Butterfly so quickly on the Psylocke, meant that he just got a very easy multi-pick in the end. It's also seeing the magic in play when you have all of these hallways. Angela works for this reason as well. Just the cleave damage that you can do when everybody's stacked up in these tight areas. You can just hold W and left click, and you can absolutely carve yourself a path to the grand finals of EMEA if Citadel keep this up.
1-0 up in this best of 5. Virtus.pro find themselves in a very familiar position of being down versus Citadel. That Dance of the Butterfly triple from Melio, timing so well with the defensive tools of Virtus.pro. We're starting to see once again that Cloak and Dagger being brought in to try and make up for the healing output that we're missing with Invisible Woman, who's getting kinda bullied in the ban phase.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed to be like the right adjustment. It's like Virtus.pro, I like the idea of going for the Vanguards because there's just less of them. It's a strategy that frankly is only going to work nowadays with either just going in for all of the strategists or the Vanguards because we're only going to get more of those characters eventually. But going for the Vanguards is a good idea to just see what it's like, whether Citadel Gaming are going to be prepared to deal with it. and they dealt with it fine. One thing that Enzo said, they worked on how flexible they are. That includes the Vanguards. It isn't exclusively down to the strategists or duelists if they have to flex.
I do like the idea, though. I really do like the idea of targeting the Vanguards, trying to force them onto stuff that's a little bit squishier, but it's just that Citadel are so good at adjusting their entire playstyle and these aggressive drafts that if you just take them off the standard setup of stuff like EMEA, Magneto, Venom, stuff like that, they're more than happy to just go, all right, well, I guess we'll just run at you. You better be ready. You banned us, and we're making you react to it.
Yeah, it's given a lot for Virtus.pro to think about, whether it's going to be up into that best of 7 finals tomorrow or even the losers bracket beforehand. It's still a choice of map that is about to come to fruition in this BO5. So we'll go for a quick break before we see exactly where Virtus.pro want to take us for the next map.
Well, hello once again, Rivals. My name is Diatonic, and I've got your after-action report for the second week of the Marble Rivals Ignite Asia Group Stage. Zero Tenacity were back in action to kick things off for week 2, taking on Down Payment in the opening match. Z10 looked clean on map 1, but Down Payment would claw their way to a reverse sweep, defeating Z10 2-1. Incipients were still on the hunt for their first group stage win as they took on U-Inks next, and they'd get themselves on the board with a big 2-0 win here. Rounding out this first day of week 2 was yet another marquee matchup, the fated rematch between Stage 1 champs Reject and the newly rebuilt Gen G. Though the players have changed, the story was yet again one of triumph for Reject as they take the series in a close 2-1 showdown. The second day of week 2 started off with a match between veteran team Assemble Fire, who are still in search of their first group stage win, against Incipients. But Incipients had picked up some steam here in week 2 as they won their second game of the week in a close 2-1 bout. Down Payment also continued their winning streak, taking their third win in a row over Rocket University in a big 2-0 sweep. Onside Gaming looked to keep their dominance alive in the next match as well, taking on U-Inks and walking away with a clean 2-0. And in the final Day 2 matchup, Zero Tenacity went head-to-head with the Vietnamese squad OEG. It was a tough draw for OEG, and they'd fall victim to Z10 2-0. Day 3 kicked off with a showdown between frontrunner team Crazy Raccoon and Onside Gaming, with CR continuing their flawless group stage campaign with yet another 2-0 win. We had a heavy hitter matchup between Gen G and Zero Tenacity next, one that Gen G would walk away the victors from with a complete 2-0 shutout. XOXO01 and Incipients stepped onto the field next, and XO would lock in their playoff position here with a big win over Incipients. We ended the day on a very interesting matchup between Reject and Rocket University, with Rocket actually managing to take a map off Reject. But the only 3-map series of the day would go Reject's way in the end. The final day of the Asia Group Stage began with 2 Legacy Ignite competitors, XOXO01 and Assemble Fire, a matchup that XO would win handily 2-0. Reject were back up against Down Payment, and the Stage 1 champs would emerge victorious here, also 2-0. Crazy Raccoon had their last match against U-Inks and would complete a perfect run through the group stage with yet another 2-0 win. And finally, the group stage would close with Gen G taking on OEG, with Gen G picking up the last win of the week. And after 2 weeks of group stage action, the Asia playoff picture was locked in. From Group A, Crazy Raccoon, XOXO01, Onside Gaming, and Incipients advanced to the playoffs. And from Group B, Reject, Gen G, Down Payment, and Zero Tenacity all make it through. The competition in the Asia region is looking hotter than ever, with only the top 2 teams qualifying for the Grand Finals LAN tournament later this year. Well, that's all for now, Rivals. I hope you caught your breath because we're about to dive right back in. Get ready to ignite the battle.
The story continues. Virtus.pro have the choice of map, and they're taking us to Midtown. It's a good map for them, Tetcher. They're 4-0 the stage. It's a common pick, as you sort of mentioned. But it's the last times that we saw Virtus.pro lose on this map. The last 2 times were against the Berber Patapim team that stopped them from actually qualifying. I think it was even the last map in that final series that decided whether it was going to be Citadel Gaming that were Berber Patibim actually qualify for mid-season finals. So this one has consistently been a banger of a map to watch these two teams play.
Yes, it has. There's a lot of history here. This is very much a redemption run for Virtus.pro, but it's also statistically what they have been bringing out. Throughout this phase, every time they've lost map 1, they've gone to one of 2 maps, and that has been Araco, which they have had less than success on, and Midtown, which they have had significantly more success on. Virtus.pro definitely adjusting. And a lot of that comes down to how they like to play point 1. While the Rocket is effective on both maps, and both maps are played quite similar with the spawn holds, this is a map where there's a lot more cover and a lot more verticality, so you can actually play a little bit more flexible when it comes to that first hold point.
We need to see if Virtus.pro are going to continue on with their culling of the Vanguards, I guess is the best way to describe it. Citadel Gaming going back to their old roots of just perma-banning out the Mantis to begin with, but it does mean that we are going to get a one-sided EMEA at least, which makes sense. It follows the plan that Virtus.pro have been trying to put together in this series if they want to continue it, but also we're on a convoy map. And it's also a game mode that we haven't seen Citadel Gaming lose on convoy at all this stage.
Adam Warlock taken out, and like you say, not losing on convoy at all is gonna be a threatening statement. Not only is this the map where Virtus.pro lost on to qualify, not only is this a map where Citadel haven't really lost on this stage, slash a game mode that they haven't lost on this stage. There's just so many things going to be weighing on Virtus.pro after that solid first map. And Citadel, they're going to grab themselves that Jeff, maybe try to force out the Venom ban from Virtus.pro, and they do so, sticking with the Vanguards.
Yeah, it seems to be the clear idea on what they want to do. In fact, I hear somebody locking in this pick. Both of these are shown at the same time, not only for us, but the teams that are in the server currently. So one of the teams, I assume it's probably Virtus.pro, is just like, another Vanguard, please. It almost feels like Countdown, like, another vowel, please, just Vanguards. And there it is. Yeah, Captain America taken out, but a one-sided Jeff available now for Citadel Gaming.
A painfully British reference, but one that I incredibly appreciate here. The one-sided Jeff, we do see once again Virtus.pro banning out the Captain America. This is a map where Angela actually sees a little bit less play. There are environmental pickups on most of the points here. They're just quite spread out, so we may see Angela, but it's a little bit riskier. Groot, on the other hand, is pretty consistent. We'll see him almost every single time that there is at least a triple Vanguard, triple strategist set up on this map.
And Strange is banned out. Ooh, Virtus.pro. You're going through Atlanta. This might be what every team starts to pick up, but you're giving all of the teams that are now watching a little bit of food for thought on this approach. The Invisible Woman is going to be protected as well to provide some level of like protection to that backline, because it is just all strategists being banned out versus all Vanguards.
It really, really is. Doctor Strange preventing reinforcements. They got themselves the Invisible Woman. Virtus.pro have set themselves up for an aggressive hold here. Citadel, are they going to counterban the Strange? No, they banned the Venom as well to try and prevent some backline dive and force a front to back. But this now means that Virtus.pro, they have access to the Doctor Strange, so they can go in for a double reinforce. They now have Emma, Groot, Rocket, potentially if they want to go for the double reinforce when they go on defense, and Strange to return to the actual point. The only thing they don't have on their defense, at least, is Adam. But that is not something they have to worry about yet, because it is going to be Virtus.pro starting on attack.
It is, again, a really interesting draft. You've got a one-sided Emma, Captain America, and Strange for VP, and then a one-sided Mantis, Adam, and Jeff. It's the strategist backline looking good, but it is going to force Polly and Enzo, as well as probably Melio in some of these cases, because we do expect some triple Vanguard in play here. Certainly if Citadel are looking to defend first. Means that your options are somewhat limited in these games, and it also makes sense why that first ban of Emma comes in. Not only is she really good on this game mode, but it is the most like first protected character across all of the maps the Citadel Gaming have. They really want to get that Emma Frost into the hands of Polly or Enzo, depending on the setup. So it's like 2 birds, 1 stone that Virtus.pro have managed here.
But will those stones find their targets? For now, they're going to go for a bit of Moonstone to start off with the Moon Knight to try and burn through those Groot walls, set themselves up nice and early. Citadel, they're going to start off on the Groots to try and go for defense, and the Human Torch siege in from above, make the most of the double aerials that they have here.
Ken's able to find the pick. Citadel Gaming not opting for the triple Vanguards. Instead, it's just going to be 2, maybe because they only have so many. But it also makes sense that you have the torch available so you can have some more offensive fire. And that synergizes really nicely with Melio. This duo lineup is going to work well up in the sky. And then Ken, the team up that's going to have for Loki and Mantis helping with a lot and just keeping like double soul resurgences to keep these fights going can work out wonders. You're not really going to get much, I think, out of copying the Rage of Ultron, but a Strangling Prison already for Polly? It's another Vanguard that he might be having a top performance on, and he's able to take out 2.
Parley with the double was damage boost by Ken. Like you mentioned with the team up for the Mantis, they've set up a wild wall around the corner to keep the team topped up, especially with the flyers in the air. This is Citadel making the most of what they have with an incredible combination, forcing Virtus Pro to swap over to the Punisher to just have something to try and counter the air. Same with the Winter Soldier, try and knock him out of the sky with that tainted voltage. And they're going in for the aggressive play here. Media M sent into the backline, finds Dridro. Rage of Ultron looking for the counter. Chasing back Fincy round the corner. They don't find it, but Nevix has left abandoned, and they still get Fincy.
They've had to reset them all the way back again. There's a minute and a half that's been used up for Virtus Pro. They went for that bunker break on the attacking side, expecting Citadel Gaming to be a little bit more ratty and rodent-y, maybe with running the Rocket Raccoon and stuff like the Adam Warlock. But it is just your typical sort of setup, really. Nothing too out of the ordinary, nothing too cheesy. It is just more that because Virtus Pro went for all of those Vanguards in the ban, there's so much room for activities for Citadel Gaming to play different kind of compositions. It's up in the sky. There is going to be the guard that's going to attempt to protect Spark as he was hit by the Strangling Prison, but it's all for naught as Ken shoots him down.
The healing output, you can see that massive radius on the heat regeneration domain from Ken, thanks to that team up with the Deotic Vitality from the Mantis. Supernova into the invisible boundary to just try and out-damage it, to try and set up, to try and keep Virtus Pro stuck at this first point. Virtus Pro are trying to create an opening, and in fact, Melio is dropping low. Alex is the first to fall. Polly is running out of HP. They are running out of healing. Ken is forced to drop an invisible boundary, stealing it away with that god of mischief. Melio has another Rage of Ultron, could go for a counter. They've been able to take out Phi. They're buying time, but the cart is slowly but steadily moving forward.
There's only so much that they can hold on to now that Virtus Pro changed up their comp just a little bit more too. You still have got the triple strategist, but you have also got to favor both worlds if you want to start pushing up. Phi is going to be fighting a 1v2 up in the sky, really. If it wasn't for Sparker that's going to have that success. Meteor M narrowly missing out on the ulting Ultron. He's wanted to see if he can sort of clear up this battlefield that is just covered in fire and flame. One of them is going to be snuffed out from Nevix that's able to get the catch in, and the Rage of Ultron now used on the defensive side of Citadel.
Fire zoning beautifully. The Supernova is going to expire. Groot walls to buy every extra second. Enzo is forced to put their body on the line to step up to make their way in. That is dropped extremely low. Polly interrupted mid-cast, set onto the 50% cooldown, and they will get melted along with Enzo. Citadel's defenses crumble at the hands of Virtus Pro as they are easily taking point 1.
It was a good fight and a couple of minutes wasted for Citadel Gaming, but I think the one thing that we've consistently seen teams get wrong, whether there's a way of getting it right, I think on this map, is losing the second checkpoint far too quickly. In fact, that seems to be the case on all of the convoy maps. Holding on to second outside of Yggdrasil just doesn't seem that doable in some of these fights with some of these comps. But for Virtus Pro, they're finding a lot more in this sort of frontline success now with Finty over on the Emma Frost and then Nevix on this Groot. Polly and Enzo not having to switch, but what do you switch to?
What do you switch to? That is the question, because right now Polly is already landing some pretty good shots with these Straggling Prisons, but has been caught at least once, so it's gotta be better timing. There is a Straggling Prison actually getting caught, as I say it, by Nevix, trying to wall themselves to freedom, but it's just not enough. Is there enough healing output for the side of Citadel right here, as once again Virtus Pro taking advantage of the fact that main burst healing comes from either Rage of Ultron or Loki autos.
You don't have a Doctor Strange portal either, so if you're going to contest this, you have to sort of do it on your toesies, and you're running right into the fire and flames to try to get a touch on and stop this payload from really moving for free consistently all throughout second. You've got the Rage of Ultron available for Sparker again. He just seems to have it always in hand as and when needed, and the invisible boundaries as Cypher switched away from that Cloak and Dagger to the Invisible Woman has really been dividends to allow these fights to end up being a little bit more scrappy on the objectives. Now finally you have Citadel Gaming finding a couple couple of picks themselves, and now it's a hot commodity for Virtus Pro to keep contesting, but there's still a minute left.
A minute left. They are, however, getting quite staggered. They're holding the point, though. Just ever so slowly retreating, but they're not actually backing all the way up the ramp. They are going to get punished for that, though. If they'd retreated, they maybe could have regrouped, but they could have also been chased down. If they were staying there, there was a chance they wanted to potentially recontest with Nevix using the straggling prison, but with Citadel Gaming, they've now been able to take advantage of this and actually pick up a stagger. Do we force out the silent seduction from FaZe just to try and create some space and open up the pathway? But Nevix is still walking back from spawn.
Melio is taking a few pod shots, trying to see if he can scout out a bit more information. Vinci taking a lot of damage, has to back out a little bit more at the end of that silent seduction. But Tanuki's been taken out in this Torch versus Torch battle. Rage of Ultron is going to be used on the defense from Melio. Not afraid to be offensive, but needs to keep an eye on the flanks that he was watching beforehand. Soon as he starts to look away, that's where FaZe starts to come in. You've got him potentially right behind where Citadel Gaming are playing for, with a supernova in hand. So this is going to be very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for Tanuki actually finding the numbers, OT is going into action, Tetcher, and Virtus Pro are throwing the fire into this heat.
Enzo's Media Ramp finds nothing, but that cannot be said for Fi, who is creating a huge zoning area with these flames from the Supernova. Spark is going to try and chase down Tanuki and will get him. One of the best hit scan players for a reason. The rocket is zoned. They're not even close to that point. They're having their own little battle. Vinci is melting. It is still Citadel, still trying to contest this, but Spark is going to be able to make their way back in as they did take care of Melio off to the side. The Supernova coming on out from Tanuki. That's the last-ditch effort for reinforcements. Remember, no portal from the side of Citadel, but there is a portal from the side of Virtus Pro, and Nevix is going to try and bring them back to keep this fight going. The Torch Duel lost for ages, the dodges from Fi, but it is finally taken by Tanuki. Can they hold this? The portal brought back a couple members. Virtus Pro contesting this for as long as possible. The shield is giving them everything they can. Polly returns to the battle rebirth beacon to keep this going. Ken with the clone into the soul resurgence to buy as much time as they can, and Virtus Pro, once again, it is shades of last stage. They are stopped in the underground.
That just fight seemed to be going on for so long. Citadel Gaming, how they managed to get the numbers back without a Strange. It was a really nice idea to move over to the Rocket Raccoon as well, too, just because not only do you have to be right back, we saw, I think it was Fi that was trying to go into the backline to fight Melio, and he wasted like 35 seconds to try and go for this 1v1. Meanwhile, the rest of Citadel Gaming, all of these tankier targets on the objective, on the point themselves. But man, Virtus Pro, it seemed that they were just going to get that point for free towards the end.
Yeah, second series in a row where we've seen Rocket Raccoon evasive strategies, aka hold space on a wall and run around for a bit, actually being pretty viable, just so you can buy some extra time and keep a distraction going. But even with the portal, Citadel are just reinforcing too quickly, and sustaining with that triple strategist bought them more than enough time.
Just seeing as well, outside of the 8 times that we've seen Citadel play in Convoy game mode full stop, 6 out of 8 times Emma Frost has been at first protect, or Strange, or Adam. So they did get the Adam. They've gone for Jeff here. I think it's one of those ones that, like, for Virtus Pro, if you go for the Vanguards, it limits your options with just other stuff that you can do. If you are wanting to run triple strategists, yeah, if you have access to Mantis, Adam, Jeff, Invisible Woman, Luna, you're only really going to pick 3. So you're almost spoiled for choice. I like the Citadel sort of, okay, we're going to go for the Jeff here because we can make it work in a 2-2-2. In fact, it's going to be him and Alex that are just this strategist lineup for the more offensive option to break through. They catch on to Vinci straight away, but the Rocket Raccoon Beer back is going to bring him straight in.
Virtus Pro, this competition is supposed to have sustain. You're not supposed to get taken out in the first second of the round. The pressure from Citadel right now. But the revives, Virtus Pro, once again, as we reiterate, they've got Rocket for Battle Rebirth Beacon, which has been burned quite early. They have Portal from Fi if they get taken down. This is about the absolute attrition that Virtus Pro can now bring to this to try and slow down Citadel. But Citadel's damage numbers, Virtus Pro, it almost feels like they're just surviving by the skin of their teeth. They are barely holding on. Finally, they're able to regroup. Straggling Prison finds nothing.
And Polly still has his ready to go, as has Ken got the It's Jeff. Everybody sort of backed up into this room. He's going to force out the invisible boundary, which is what Virtus Pro were probably looking for. There's an eternal bond in hand for Dreedro, and there is. You can force out more of these strategy ultimates. The final judgment is going to try to get a little bit more action, but it's really setting up this Jeff Nado combination. It's charging through. It's only managed to grab onto one player of Nevix, and it's chipping away, doing damage to him, separating him away from the rest of the pack. And a slam down from Enzo, not connected too much on the Meteor M. The Terror Keep is going to make it so his damage capabilities are a little bit more scary, precarious when they're trying to get past this. Honestly, Virtus Pro are holding this with their damned lives, and it seems to be working out.
They are giving everything for this point. They are holding it. Fire is still up. When they go down, it's portal time. But they just held that for almost 2 minutes. Citadel, they're bringing out the Jeff Nado to try and counter Triple Strategist because you can't heal if you're in Jeff. It's a pretty solid strategy. And of course, that Jeff Nado combo means the duration is extended, means they can contest that for longer. But you're only going to get that every now and again, whereas Virtus Pro, they're just going for maximum duration. They're not actually going to contest onto the point. They are giving Citadel a little bit more distance in exchange for a better defendable position.
I think it's for the turret as well, just putting it in a place where they actually get out the other side, so it's a little bit of cover that they're able to make. A pretty much invulnerable wall that allows Virtus Pro to try to group up where they want this payload to stop and go for this engagement now. Invisible Boundary and a Strangling Prison means that they want to concentrate this engagement for Citadel Gaming, pretty much force them to jaywalk onto the roads of New York, but a final judgment might be the thing that cuts on through. If Nevix actually able to grab 2, he even gets the melee to shut that one down. So Citadel Gaming only having 90 seconds to try to push past this. They don't have a Strange to teleport either, and it's a good distance away is the payload from them.
They do have Jeff, though. Speed bubbles can reinforce the team to the point. Tanuki as well with the Goddess boost will allow them to get a little bit of a speed boost to try and rush to the point. But Virtus Pro, sensible decision. They try to step up to make it so that there's more time that has to be burned. 1 minute to go for Citadel to hit that second point. Media M at the ready. Here comes the Jeff Nado to create the opening. Dark Force teleport being prepared, so they go and wrap around to the side instead. Once again, gonna pick up Nevix, who can do nothing to stop them.
Oh, and they're actually getting a little bit more. Sparker's forced back too. And I don't know, because he had the portal play before, there's not really going to be too much that allows Virtus Pro to stall this other than just individual players throwing themselves at bit by bit. There's a couple more, but it is more just the wasting of time. There's 3 minutes now for Citadel Gaming to reach the end of second and to pick up their second map of this BO5.
Beautifully executed so far by Citadel. Virtus Pro, they have been absolutely dragging Citadel through the mud to try and slow them down, literally just throwing their bodies at the point. But now we're past that first objective. It's time for fighting. It's no longer about just delaying as long as possible. Now you actually have to take them out. You need to win these fights. They're moving over to the Ultron for a little bit more damage. Sparker does the butterfly, punish the backline, also a hit scan character to try and help deal with that storm.
It's whether you can force stuff out. In fact, Citadel are like, we're not going to wait. We have 3 big ultimates. We're going to use them in one go. The Soul Resurgence, the Strangling Prison, and the Final Judgment. Even with this Invisible Boundary, it's not going to do a thing. And it makes sense, too, because yet again, Virtus Pro won't have that portal to rely on because that fight got wiped so quickly.
They're trying to step up to the point, trying to set themselves up, trying to create as much space as possible. Virtus Pro will be able to make it back, but they have to rush out fast. Captain America coming in. They've had to swap to Angela. Sidebay was caught, isolated from the team. They're able to be taken down. Vinci falls, and Virtus Pro are getting melted. Does the butterfly, but out of the count of the body, the car moves in. That is 2-0 to Citadel.
Oh, it was a really good fight, a good decision. Whoever called that one for Citadel Gaming to go for something uber aggressive. It felt that teams were setting up for the neutral, farm up some ultimates, but because Citadel Gaming had 3 good things to work with, let's just go fast and go hard into Virtus Pro's backline and just completely decimate them. Tanuki this time getting the MVP away from the Vanguards, a little bit more restricted with some of the characters, but you've got people like Ken on only 2 eliminations against him. Same with Enzo. It just seemed that they were stalwart in the face of Virtus Pro's offensive capabilities.
Just again, Virtus.pro slowed them down for so long, but look at the health bars that Virtus.pro were juggling that entire time. Every time the fight happened, Virtus.pro were barely surviving, and Citadel were just kind of vibing because they were close to spawn. The second they broke through that point, Virtus.pro just weren't able to contest, because every single time Citadel were winning the fights, it was just a question of how quickly they won them. Lovely blocks coming in from the side of Virtus.pro from a lot of those abilities, but it's just Citadel overwhelmed them.
It's weird too, because I think for the macro side of the game, like Na'Vi is certainly up there. There's another team that's the world champions naturally they're going to be. But Virtus.pro are very good at playing around like the cap, the payload, objective-based maps where they want to take these fights and stuff, as is Citadel, because it is a game mode that they haven't lost on, and that's going to continue on. But in this case, it does feel like the macro side of it, Citadel are playing really nicely. They've adjusted very well to Virtus.pro throwing in this curveball of going for the Vanguard bans. But also, again, we have some of the players going, nobody in this region shoots back, and it almost seemed like it was coped to begin with because Citadel weren't really considered a threat in this region. Now it does feel like the other teams aren't shooting back against Citadel. They're getting diffed right now.
Citadel are pulling a rad from stage 1 where they're just like, why is everyone underestimating us? We're really good. What are you doing? And they're proving it. They're just continuing to push on through this upper bracket. We'll have to see if they do repeat a rad by losing in the grand finals. But at this point, getting to that grand finals almost seems like an afterthought if they keep playing like this. Virtus.pro have got to change something.
Yeah, it feels that maybe because that pressure isn't on them as much, they're going for this plan. They maybe want to see it out. We have to go to a convergence game mode, which typically does suit Virtus.pro for the most part. So they have that at least to rely on. But we'll have to see which map it is going to be exactly for Virtus.pro to potentially fight back in this BO5, or it's going to be Citadel Gaming in that grand final of EMEA. We'll see after this quick break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Citadel continuing their journey towards that grand final, but can Virtus Pro recover and begin the reverse sweep to find themselves in their first Ignite grand finals? They've yet to make it this far.
It would be a pretty big test, I think, and we're sort of used to seeing them in grand finals and even winning up the best of 5s, best of 7s in some cases, but not with this draft style, not outside of third-party tournaments and stuff like Night Shift, but it really is a case of like, what choice of map do you go for? Virtus Pro have picked Jalia in the past. They're pretty much forced to go to Convergence, so it has to be one of those hybrid game modes. And that was a map that Citadel did lose. In fact, it's the only time that they've lost in this game type up against, I believe it would have been Chopped actually in that best of 3 series. But we already saw Citadel look a lot better on Jalia when they played up against Na'Vi yesterday. So that one area that could be exploited seems to be at least fixed somewhat for Citadel Gaming. Virtus Pro listening out for the music to see exactly what it's going to be. It is going to be Jalia again.
There it is, not going to be going for a central park or a symbiotic surface. We are sticking with Jalia, a map that we used to see trouble some of these teams, but it is Virtus Pro trying to use it for redemption here. All they have to do is to get that statue of Bast into the temple. All Citadel Gaming have to do is stop them.
Seems that there's a strategist in the banning order for Virtus Pro, which yeah, they first banned out Mantis on Celestial Husk earlier, but then it was Venom, Cap, Emma, Venom, Cap, Strange, which sounds like a rap almost. That sounds like a beat that somebody should make into a song. But it seemed that Virtus Pro had given up on this Vanguard ban strategy and going to something more general, I suppose, in their approach.
Speaking of the approach, we will see with that Luna protected, the counteraction is open for Citadel to ban out stuff like the Ultron of their own, or potentially a Jeff, or even an Invisible Woman. They start on a bit of Vanguard banning of their own here. They're going to take out the Venom again.
Makes sense, trust me. Just like to play that character for the fast rollouts. Mostly on the defense, but it is just making sure that they can go for something one-sided and maybe even give Virtus Pro a taste of their own medicine here with the draft. They want to one-side the Venom themselves, but ultimately they could go for the Mantis. They are going to go for the Venom. So they're not going to go for the Jeff. They're not going to go for the Ultron. They're going for something completely different. Not even the Emma.
One-sided Venom. This is kind of trying to force Virtus Pro's hand to take out the Jeff, which they could do so in the double ban phase here. But Virtus Pro first prioritizing the Star-Lord. Very sensible. If there's going to be a Venom on the board, then Star-Lord is a great follow-up for that. Sometimes going in for a Feast of the Abyss with a Darts with a Blaster Barrage could be a really scary setup, and this makes it very easy for Venom to try and land those final hits. No Jeff bans yet, though. Citadel, they take out Sparker's Adam, and we will see the Phoenix taken out the other side.
Just any aerial battlers here. Virtus Pro are trying to make sure that the offensive capabilities of Citadel Gaming's preferred 2-2-2 are not going to be fully available to them. So instead of going for the Vanguards in the draft, it's almost like they're going for the Duelists, and I'm counting Ultron in that pseudo role as well to an extent.
Be even more so next stage, as we will see the protection onto the Lunar Snow, still making sure that they have at least some kind of defensive ultimates here. There goes Psylocke as well. Virtus Pro are going hard on the Duelist output for Citadel. They have one last protect on their side. They don't have the option for a Venom, so it's unlikely they'll protect something like a Jeff, but they could protect Invisible Woman to guarantee themselves a solid backline and set themselves up for a 2-2-2 that Citadel could struggle with. But no, it's going to be Emma as the main priority. It's been banned out a couple times, mostly against Citadel, but Virtus Pro, they know it's one of the more successful bans against them.
So there's a chance to non-mirror something as well, whether it's strategists, take out the likes of an Ultron so it's not available on either side. Going for a one-sided Jeff is going to be a one-sided Invisible Woman. So it's like, what do we still have available here? Jeff's still available, Mantis is available on Citadel Gaming side, and Ultron is available on Virtus Pro's side. Interesting.
I like what Citadel are doing here. If you're going to have all of your duelists banned out, then you need to make sure that you're getting some extra value. So they will look, actually they're considering switching off it, so I might just be wrong, but they were considering going for the Namor here with the Incredible Hulk. This is going to give them the opportunity to just try and overwhelm the fact that Virtus Pro have gone very heavy on the Flyers by keeping those squids and a little bit of extra pressure. And of course the Hulk jumps to try and take them out. We did see a little bit of a hover onto that Jeff as well, meaning it might be a Hulk and Venom combo, which is a little bit risky, but has very high reward output if you're able to get a nice aggressive push going.
This is the wildest draft I think we might have seen in Ignite in EMEA, because sometimes you have characters that are banned out in both teams. Like, neither of us are allowed to fight Emma. This is the first time that I've seen Texture where all of the bans are just non-mirrored. So you've got Mantis, Venom, Adam, Invisible Woman available on the side of Citadel, Ultron, Star-Lord, Jean Grey, and Psylocke available for Virtus Pro. There's 8 characters that are only available on one side and not the other. It's crazy.
High ground's going to be set up by Citadel Gaming. You can see the Lokis going to be positioning themselves. They aren't going to go for that Namor. They decided to pick the one flyer that they still have left available to them. As you mentioned earlier, everything else was banned out. Storm is technically around, but it's unlikely to be seen on this map. And they've brought themselves out the Human Torch with potential damage boost from Melio on that Mantis. They're trying to pressure onto the Mantis onto the Angela that Nevix has brought out, and already Tanuki is on the run.
I have forced out the regeneration domain, I think, for Ken, though, but everybody's spread out. You can start to see that this high ground has been harassed enough from Virtus Pro on his left-hand side that it has forced Citadel Gaming to the low ground outside of the torch that's thrown in that fire from above. But it is fire that actually gets the pick onto Melio, taking out one of the 3 strategists that's on this defense. It's Alex and Ken on their pretty much namesake strategists that are left to keep the rest of the team alive, with Polly trying to dive in on the Venom and Enzo on that Emma Frost.
They're trying to contest it, trying to buy as much time as they can, but that point is ticking up for Virtus Pro. Rage of Ultron to try and zone them away. Here comes that God of Mischief into the fate of both worlds to give them extra time onto the point. Citadel have decided that they will make their stand early, but once these expire, Dorindro has an It's Jeff, and if they're not careful, this triple Vanguard setup the Citadel have swapped to could get caught out and picked off the point. It's Jeff coming on in. Another fate of both worlds from Alex to buy them a little bit of extra time as Tanuki sieges on in. Going for the inside Jeff. Looking to get one, trying to escape, but it's going to be a spit onto the point to try and escape as Melio takes to the sky to punch Human Torch.
Melio has come back off of the Mantis onto Doctor Strange, which is fine because the 2 strategists are Loki and Luna. They can keep a whole team up. We're sort of used to seeing that matchup work out themselves, but it does mean that the portal, I think, for Citadel Gaming was used quite early on in this fight. 95% actually progression on the board for Virtus Pro to take first, but they are forced back pretty much to give up this space. Citadel actually going to lose on this point first, and in a good amount of time too.
The healing output was just not enough. You can see Citadel were just zoned out. The pressure on the backline that Nevix was causing. FaZe overwhelming damage means that Melio tried to back up to let that Loki heal them up, but was just taking too much damage. Was trying to step back onto the point, but just got blown up immediately when they took a step forward. And Citadel, now they bring out the Hulk and the Namor.
Does feel like maybe Virtus Pro, because they went for the Star-Lord, Jean Grey, and Psylocke in the draft, that they kind of want to force Citadel Gaming onto triple strategist. They feel that they might be able to sort of beat them in this neutral matchup. And yeah, you've got the Gamma team up between Tanuki on the Namor and Enzo on the Hulk, trying to go for something that is a little bit more neutral in these engagements, trying to sort of dig their heels into a fight, and they're going to be forced into it off this Angela ultimate. The Cleave attempted to come through, but they're actually going to back off a little bit more. It's the Rage of Ultron that's going to force out the fate of both worlds on the defense, and that's from Ken getting the copy.
Regeneration domain was dropped early to counteract the initial engage from Nevix, but once it expired, there just wasn't a lot of tools left to stop Sparker from unleashing the Rage of Ultron to push on into this point. Fi already creating a nice zoning location here. They'll soon have a Pyro Prison off cooldown to set up. Tanuki trying to take them down with the squid, and it's a blow up onto Fi. Fate of both ones has already been forced down, as well as the Aquatic Blessing to take to the air. Dridro, it's Jeff, Horde of Proteus! It's a fish-on-fish violence!
Yeah, Tanuki tried to command the ocean and get Jeff a little bit more in line, but he's based on the ground. It's nothing to do with you, Namor. Has to chill out a bit, but he's going very aggressive, frenzied approach to try to take back some of his space. And Fi from a good amount of distance away, using the Supernova more as a zoning tool to just get themselves a little bit more control in this fight. That seemed a bit weirdly positioned and ill-timed.
Enzo very nearly dropped low, but it's a distraction, allowing Melio to come in with the Soul Resurgence. Tanuki is finding pickups one after the other. The ocean obeys him, and Tanuki, not usually a creature native to the ocean, has taken it under their domain.
I do like Nevix playing the Angela on this point, though, because you could already see it, certainly from Ken on the low key. Played it a little bit yesterday, just setting up on the high ground in these various positions and crossfiring means that he's impossible to dive, that he has good sight lines, and they can position well with where Virtus.pro want to take this fight. Angela will just force you off of that high ground. It's more whether or not Fight and Sparker could follow up with some of the more lethal capabilities, because Ken is going to be incredibly hard to dive. Taking out Enzo is good, but you do have some ultimates to go on this defense to keep them alive, but both Vanguards are actually down on the side of Citadel Gaming.
Heron's Retribution going to be burned. It manages to trap basically everyone, but you can see Nemix delaying the full follow-up engage here. As such, won't find anything else outside of the initial engage, but forcing people to the inside to try and deal with this problem. Here comes the Silent Seduction to try and deal with Human Torch, get Fi out of danger, but Fi is able to escape, evade, and keep Virtus.pro at full strength through this push. Nemix taking out Melio with the flank once again on that Angela. They still have it, it's Jeff. They still have a Fate of Both Worlds. It's Jeff coming into the backline. Fate of Both Worlds once again to give them invulnerability. Tanuki frozen. Where is that fish? Drindro coming on in, not finding a lot of targets, but the Silent Seduction will zone Citadel off the point.
Rage of Ultron's going to be used, and it seems that we are just looking at that flashing Q button for Tanuki, where that Horn of Proteus is going to come through. What is he waiting for in particular? Maybe the Fate of Both Worlds from side page, sort of forcing that out, but it feels that at that point Citadel just ran out of steam. They couldn't go for this neutral fight with the constant aerial damage that Virtus.pro are throwing in. Forced to reset early, and you can see just how quickly Fi wants to close that distance and take all of this ground for free.
Virtus.pro making some good momentum. This is the best they've looked so far in this matchup versus Citadel. Finally a bad strategy that seems to have found them a little bit of a target. Once again is going to catch Enzo, but Enzo a little bit too close to their team this time. Will be able to retreat and try and sustain on through. Drindro in the distraction is actually taken down from a distance. Enzo will finally fall, but again Tanuki is on the flank causing problems.
Seems to be Enzo going down first in a lot of these fights. Just too much damage to be thrown in, and he only has so much mitigation to work with. And that's when he does have like the Magneto and stuff that he could adjust to. The Vanguards are a little bit more open. It's just because Tanuki is on that name order, they want to keep that team up working for both of them. This time Polly is going to be the one that goes down first in this engagement, and the Horn of Proteus is going to be used as a flanking deal. It's not back, but it has forced out SidePay to bring out that Fate of Both Worlds to keep Virtus.pro alive in this fight.
Sleep has been used onto Nevix. It's Jeff, 1-for-1, grabs Angela, trying to escape as they spin Angela out to take that Adam Warlock away to somewhere where they can be targeted down, but Ken does have the revive and the self-revive, so they could bring themselves back to try and contest this, but they're likely going to be tracked as Polly is forced to retreat on this Emma. Ken is going to be heading back to the standard respawn point here so they can regroup and try and finally contest in the actual temple itself, because Virtus.pro, the push continues.
Really does feel that if you can keep this kind of tempo up against the name or hold combination, they just can't set up. They can't really do anything. So the response has to come in from the Silent Seduction used from Polly, and a Karma Revival was used from Ken, I believe. So it's not as if it got too much in the end on the Adam Warlock. At least now a chance to actually contest this point with 10 seconds left.
No revives. Not worth a portal with the point is this close, but they do have reinforcements. They can try and just rush in on these fast rollout heroes that they know they are so good at, but that's if they get taken down. That Gamma Monstro is unleashing in the actual doorway, but it's going to be taken out. Horn of Proteus available, going in for the flank to once again pressure the backline to prevent them from pushing in further, but it's getting dropped low. The Angela causing difficulties. Polly takes out Fincy, and Virtus.pro, they're starting to run out of time here. Citadel have timed their push here extremely beautifully. It's Jeff, Horn of Proteus, it's cancelled out, but no one was on the point.
So the second time that that's happened for Virtus.pro. Almost finishing out the map, and Citadel doing well, I think, to stop hemorrhaging some of that space. The point was taken relatively early from comparisons to other teams when they hold Hall of Jalia, but the second point just seemed to go the way of Virtus.pro quite quickly. Gotta say, I feel like it was that switch over from Ken to go onto the Adam Warlock for the soul share, to just soul bond, to share out some of that damage a little bit more. Current revival if a lot of people go down at once. And it did feel that once that payload started to move into that bottlenecked area, Tetcher, that at least Enzo and Tanuki could set up a little bit more, that they weren't just going down over and over again. But it still was a lot of space given up. Virtus.pro might be a bit frustrated that the map didn't finish for them.
But Citadel likely going to be equally as frustrated that they weren't able to hold a little bit earlier. They lost so much time on that first point where they tried to stay through. They burned Portal. They put everything on the line for that. And Virtus Pro's overwhelming momentum was just able to break through, even bringing out the Melio Doctor Strange to try and reinforce. And they just got no value out of that. They just got picked off so quickly. Citadel, they're also not going to be feeling happy about it. And with very few duelist options available to them, thanks to Virtus Pro's banning strategy, they're kind of limited when it comes to this attack.
Both best of fives that we saw from Berber Patmim and Virtus Pro, Jalia was a choice of VP and a win for them. So in this particular matchup, Virtus Pro seem to have Citadel Gaming's number, but it's whether Citadel Gaming can pretty much get to the end of this map to not only break that streak, but also cement themselves as finalists for EMEA Ignite Stage 2. Both teams have already qualified. You don't need to worry about that too much, but they're still bragging rights and a ton of money to earn.
Absolutely, the prize money very much goes up between first, second, and third. Tanuki trying to siege on against, taking a lot of damage, but the healing output is good. Melio revives, gets healed, and taken out again immediately, but allows Tanuki to try and retreat. But look at Virtus Pro once again mirroring the first point. Instead of actually pushing in to try and take the point, they push everyone off it.
It also makes sense that they're sort of committing hard to this like whole Namor combination because a lot of the other duelists have been taken out from Tanuki and Melio. Have to find something a little bit more unique, and whilst Torch is good at just throwing out this damage that we're seeing from Fi, it doesn't have that dive ability. Maybe you could bring out something like a Psylocke? Oh no, wait, that was banned out right at the end from Virtus Pro too. So yeah, good luck Citadel to try and find those break points to get past all of this healing that Virtus Pro with the triple strategists are throwing out.
So instead they've gone for sustain. The dive comes in from the Vanguards, but Polly already falls. They've got damage boost and Namor, which basically one-shots everything, but they need to land their hits. They're finally able to do so. And Melio is also going to be doing some good damage. Of course, the main attacks with the Quantum Magic from the Adam Warlock are hit scans, and the Cosmic Cluster is some insane burst. So they do have the tools to try and do some kind of damage output. Portal forced out from Virtus Pro to try and contest.
Yeah, they managed to get the portal play in. It's Jeff is going to be used from Dreydro, seeing if he can catch on these players. Horde of Proteus, though, takes him straight out. As soon as he's able to grab anybody, it's going to be reset. And now you've got that Fate of Both Worlds going to be used from Saipei to keep everybody alive, and Finzi to try to pull all Citadel Gaming together. The numbers are starting to dwindle on this attacking side. We've got the Worldbreaker Hulk coming through from Enzo to just sustain himself a little bit longer. But Melio and Tanuki have to sort of come back on foot if they want to keep fighting this one. It's pretty much 80% progression onto the point, and now Fi, just off the back of this supernova, is making it very uncomfortable for Citadel to keep a hold of this.
Polly is giving everything they can. The delaying on the point. Tanuki comes in for that last second flank to get the damage output, and that point ticks on up. The reinforcing portal once again. Melio finding much more success on it this time.
I mean, he's had a lot of good moments. Certainly Na'Vi, it was more the defensive Yggdrasil one, remembering Melio just switching over to allow the Strange moving over musical chairs of what Vanguards are going to be in play. Now on the Adam Warlock as triple strategists with Mantis, Jeff, and Adam. Typically, it's like you only want to give them one of those characters, but all three were given up for Virtus Pro in an attempt to go for a different ban and stop some of the more offensive capabilities. But Tanuki on the Namor, he's making it sing.
Doing so much damage. It one-shots everything with Mantis buff, and just landed that right click with 2 squids up is enough to want to burst through most characters. Virtus Pro, though, they just have a stronger setup in terms of the torch and, of course, the Ultron in the sky. But if Tanuki lands the hits, it's easily counterable. Here comes it's Jeff, Horde of Proteus to try and take them down, to try and burst through Dreydro, who got a double isolation onto the Vanguards and is going to take them far away from the point.
It's Jeff on the other side now. Ken is going to try to loom in. Even with the dive attempt from Polly, he's not able to get too much, and Saipei is actually able to send him straight back to spawn. Soul Resurgence for Alex has to be used, but just as Melio goes down, the Life Cocoon means that he's going to be back in this fight, and it's pretty safe for him to actually be brought back in this engagement currently. You got Tanuki that's been forced back on a lot of this pace of Virtus Pro trying to set up from the Fate of Both Worlds, and losing Alex, it might have to be a chance to regroup as a full 6 if Tanuki is trying to just get his ultimate online more so than anything.
They're able to get Alex back into the fight with the Karmic Revival to bring them onto this point. The side introduction from FaZe creates some space, but that cart is still moving. That cat is still moving. Lockdown from Nevix on the Hulk themselves now. Enzo, the very rare appearance of the Bruce Banner, is sent right back to spawn. But this is once again Virtus Pro burning through time and burning through members of Citadel who are forced back to spawn, and this is going to have to be a reset.
Quite literally burning through them. Supernova was used, and there's so much more for Virtus Pro to rely on in this defense. Polly's trying to reset, but ends up getting exiled, stunned from Nevix, that's trying to win out this Hulk versus Hulk game. Citadel Gaming might have had a good chance there, just off the Cabot Revival to swing back in. A Horn of Proteus was available for Tanuki, but Virtus Pro regrouped. They backed off and then re-engaged as and when they were needed. Really good stuff on the defense. If they want to try and take and keep a map, this is a good chance to do it with a minute on the clock pretty much for Citadel to try to hit second. A lot of damage done into Fi, who has to sort of regroup with the rest of his team. There's a lot of peel that's going to keep him going, but Virtus Pro have to give up some amount of space.
High ground was taken with Soulborn. Fincy's dropped down. Melio with the final hit. Going to push onto the point. A delay attack from Nevix with the Hulk smash. It's Jeff to try and gain some control. Both Jeffs, in fact, going for Swallows. Dripper finds nothing. Ken is able to get nothing as well. Neither one finding a lot of value, allowing the portal to come in from Fincy for the last couple seconds worth of delay, but they have to spend Dridro for it, and that was just strange on the point alone. Fincy, the lone warlock to try and hold it. Saipe reinforcing just in time though. Fate of both worlds. Citadel, they're running out of bodies, but Melio can revive. Karmic Revive could come in, but they need to find a safe position. They will revive Tanuki onto the point though. Polly and Alex also reinforcing. But Virtus Pro, they are close to their spawn and are running it as well.
It's pretty much all going to be forced out. Iwagamoto does connect onto two of the strategists, and they both go down instantly off the back of it. The follow-up is there for Fincy, and Fi has been an absolute golden hero to keep this team fighting in this point. Citadel Gaming trying to keep themselves on the fight, winning it there and then off the back of the Camera Revival and Portal. They have neither now. How on earth are they going to be able to touch?
They're going to have to just try and dive it with Enzo. A similar situation they were last time, but they're down. They do touch it. Melio brought out Spider-Man to try and delay. They're literally just skimming the point to hit overtime over and over. Alex now on the point, and it's just an absolute treadmill of pickups for Virtus Pro, who are finally able to pick up a map.
It was a great portal that came in, I think, from Nevix. Fi was able to get the eliminations, but that fate of both worlds right at the end, if that fight doesn't go well, I think for Dredra, it might be Cyper that moved over to it, actually. If that goes wrong, I think they lose the map because they're not going to be able to build that ultimate up in time, but they had the ability to fight back in this engagement. And man, for Fi as well to show up like this, 39 and 7, 16 final hits. He really needed to make a name for himself, and Virtus Pro's idea of banning out a lot of those duelists really seemed to cut down the claws of Citadel.
If Fincy had gone down after coming through that portal before Saipe got there with that Fate of Both Worlds, you are 100% right, it would be over. They just had to delay as long as they could, and it was very simply, don't try to fight, don't try to ball, I'm going to stand here with my shield up and wait, because I cannot win this alone, and that is something that people need to remember. This is a team game. Sometimes you just need to be on that point. Melio tried to do the same with Spider-Man, literally just flying across it, bit by bit, back and forth, just trying to hold overtime for extra ticks, but at that point, it's just one by one people coming in from Citadel, while Virtus Pro are grouped of 6.
That is such a big combination. Even Tanuki narrowly missing out on the damage from the Horde of Proteus. It was just a great play for Fincy to go in onto that Camera Revival and able to take down two people that were just eliminated. So it really is like the kind of map that you want to be seeing a little bit more from Virtus Pro, certainly in these kinds of game modes. And Citadel Gaming might be a little bit worried that this could bite them in the backside, because I think that kind of whole draft strategy of taking out Psylocke, Star-Lord, Jean Grey really worked out well, really well.
But it is still only one map away from Citadel getting into those grand finals. This is a sign of life from Virtus Pro. They need to try something different, and it looks like duelist bans did seem to be the case. But now it's Citadel's map choice, with the option to take us back to Domination or Convoy if they want to. They have full openness available for the map. And we'll be finding out where they go after this short break.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed!
Still 2-1 in favor of Citadel Gaming, but Virtus.pro making this a bit more of a closer series. The map pool is now open for Chop to choose any game mode that they like, so long as it's not a map that we've just seen. And we are going to Domination and to Hell's Heaven.
Going for a bit more of a brawl. This is what we saw some incredible performances from Citadel in the past, and this is one of the maps where they've had the most success historically. They love playing stuff that rushes the backline. There are so many points, especially on Super Soldier Factory as an example, where if he gets let through, Captain America, for example, could absolutely bully strategists who are just trying to take some cover so that they can get some healing output. So the question is, how do Virtus.pro approach the ban phase? They have so far banned out Vanguards one game, they've banned out strategists a little bit, they've banned out all duelists one game. How do you adjust here?
Seeing how this is going to go, Virtus.pro might have found an answer to the flexibility that Citadel Gaming have shown. Because if you typically are wanting to play 2-2-2, you need specific duelists in mind. But the double Ultron ban, I think it's the first time, Tetra, that we've seen both teams this series actually ban out something that is moderately different from each other. Well, not moderately different.
Well, not moderately different so far. We see the Ultron banned out, Fires teasing us with a blade, which has actually been played a little bit in other regions. We also saw some Iron Fist earlier on in Asia today. Reminder that Asia also have their playoff finals tomorrow, as do OCE, so make sure to check that out. There'll be some fun games. We've already had our first qualifier from Asia. But now we see the Jeff going to be protected by Virtus.pro, going to get themselves a little bit of Fi Shark action.
I can imagine that with the Ultron being banned out, that it would be a good protect for Citadel Gaming too. There's so much like environmental hazards that you can use as Jeff to just spit people off the side of all of the points pretty much. But are they going to go for something a little bit different in their approach? Virtus Pro, yeah, it's going to be the Jeff Protect, so it's going to be available on both sides. But this is where Virtus Pro started going for the Jean Grey, the Psylocke, and of course, who was it else that they were going for that they were trying to take out as an offensive option?
Jean Grey, Psylocke, and Star-Lord. Yes, they left the Torch up, as we did see them swap from Torch to Namor after a little bit. We're going to see that Jean Grey. We're starting again.
It means it does kind of like limit some of the options as well. Certainly, they can go for some of the other things as well for duelist options. They'll give them, because they'll play Magic earlier, so they can play it. But it is like, how do we get the most out of team-ups and synergy with other players? And if you could force Citadel Gaming to be exclusively on like Hulk Namor, it's a good team-up, but I don't know if it's a team-up that you build your comp around every single time.
But is that going to be the case? We did see Citadel just show how strong it can be.
Psylocke.
In fact, Virtus Pro still won. Psylocke protection. This gives Citadel finally something a little bit safer here. They prevented Virtus Pro from getting an Invisible Woman, which could have been a great defense against stuff like that Darts and the Butterfly, as one Invisible Boundary can counter it, and two, Guardian Barrier can sometimes be a great counter to Darts and the Butterfly. So pretty solid draft reaction from Citadel, forcing Virtus Pro to pivot a little as they ban out the EMEA and secure it one-sided.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as one-dimensional with banning out an entire role. Certainly with the Psylocke being protected, it might force Virtus Pro to pivot towards another direction. So you're not going to get that one-sided Jeff. It's going to be available for both, but a one-sided Emma is going to work out nicely. And in fact, a Jean Grey ban right at the end means that we're going to see like that Psylocke being protected from Citadel, so they have some offensive option if it's going to be Melee or Tanuki playing it in particular. But they don't have that access to the Emma Frost, so that team-up is not available to them.
So not going to be able to go for the clones for the extra burst damage. They're going to have to react a little bit differently. Fires once again teasing us in the draft phase. Not likely going to be locking in Spider-Man for the actual rollout. Or that, gonna be honest. It is possible. We have seen a touch of Scarlet Witch from some players, especially in Stage 1. Thank you, Craggy. But in this case, unlikely. You're able to dual backlines a little bit, but it's just a riskier pick these days. We're more likely to expect stuff like potentially a Torch, potentially a Psylocke of their own, to try and duel onto a little bit of those backline divers.
It does feel like there is an element of like sort of Venom being locked in as well. Psylocke is good for that kind of dive. Captain America as well with Poly. So it's the Poly-Pokey combination potentially for Citadel, just without the Pokey. He has to sort of sit on the sidelines for now until he gets brought in for whichever game modes and plan Citadel want to use him for. But they do ban out the Invisible Woman, which means that those dives should be a little bit easier. But a one-sided Star-Lord and Emma for Virtus Pro, you can't ignore it. It might be a good chance for them to come back into this one on domination. But for Citadel Gaming, waiting in the wings for a portal play off the rip.
Let's see if they can get a pickup. They're trying to chase down onto Sparker, who's been forced to dash away. And they once again started with Magic. Tanuki bringing that out. They've got Enzo, so they've got the Chains of Sidorak, and they also have Captain America instead of Angela this time to help them dive that backline. Hyper-aggression for Citadel and the Zootopia backline.
Yeah, it is just the animals in the backline causing chaos. More so to just allow hypermobility, to allow a bit more dive, and the Venoms are going to be leading the line, at least for one side, as Polly is going to be on the Captain America, Enzo not going to be on the Venom as he went for the strange portal play. And, well, this is one of the reasons why we saw the likes of Citadel Gaming qualifying for Atlanta in the first place. The cap has been unleashed.
The cap has been unleashed. A Captain America for an American land, being played by our favorite EMEA player. Tanuki, though, also adding to this extra burst. Citadel, they just revert back to what worked so well in the earlier game. And Virtus Pro, they've also gone for a Jeff and a Rocket backline, which is really good healing output on a multiple grouped up people. Problem is, the burst is a little bit weaker if you do not land those direct hits with those Rocket healing balls.
Almost at the point, it seemed that Citadel Gaming weren't going to try and rotate to deal with whoever was going to dive on it from VP, but there could be multiple characters with how mobile they are. The fight is going to go in for the chasers. Magic has now found themselves between a rock and a hard place, and Jeff is going to eat them up for a snack. Ayabagamota was used from Enzo. I don't think there was much when it came to the CC and stuns, but he's going to be picked up, spat out, and thrown into the fire as Dredro sort of turns things around, finding that pick over onto Melio, and then catching Enzo. Still not in control of the objective.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is taken out. Melio going to try and make something happen with a Dance of the Butterflies, but they are extremely outnumbered. That is going to be Tanuki taken down, who went to Iron Fist, by the way. We summoned it. Say his name and they will appear. It's not Joe Hendry, it's Iron Fist. As Citadel are forced off the point. Virtus Pro getting the flip at 52.
Still going to try and go for it. Really is just a case of, because there's so many divey characters, that if you can isolate them, you win those 1v1s as these characters. But it's nice to see it, better late than never. Certainly when we have some of the stuff around Kung Lung showing up for Iron Fist very, very soon. It is Tanuki seeing exactly where he can get these fights in, looking to see where Saipe is and where the Be Right Back is. It is going to be picked up and moved for Saipe, so now he wants to try and get out to safety. If a pick comes in for Citadel, that's probably going to be sent back to spawn.
Tanuki being forced to back up, though, a little bit outnumbered. Here comes the freedom charge for Polly, but with Alex already down, they're fighting this into a 5 versus 6, but they're still trying to make stuff happen. Tanuki is heavy in the backline, tries to deflect through, but again is just falling short of picking up Saipe, who escapes. Tanuki falls to Phi, who chases them down. Galactic Legend for just one is going to be worth it when it's a character that can have such an impact as Sparker takes out Melio with the help of Nevix.
Be Right Back is not really going to find as much value because Citadel is so far away from this engagement. 52% on the board against 69 now. So it's been nice for Virtus Pro. They have a lot of offensive capabilities now with their own Dance of the Butterflies. And you don't really have to worry about like the fate of both worlds. Any strategist ultimates to keep things alive as this goes in. But Sparker just missed. Or Melio was able to dash out. At least he's able to get the elimination afterwards. But Polly gets the revenge.
Barker goes down. This is a 1-for-1. It's Jeff used defensively, not going to catch anyone, not worth the risk. So just making sure you're in a safe position. Tanuki's in the backline with the living Chi. There is a diamond form Emma preventing any damage. Is Jeff forced to be used for extra healing? And Tanuki is once again finding themselves a little bit isolated here. Not able to find a lot of value out of this so far. Remember, this is a pre-rework onto that Iron Fist where they get even more percentage damage. So try to make the most of it and focus onto that backline. Ken falls to Fincy and does the butterfly. Melio cancelling it early after taking out Dridra.
I mean, you say that Tanuki didn't get much value, but he did force out Dridra with the It's Jeff. So now it should be a cleanup in favor of Citadel Gaming, as there's not too much to rely on for Virtus Pro to keep the numbers alive. And I guess for Citadel Gaming too, because you don't have like Invisible Boundary, etc. You're going for the Rocket Raccoon Jeff. Having the Captain America Polly, like the Freedom Charge, feels that you have a little bit more sustain as and when you need it. Something that Virtus Pro are not going for themselves with the Emma Frost Venom.
It's essentially a third strategist ultimate, giving yourself a lot of extra sustain. They could give themselves some extra healing here if they did want to swap one of the strategists onto an Emma, into a Lunar Snow, to give Tanuki that a little bit of extra healing output. But they're not going to do that here. They need to make sure that they have the AoE healing output, and that BRB is just a little bit too valuable, as is, of course, the symbolic shenanigans.
I do want to keep an eye on Tanuki. It's going to be a good VOD to watch in the background, not only to see some Iron Fist action, but more so that he's on a different game mode. It's like trying to catch the golden snitch. He's going into the backline to see if he can just keep harassing where Saipe's playing from. Now his focus is just getting rid of the Yarn Amplifier. And again, now it's seeing if he can catch somebody just in the wings. Unfortunately, though, the other duelist has gone down as it's hit 99% of both sides. Still fighting for the first point of both of these two teams, but Virtus Pro have flipped it back into their favor. It's Jeff is going to try and grab and kidnap Saipe, maybe spit him off the map, maybe take him off together, because you know that he has got the mobility to jump out. Unfortunately, Saipe isn't going to be able to be in that fight, and the Iron Fist is going to clean up house.
Trying to chase down Jeff, which was able to get their own teammate to get a little bit of extra sustain to give them a little bit of bonus health. And Dridro forced to go on the run, but the Iron Fist is relentless. It's fish versus martial arts, and the answer will eventually come down to the fact that someone wasn't standing on the point, as Virtus Pro are able to take the first round.
I'm very much expecting a call from Peter after just witnessing that brutality against the land shark. But it's the fact, Jeff's fine. He took it head on. He pretty much took it at face level. Pretty much, yeah. Like, it's just, he's just a shark. He's just a little guy. No need to take it out offensively. But whilst it would be nice to see a little bit more Iron Fist action, because Tanuki's just thinking of the cerebral positioning play, stopping those supports really do much at all when you're playing the Rocket Raccoon and the Jeff, is going to go over towards playing that Uki. I thought there might be a bit of a team up between the Winter Soldier and Captain America there, but Polly actually switching over to play Magneto.
Going for a little bit of extra sustain onto the point. They're just going to hyper carry Melio or Tanuki to make sure they have as much protection as possible. They did, of course, have access to that Luna and Invisible Woman, but they still went with that little bit of extra speed boost from the Jeff. And as such, Citadel Gaming, they are going over to what is a pretty solid Season 1 draft if we go back in time quite a bit here. Namor, a little bit of Hulk, of course the Winter Soldier was the most powerful they have been up until probably now in Stage 1. So, sorry, in Season 1. So, Citadel Gaming going a little bit back in time, but something a little bit more stable as opposed to that Iron Fist and the Jeff Rocket backline.
The dive's in, it forces out the shields from the Hulk, but that's exactly when Sparker's going to strike with the Dance of the Butterflies. Vinci finds himself too, so it is a 4v6 in favor of Virtus Pro. In fact, Citadel just giving this up completely, jumping off the map, not giving too much ult charge on the second point. But it doesn't matter too much. Fincy has been able to farm up that Silent Seduction.
It's reset time. Fincy with Silent Seduction, like you say. Citadel Gaming, they've already built up, though, to Kraken Impact and the other fish-based ultimate in the form of the Horde of Proteus. The question is, what's the setup for that? They're kind of reliant on the crowd control being a slow from Ken, potentially, with a invisible boundary, a little bit of a knockback from Polly, or, of course, the stuns from Enzo. Let's see what they come in here with. The Silent Seduction going to be dropped as the early engage. The shielding from the Hulk is trying to buy time, but it's going to be Sparker who just resets through the fight over and over again.
Finzi being able to launch himself, I assume, with the jump cookie from Rocket Raccoon, because Finzi just leaps in with the Silent Seduction pretty much into a small alcove at the same time that Sparker hits. That coordination. We're not typically used to seeing that much dive out of Virtus Pro, I would say, but these guys have been playing together for so long. They know all of the characters they need to play, and they're so well coordinated. I'm excited to see a little bit more because Sparker Psylocke on these domination maps has been the winning condition for them.
Let's see if they can continue to make it work. As Sparker's building up towards an ultimate as well. They're going to burn the Feast of the Abyss early here. And the Soul Bond, not enough to sustain Ken, as once again they've adjusted their composition. Drindro just going to be taking them off the edge. See you later. Virtus Pro keeping control. That is a quadruple. Denzo barely staying up. They were staggered as well. This is just Virtus Pro. I don't know what to say about this. This is just dominance.
It's really good from them. I think it's like 4-2 total on this map, 6-4 for Citadel, so it's a decent map for them. High win rate, but not really super dominant in the domination game mode of Hell's Heaven. And it could be Virtus Pro taking this map at least 2-0. You got the portal play forced out quite early from Polly. Fate of both worlds as Alex has had to switch away from one animal to a whole different beast with the Lunar Snow. And at least finally, the strategists are able to find a little bit more as Melio switched over to that Adam Warlock. Taking the point now, it is 0% to 99, but they do have a camera revival in the back pocket after they've used this portal.
It's about the best possible chance that Citadel could have got this flip. Obviously, it's on the overtime, but they've set themselves up with basically all of their ultimates except for Meteor M. They're very close to Aya Wakamoto. They have the Carbon Revival. They have its Jeff. They have Kraken Impact. They can go for resets, and more importantly, they can stagger these, meaning that they will have at least a couple time over time. Silent Seduction is going to come out. First one to be used here is going to be Fate of Both Worlds, but also it's Jeff doubling up on those big defensive ultimates, and they don't even get anyone on the retreat here. Ken just uses it defensively. I think there might have been a miscommunication here, Ryan.
Seems so, and Vi doesn't need to be told twice that this is the chance to strike. In fact, the ultimates have been stacked on the offensive side as the Duelist of Galactic Legend and the Dance of the Butterfly front in, but the Camera Revival was used from Melio. Everybody's brought back, and there's enough bodies to go and fight this, but in that time, Virtus Pro have actually taken the objective. It's back to them being in 99%, so Citadel have to retake this if they want this to continue, and the fact that this fight goes on a little bit longer is only going to help Virtus Pro.
Overtime's taking down, and Tanuki's not fighting on the point, leaving it to the front line, but the front line's getting melted. If they don't step up, it could be over. People are just dancing back and forth. Shark sniped on the side, Tanuki with the pickup there, and finally it looks like Citadel maybe want to turn this around as Fincy gets one more counter duel. The point has still not been flipped. Finally, Citadel get the freedom.
Oh, but it's not looking like it was done and dusted from Virtus Pro, they ever be right back, that's brought back FaZe, and the two duelists were ready to go in on the dive to contest it a bit more. But like I said, because Virtus Pro took control of the point whilst that Camera Revival came through for Melio, it means that Citadel Gaming could have been at like 90-95% at this point. Now they still have to churn this through, and they don't have those big ultimates nor a portal to rely on.
FaZe was dropped extremely low there, but they were tank through. And once again, the point is ticking up for Virtus Pro because Citadel are only just funneling back in. They had to keep dancing on and off the point. Media M to try and take something. FaZe doesn't have Diamond Form, but looked for anyone else, finds nothing, was looking for anyone on the flank. It's right now, it's up to Tanuki as the side introduction comes on out. Alex and Ken both have ultimate, but Melio falls down first. And again, they layer the ultimates together to try and grab something. But if they are able to get any of those backline members, or at least keep everyone topped up, they may be able to at least turn this fight around. Counter is Jeff into a Kraken impact to try and burst down the fish, but he escapes. Drindro gets away with it. Tanuki is taken down with the face from the abyss, and it looks like this is going to be a Virtus Pro evening up the score.
There's no portal. Polly is not switching over. So the wick is going to burn completely for free for Virtus Pro. There might be just a grab for Melio to try to get something on the board. But a domination map win for Virtus Pro, clawing this back to a full best of 5. And I think there's probably a clean map choice, I think, for Citadel to take us to Araco. No?
No, I agree. Araco seems to be a good choice. It seems to be where Virtus Pro have struggled the most. And we're back here again, Ryan, for the third time in Ignite history. We are at map number 5 between Citadel Gaming and Virtus Pro. Shades of the past, Berber Patapim appears in everyone's minds as we come down to the final map. 13 final hits for Sparker, but 12 for FaZe, who just dominated on that Emma.
And has it for one side and one side only. The character is seemingly the strongest Vanguard in the game currently, but obviously stuff can change in the future. Certainly when you look at like the Psylocke stocks, they could go up, certainly with the changes in the future for Season 4 and beyond. But the way that this turned out, just seeing a little bit more of this like 2-2-2 setup with the Jeff and the Rocket Raccoon. Both teams playing it, try to outmaneuver each other, and even just the mind games of Tanuki going over onto the Iron Fist to just make sure that he can keep up with the mobility that both the Rocket and the Jeff have in that backline.
They were trying to make something happen. The Iron Fist, for example, just did not chase them down with the Soldier returns to make that happen. Dridro with the 4-piece, and look at that. Very important as well to notice that they didn't just get a 4-piece and run off to get the quadruple point. Their team had control, so being able to play Jeff, you have a duration on that eat. Every second you hold them, if you're planning on going down as well, is another second that multiple people aren't on the map.
Pretty much, yeah. It seemed that it was just using the time, thinking about these whole engagements as not just the fights and the eliminations themselves, but how you can really punish them for just a couple more % on the board. And the fact, you know, Virtus Pro taking the switch just before that Camera Revival, that was a big moment for them. And now they're building that confidence. It seemed like even in that phase when they were down 2-0 in that best of 5 in the group stages, once they worked out what they wanted to do with the drafts, that's where they really started to come online. And so Citadel now actually put through their paces of how they want to draft for this next map.
I'm not a car guy, but I have an analogy here of it seems to be like a classic car. Sometimes it takes a bit to get warmed up, to get going, but once it's going like that, it's gorgeous, it's beautiful, it's majestic, and that's what we're seeing from Virtus Pro here. They just seem to have full control over this series, and it's now Citadel completely flipping from where we were, who are on the back foot. But it comes down to this. Winner goes to the grand finals, loser will head down to those lower bracket finals. They're all guaranteed for Atlanta, but we need to find out who is set up to potentially become that EMEA champion. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. We are back where we have been multiple times before. Virtus Pro and Citadel sitting at 2-2. This is where we are used to being. It's comforting. It's like a warm hug. But if there was significantly more violence and incredible esports plays in it.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't ask what the maps were, but we had a suspicion, I suppose, in like looking at Araco, because that was the final map the last time that these two teams played. Midtown was the other time that we saw it in play. So it is pretty much all of the maps outside of the first one, Celestial Husk, wasn't it? Previously it was Krakoa, which was back when Celestial Husk wasn't a map. Otherwise, it has been, if this is going to be Araco, it's the same 5 maps that we typically see in this kind of setup, just in a bit of a different order.
The question is, will they be going down that route, or are they going to go with something a little bit more flexible? Of course, there are other convoy maps, and they could even go for a convergence if they wanted to instead of just a convoy. We've still got stuff like Yggdrasil Path available. We're about to find out as we're heading into map number 5 of 5, and it is going to be Yggdrasil Path.
A map that has looked very good for Virtus Pro in their entire history. In fact, Yggdrasil is a map that I'm pretty sure they've maybe never lost on. I think it's completely undefeated, and I only feel that they've played it like 2-3 times in Ignite. We've seen it a lot, but that's typically from like the MRCs and even like third-party tournaments and the Invitational. But Yggdrasil is a map for Virtus Pro in the, it seems about right, the 56 maps that they've played so far in Ignite Stage 1 and 2. They've only played this map twice and won it twice.
Yeah, it's not really been something they've struggled with as of yet. I'm literally just going back through their Ignite Stage 2 games at least. But yeah, they beat Alcacia on it. They beat, so far, at least in Stage 2, Virtus Pro don't seem to have lost as of yet. And once again, they are teasing us with a Mr. Fantastic, although he has actually seen some play in some of the regions, including this one. But Virtus Pro, they are starting us off with an early Jean Grey ban out this time.
Yeah, I'm just checking it. Like, Yggdrasil was played only once. That was a win against C10. So it is only 3 times total that they played. Once, twice. Yeah, I think this is a map that Virtus Pro have never lost on. So if Citadel Gaming want to actually win this series and go to the finals as the upper seed, I suppose, they have to do something that a team has never managed to do. And they chose this.
Yeah, they made their choice. They had the option of Araco. They decided against it, sticking with Yggdrasil instead. This is, of course, a quite long map. There are some great positions for some really good .1 holds. Visible Woman secured by Virtus Pro for the first time in a while. It's been banned out repeatedly against them. Citadel, they've taken away Virtus Pro's Adam Warlock, though. They've taken away the Ultron here. They really seem to be trying to target Fire and Sparker so far in terms of those third strategists, taking a lot of them out. Virtus Pro, though, they've already locked in that Jeff.
Is the EMEA one-sidedness for Citadel Gaming something that they pretty much have been keen to do as much as they possibly can? No matter the game mode, really, isn't just a convoy, but it seems to work very well here. And then the Jeff Protect right at the end means that it is going to be Jeff either side, but maybe another duelist option to be taken out. No, the Groot, which again makes sense, something that we saw from VP earlier back on Midtown.
Groot being prioritized over a Doctor Strange as an example. Reinforcements after losing that first point, after losing the first fight on the point, can be extremely viable, but in this case, taking it out just due to how insane Citadel Gaming have been on the Groot and to secure it on a single side. Virtus Pro, they have been much more comfortable this stage on 2-2-2s as opposed to a triple strategist lineup, but this is something they're going to have to adjust to here, and they do have a lot of those comfort picks. Dridro has played a lot of Jeff this stage. Sparker has played a lot of Rocket. They are pretty safe with what they got here, and of course Saipe has played a lot of Invisible Woman.
Yeah, there's so much going on with these drafts in themselves. You could have analysts and coaches and certainly people like Moxie breaking these down for an hour at most, because it is just how frequently stuff hasn't been respected on either side. Having the one-sided Adam, a one-sided Mantis, a one-sided Star-Lord and Jean Grey, because that's what Virtus Pro have been going with. but that adjustment in the draft itself has really opened up the game for them. And that's what they want. They want to bring people down to their level of playing as wide and open with the compositions as possible, because not many teams can match them. Citadel have to win on Yggdrasil against Virtus.pro for the first time ever. VP holding on to try to make an upper bracket final in this playoffs.
Starting off on the Punisher instead of the Moon Knight to just try and burn through single targets to set off that BRB early. And Melio is playing aggressive here, trying to make something happen with the shotgun, piling on the pressure, but it's actually Polly who's nearly taken out first. But so far, no blood has been spilled. They're trying to make their way onto the point, seeing if they can target down Fincy, who's forced to use that magnetic curtain and retreat towards the rest of the team. That invisible woman of Cypher is doing some absolutely insane work. Melio takes to the sky to try and find the right angle here, but no one's going down yet. It's Jeff comes on in. BRB gonna be Saber. Drindro, a second 4-man in 2 games and takes them all out.
He goes down with them, who's just at the nick of time managing to spit them down into the abyss. But Citadel forced to fully wipe, so Virtus.pro still have control of the objective. A minute has passed. You have an invisible boundary sat strangling prison. You're set up with this free composition that really they were the ones for Virtus.pro that took this and really ran with it to its long gone conclusion. Melio with a final judgment now, especially off the back of Fire being taken out. This might be a great chance to try to pick up this pace, because you have to be right back bringing it to a 6v6. An invisible boundary and Meteor M both used to mitigate the damage and shroud these defenders of VP.
Melio can't find any targets, but the Eye of Agamotto will. That is Melio capitalizing with that Omega Hurricane chasing down Rocket, and that is a routing here. And Citadel dropping it quite close to that first corner. They're going to get some huge distance off this. 3 bodies on the point and a counter portal coming in from Enzo to try and stop Nevix.
Yeah, Nevix actually swapped over towards the Strange first because Fire was still respawning. He's gone over towards the Torch. The portal, it's been interrupted. It must have done. There's no chance, I think, for Virtus.pro. They've had to switch over towards Nevix. That's had to slide and dive in. We have to definitely see that in the replay later of how Enzo managed to interrupt that one.
Yeah, we need to see the view from Fincy, to see a view from Fincy or Nevix, whoever was on the Strange, to see how they were interrupted. Nevix getting locked down, at least for the moment. The BRB brings back Fincy to contest onto the point. Cosmic Yard Amplifier is going to be popped very quickly. Melio targeted down, but Fire goes down in exchange. Both the damage dealers taken out. It's Jeffs traded onto the point. It's going to be a 1-for-1 once again, trying to escape. Drindro dropped low, chased down. Ken was able to take out Saipe though.
Yeah, just from the dot damage of being inside the stomach of Drindro. The Virtus.pro, even with the portal play not working out because Citadel Gaming dedicated theirs to try to interrupt it, they've actually held it. 1 minute left for Citadel Gaming to push this beyond. Last time, they had multiple ultimates. As soon as they got them, they used them. Tried to cycle them to get this to snowball. But now, Tetcher, they don't have anything at hand.
And Virtus.pro, though, they don't have as much tankiness as before with Fire on the Star-Lord. They are now on a 2-1-3 setup. But Nevix taking out Tanuki. Fire is on the flank. They are making it happen, pushing them all the way back to spawn. If they can't touch the point, they can't get overtime. Melio decides that the time is down to pull the trigger with that final judgment and push on through. The overwhelming damage is good with another Eye of Agamotto to set this up. And right now, Enzo and Melio are in beautiful sync and are keeping this game alive.
I took a lot of damage to break through the invisible boundary and also the freedom charge on top of each other. Fire, though, in the sky, trying to fight from distance. He's got a pick, actually. Tanuki goes down as everybody's trying to be picked up. He bided his time perfectly now, and 10 seconds for Citadel to be able to touch this one. Fire's on the flank. It's going to pull this attention from Citadel in various directions, but they haven't quite hit this point at the checkpoint just yet.
Fire's uncontested. Will get slept though. Forced to retreat. That buys a little bit of time. Going to be teleporting back with that rocket team up. Omega Hurricane onto the point. Jeff Nado to take them down to buy the time. And we see Virtus.pro retreating into the buildings. The cart is 2 meters away. Fincy is forced to flee. They will get melted by Tanuki. The storm is here. The Omega level mutant and a very cute shark burst through the doors to Yggdrasil.
VP just can't keep the sustain alive enough, and they don't have access to the Adam, so Kamut revivals in these kind of big team fights is just not going to be available for them at all. So Citadel Gaming, there's so many ultimates that can just keep springboarding off of each other. The final judgment took so much to get the picks, and then the Jeff Nado actually able to cut through what Virtus.pro were putting down with that support line, which has changed again. It's the Jeff Rocket going back in for Virtus.pro for a full dive.
They're just going to try and rush the point. They've got Captain America and Venom and Psylocke. They are all in on just hyper-aggression while Fi has the teleport. They have full freedom to flank here and get out with that astral jump. They are just not going to be threatened at all. Okay. Can't say the same for Sparker, though, who gets bodied by Melio.
He's not going to have like stuff like the Ultron drone or the Idol Aura that's going to keep him alive in those fights. It has to take Virtus.pro's actual strategist to keep him alive in these engagements. Vinci does get brought back with the BRB. You can start to see that defenders are grouping up on either side, trying to take this inside space and even a freedom charge to go for a bit more of a counter-attack. Citadel Gaming have done a good job to get out of this, but there is all a setup for Enzo off the back of another fantastic Eye of Agamotto. 2 people get stunned, 1 gets picked.
Enzo saw the future, and they saw one way that Citadel could go through and take this, and it seems to be just putting them on their back. Dridro goes in for it. It's Jeff, not able to find a target, but is able to keep the team topped up. They've taken to the high ground. Omega Hurricane on the point. Jeff Nado is at the ready, and they choose to control the card to keep the objective, and all of the divers are melted.
Combinations working, and throughout all of that, you've got Sparker dedicating a dance to the butterflies. Doesn't cut through onto anybody from Citadel Gaming. Beerbat means that he's going to be brought into position, but Dridro's been taken out. There's not going to be a contest available for VP, so Sparker, being brought back into the fight from the BRB, wants to just back out completely and not get reset.
The map choice of Citadel, they are now meters away from the world tree. The tree that, if they can get to, could be their key to going into those grand finals. Virtus.pro have got to set up a defense here. They've moved away from the rocket. They brought out the Invisible Woman. Sparker chooses to go for Phoenix. See if they can just get these quick blow-ups, and of course that AoE, and burst through the shields of Alex on that Mantis. Polly, Psionic Seduction from above, catches Groot. The shield from the Invisible Woman is keeping them topped up, though, and it's a retreat out of Virtus.pro, safely able to retreat down the ramp.
So much damage being traded either side. Seeing if they can build up more offensive capabilities. Virtus.pro at least having strategist ultimates to sit back on, and good timing because that final judgment is good to go for Melio. Tends to just be a lot of concentrated fire, and the Groot, the Strangling Prison from Nevix, able to at least clear up onto one of these strategists with the Mantis. Alex having a Soul Resurgence, not a chance to use it.
They just hit everyone, and finally Virtus.pro, it takes a little bit of a chase back to spawn, but they are able to clean up Citadel, stagger the respawns here. But look at Citadel's ultimate economy here. They have Soul Resurgence, they have the It's Jeff, Final Judgment, and Eye of Agamotto, and they'll soon have that Omega Hurricane again, setting up for another Jeff Nado. They only used Polly's ultimate, whereas Virtus.pro, they used the Insong Inferno and the Strangling Prison. Final Judgment to push on in, trying to melt through Groot in particular, as they're quite far forward and cannot protect themselves.
Is mowing it down. It's Sparker and Nevix, 2 characters of Jean Grey and Groot that are banned out from Citadel. They're not able to go for the head-to-heads on these particular characters. They have to go for something a little bit different, and the Punisher Storm, usually used to break these first point holds, is continuing on and finding form for Citadel Gaming. You have got it, It's Jeff, if you want to get really into the faces of Virtus.pro. It's going to be used onto the point with the combination of the Omega Hurricane. If there's a touch for Virtus.pro, it's going to be sent straight into the jaws of Jeff and allow Citadel Gaming to get to third with no time left on the clock.
I do want to call out Dridro there for doing something really clever. They knew that their team just got wiped out, and there's a Doctor Strange on the other team. They burned It's Jeff to cancel the Doctor Strange portal that would have trapped Virtus.pro in their spawn. It didn't end up working. Virtus.pro was still just zoned out. That Omega Hurricane Jeff Nado combo was too much for them to step onto the point, but that was a really good heads-up play that, even though it didn't end up working, deserves props. They saved their team, and at least let them try to contest.
Now, Virtus.pro have to match a map finish. And we don't have the stats to sort of say how often teams are actually able to finish up on the Yggdrasil. But it does feel like there's so many points that Citadel could deadlock this one completely. And as a reminder, even though this isn't a map that we've seen played all that much from Citadel, I mean, it's like 4-0 so far this stage. It is a game mode type, any pure payload. Pretty much 9 of them now. This would be the 10th. It could be 10-0. They have been undefeated on it so far, stage 2.
Will it be enough, though? They have to hold Virtus Pro, who are once again bringing in that Rocket and the Jeff, Starlord and Psylocke. This has been a setup that's been working for so many teams throughout the entirety of this stage. Virtus Pro reset to it. Citadel, they are going for the 3 Vanguard, 3 strategist setup, but they've got some aggression here. Polly is back on the cap, will be harassing Virtus Pro's backline.
You have that team up with Emma Frost too, so Magneto is going to be that Vanguard line. Melio alongside Polly on the Captain America. It's going to lose out on another strategist. In fact, all of them are going to go down on this defense. And Nevix and Sparker, Vi, every one of these VP players diving in on the action and winning an incredibly clean and fast fight. It is going to force, actually, I think, Melio to be over onto the stage you go for a Paul play this early on.
I don't have to. You just got absolutely stomped. There's so much distance that could be made from Virtus Pro, but if you let them take that first point too quickly, then you're just going to run out of time. They portal just quite far forward. They don't want to go directly onto the point, and they don't want to get caught by that. Sneaky counter portal does come in, but they're able to evade it, and we do see the swap off there. They started on the strange to see if they could catch anyone, found no one, then swapped off it to reinforce their team.
Well, the spawn isn't too far away, but also I think I was wondering why Melio threw out that portal as quick as he possibly could, and I think that's because it was scouted out that there was going to be this anti-portal play. He just wanted to get it done and out and have everybody through it before the trap door could be placed. But it doesn't matter too much. Virtus Pro is still winning out these fights, and the picks are just so well strung together. Citadel Gaming, they get back into this engagement, and suddenly that's 2 team wipes that they've been on the back end of.
Yeah, Virtus Pro just absolutely once again completely dismantling Citadel when Citadel try to defend. There's an Eye of Agamotto available for Melio, and you can see they are running in. They think they might be able to touch this, but who's going to be the one to do it? They could have Tanuki dash in, they could potentially have Ken speed bubble in, but they are running out. It's going to be Polly, who once again on Captain America is forced to touch the point. But in the meantime, Fi is in the backline.
Eye of Agamotto from Melio doesn't catch on to anything. It wasn't interrupted either because it's fully 0%. Citadel Gaming throwing 3 ultimates all together. You've got the Yarn Amplifier that could also really allow them to survive. Here's the Galactic Legend is going to be a threat, but not a lethal one. There goes the Rocket Raccoon ultimate as the Freedom Charge for Finzi is also going to allow Virtus Pro a chance to fight on and beyond this. They haven't taken the first checkpoint, even though you'd think so with how far forward this fight was going for Fi. But it's still held on for Citadel Gaming. Scrappy, tenacious. They don't want to give up this, and if they have to, they're going to buy as much time as possible. It's Jeff grabbing enough players, Enzo being one of them. He's taken away, but protected from that Vanguard lineup, and they're still holding on with a minute left, Tetcher.
Gridro once again trying to put the team on their back with that. It's Jeff to sneak them off here. Dance of the Butterflies is going to be absorbed, at least for now. Melio dropping low. Tanuki is trying to heal from down range as Fi continues to fight on the pressure. Sparker falls. Melio is still tanking this. He's still holding after that last reinforcement. He's building up towards another Eye of Agamotto here. Steps off the point riskily to try and protect their team, to try and get onto Finzi, to buy time Cypher with their own Seer though. Here comes and it's Jeff into the backline to buy some extra time, try and catch someone, but it is sidestepped.
It's dodged. We got Enzo that's going to be leaping forward as a projectile, as another body to stall as the Wolverine. So it's a little bit more all up in the air, trying to cut through the amount of Vanguards that have placed themselves on this point. Now with 15 seconds left, this could be Virtus Pro losing on Yggdrasil for the first time, and Citadel continuing that convoy domination. The ultimate, the last stand, is going to make sure that Fi is taken down, but the Be Right Back is going to bring him straight into this engagement. There's a lack of numbers for Virtus Pro, but they're still fighting as overtime hits.
Gridro, it's Jeff to try and remove the defenders, to try and give them that extra time. Down goes Fi, but Gridro is heading to the edge to buy him time. They get back onto the point. Enzo keeps holding, keeps onto this delay. It's Shark versus Wolverine, but the Shark is apparently the natural predator. Sparker moving into the backline to try and take out the strategist as Virtus Pro are still trying to break this. Dance of the Butterfly in the backline. It's Jeff to take out the attackers this time. Finds Venom to buy some time. Ken is just going to take them off, removing all that sustain. Could be exactly what they need. Takes them off, but they survive as well. No one's going down here, Ryan. The extra healing from Ken from downrange as the reinforcements coming in the hands of Polly to buy extra time. It's a triple for Virtus Pro, and they might have finally done it in overtime. Citadel will be broken.
Still the rest of the map to travel for VP, but you've given yourself 2.5 minutes extra. Citadel Gaming just didn't find enough to fight in onto the point because Citadel Gaming moved away from that Storm. That Sharknado combination wasn't really that useful. You've got Ken trying to get these catches onto Nevix but couldn't do it. But on the flip side, Dredro wasn't able to catch onto Enzo. Now Ken switched over towards the Adam. As a reminder, it's available for Citadel. It isn't for Virtus Pro. That camera revival could be big for them because there's no chance for Virtus to counter it or copy it.
So how do Virtus Pro deal with this? Right now, they just keep the pressure on Sparker. Drops incredibly low. Will get taken down and brought back at the BRB. But that means there's no revive available for Dredro as Enzo was able to catch them on the flank. Melio trying to deal with the fact that Virtus Pro are still just trying to wrap around on that left-hand side, but is able to catch them and force them back towards spawn. Also finding the flank in Captain America. Right now, Citadel are just on flank watch.
And it's only really buying time. FaZe's going to use the Freedom Charge. Immediately, the priority for Melio is like, okay, if you actually want to go and fight this and stall this, I'm just going to go for your backline. Cypher gets completely left out as the Apex Predator is going to completely chew him up and spit him out. Speaking of which, Dredro is going to bring in It's Jeff to see if he can catch on to somebody. But I think, honestly, it was to just grab Ken, pull him out. Was that just in time? Yeah, he doesn't have the camera revival, so it wasn't as clutch as it could have seemed. But this is just a death match on the point now, Tetra. It's just an all-out brawl.
The Fires once again playing this Star-Lord with just not enough to contest them yet. Creating so much work, so much effort. Here comes the It's Jeff. Will grab Captain America and is immediately just going to get blasted.
Fine now, see if he can continue this on. Ken gets taken out, but he has got the life cocoon. If he does get dove, Melio is there ready to peel, but that position has been given up. And look just how much this is flooding through from Virtus Pro. The waterfall is coming from various angles, and it's a deep plunge in as I think it was Nevix that tried to dive in all that way towards the defender spot to try and cut them off. Even the Dance of the Butterflies, that could bite Virtus Pro in the backside because it's found very little, and we're going back into OT in 10 seconds.
Picard Amplifier to buy extra seconds to keep Virtus Pro on this point. Citadel, they're getting staggered, they're getting zoned. This is Virtus Pro playing very split, but it is working. Melio's able to get some work done though. Ken with the revive. Counter portal from Finzi to try and block off the reinforcements from Citadel, but they're finding a way around. They're coming back in. The revive brings back even more, but Fi is once again uncontested. The dominator of the sky takes down the defenders, and Virtus Pro are heading into point 2.
Is there going to be an actual fight here? You don't need to stall for time much more for Citadel, and in fact you forced out a good amount of ultimates that this could be a little bit tricky for the defenders too, because they're going to be staggered. You've got the Freedom Charge for Polly. Citadel are going for this.
It's Jeff, finds Adam, takes them away. There's no revive, but it's going to be enough to take them out of the fight, at least for the moment. But this is giving time for Enzo to portal back in for the rest of the team, which means if we do lose that Adam, Kane actually takes down Dredro. Ayamagamoto for the zone. Finzi creating space here. The portal is used as a retreat, but that card is 70 centimeters away on the point. Here comes Melio with Kraken Impact building up at 80%, but they got to stay up as here comes the Face of the Abyss to chop them through. Sparker finished the job and continues to melt through the defenders. There's nothing left. Polly is buying every second they can, but they cannot maintain.
They're still fighting. Oh, because they got the old spawns. It's just too risky for them to try to escape. They're just going to try and reset as fast as possible. That was both. Maybe resetting the characters that you're on too. Now, Tanuki is going to be on that Jeff. Ken is over on the Adam. Polly still keeping on that Captain America, but Virtus Pro now, a minute is separating them from that grand finals, or whether it's going to be a losers bracket game tomorrow to start themselves off, a potential warm-up for them, depending on how the series after this one goes. But there, the Dance of the Butterflies is going to allow Sparker a bit of room to breathe, to spread the wings, and he catches and clips them for Tanuki. He goes down, and it seems to be just full resets again for Citadel Gaming. They're buying a bit more time, but it's all down to one final potential engagement.
They are going to have Karmic Revival for it. Melio falls once again. Is it worth potentially bringing out the Storm to try and just clean them up off the point one more time with that Jeff Nader that worked so well earlier? But if they do, Fi and Sparker may just be able to hunt them down, as the duels we've been seeing from Fi have been unmatched so far this game. Here they come onto the last point. Galactic Legend, and it's Jeff being burnt out. Fadeable Force, and it's Jeff once again, since they're layering their ultimates together. Can they catch someone? It's going to be the Captain America from Tanuki, but that's Friendly, not finding anything.
Not able to get too much. OT is going to hit for the third and final time on this half. It's whether or not Virtus Pro can keep things moving along. It pretty much is having to finish the map and go again. Citadel Gaming, just one more fight. Even if this goes on a bit longer, even if you lose the numbers, you still have a few more meters to hold.
Ken was taken out. The It's Jeff able to isolate them. Dridro making sure that Adam is having to find a place to revive, which means they're not in the fight as of yet. But here comes that Karmic Revival to keep them going. Melio returns to the fight, and Virtus Pro, they do not have this ability. If someone goes down, they might be able to portal, but that is all they have left as overtime is ticking down. They buy time. BRB brings back Sparker though, but not so lucky for Fires. The Dance of the Butterflies in the backline to try and take them down. Alex is melted here. The reinforcements for Citadel are running low, but so is the time. Sparker has to get the body on the point because the front line is melted down. Virtus Pro, they're out of time.
They get off of it in the end. There was enough of an overtime fight. But whilst this seems to go the same way each and every time, Citadel Gaming winning out this series best of 5. At the ditch on Convoy, it's dominant for them as a game mode. And Virtus Pro lose on Yggdrasil's path for the first time ever.
And once again, Citadel are the obstacle that continues to hold Virtus Pro back. When will they finally be able to take down this roster? Because they will have to try and find another chance in the grand finals as Citadel make their way there. Virtus Pro head down to that lower bracket.
You gotta say though, for Virtus Pro, it is just these small margins, and you look at the fact of Nevix only going down 7 times, Saipe going down 6 on the Jeff at the end in a 20-minute game. It's crazy how well they were able to survive, and it was crazy to see just how much value the Jeff got on both sides, with both of them protecting it. It really did feel it started to show fruition. Whether it was that team up with the Storm, because the Sharknado was just so good at clearing up the point and stopping a contest, or whether it's just that it's Jeff on its own, throwing people off the map, taking them away from the fight as it's happening. It meant that it was just these overtime scraps that went on for too long. But Convoy for Citadel is just where their bread is buttered, and there's not many teams that can stop them, if any.
And the creativity as well, knowing that they need to break Virtus Pro. The Virtus Pro are also, like them, so sticky on the point when it comes to defending and utilizing Jeff Nado that got weakened a little bit. But the fact is, it removes bodies from the board, which means they can't be healed, which means you can try and... You don't need to out-heal, because if they are inside you, they cannot heal themselves either. Removing bodies, removing healing potential means your cart keeps moving, and Virtus Pro cannot stop you.
It was a hell of a series, and we still have the big one to follow up this on who is going to be the third team behind these two of Citadel and Virtus Pro, on who's actually going to be qualifying. It again feels like Citadel have been very bullish and feeling almost underestimated. But they can't say that Virtus Pro didn't shoot back in that one. It was a close end-to-end kind of series. But also, it wasn't just the mechanics. It wasn't just the brawn. The brains were tested as well in this one.
This was such a cerebral game in general. The bans were different and creative in each map based around the strategies that the teams had planned, both of them literally contesting with each other to see which one could get what they wanted, while also adjusting to the individual maps in general. We saw, for example, that Symbiotic Surface, where Virtus.pro tried to play it a little bit differently with the Vanguard bans. Did get punished for that one, but they were thinking ahead. They were trying to make stuff happen. Citadel, though, they showed just how many options they had. Some were successful, like the Angela. Some were Iron Fist.
I mean, the Iron Fist had his moments. I don't think there was any character that looked like it went wrong. And to be fair, I think for both teams, we didn't really see that many mistakes. Certainly from VP, like we've seen a couple of moments where they look a little bit iffy, and Citadel can look like they're sort of falling away on some of these defenses where they could just get snowballed into losing a second point very quickly and stuff. Felt that this was like both teams showing their strongest elements. It was just some minor moments and some brilliant individual plays that separates them.
A lot of it also came down to just timing of ultimates in those ending fights. You mentioned there weren't that many mistakes made by either team. We did see a couple times where some ultimates were layered, but the fact is, sometimes it did work out. While Tanuki and Ken did not, Ken did not find as many massively impactful it's Jeffs as, say, for example, Dredro did. They were still creating space for their team in those fights. They kept the healing output going. Melio, what a pickup for this team. The flexibility from them on stuff like the Adam, on stuff like the Punisher, on stuff basically anything the team needs has been a godsend.
Yeah, and you still have the likes of Pokey that can still be showing up in the future and such too. Like, it does feel like Tanuki and Melio not afraid to be flexible with going on to different roles or playing characters like Black Panther and Iron Fist. It just provides Citadel the opportunities and the versatility to deal with stuff like what we saw from Virtus.pro's draft, which was inspired. It just definitely needs a little bit more of a focus in some of those areas, because I think the last couple of drafts started to become a little bit more like open instead of focusing on just the duelists and stuff. But it's not as if that was the reason alone.
The draft definitely evolved as a actual battle between the teams, as opposed to a here is what is meta, here's what we prefer on this map. This very much became very personal extremely quickly, of attempting to work out how to just kneecap your opponent's draft in that way, shape, or form. Either way, Virtus.pro, they make their way down to that lower bracket. They'll be playing against the winner of our next series, which is going to be Na'Vi versus Chopped. While Citadel, once again, find for the first time, actually, last time they came through the lower bracket after getting knocked down by Rad, Citadel find themselves waiting in the grand finals of EMEA, looking to try and reclaim their title.
And they're a team that has typically played the most maps and the most series because they keep getting knocked down to those losers brackets. Now they have a bit of a chance to reset and relax, but they know that in that best of 5 lower bracket final before the finals BO7 tomorrow, it's a little bit of a warm-up. So you need to make sure that you hit the ground running, because you're the winner of that series that's playing up against you in the finals. They're going to be ready, and they're going to certainly be warmed up.
And while we wait to see if we're going to get interviewed, let's talk about this next match that we have coming up. This will decide who plays against Virtus.pro, but also, incredibly importantly, this will decide the minimum of third place team and our third representative for EMEA going to those global finals in Atlanta. And we don't have to talk about it too much. We can save that for the actual match, because we do have our interview with Salah, Salah, welcome once again. Good to see you. I feel like we're seeing a lot of each other these days.
Yeah, I see you guys more than I see my mom, so yeah, it's I guess it's a good thing, you know, if we're winning enough that I get to see you guys that frequently.
I think the main thing that I'd want to say is, like, they shot back a little bit this series. It was a very close, like, best of 5. Like, what was the biggest issue with you playing Virtus.pro? Because they brought out some interesting drafts, going for your Vanguards, going for your Duelists. What was the thing that caught you by surprise?
I mean, we're aware of these drafts. First of all, VP does shoot back a little bit. They have good players, like Sparker is good, Siped Redraw are really good, Nevix is good. Like, they're good. I think they did something interesting with the draft. It didn't really work with the first 2 maps. In my opinion, it also probably shouldn't have worked third. But I think they caught us off guard. Like, the DPS lines were good. I think it did stop us a little bit because we had a lot of other comps in our head, but in that moment I think we struggled a little bit just picking one that made sense, and that's what hurt us more so than like just the bans, because we're not a team you can ban out like that. We're not a team where you can ban the tanks. We're not a team where you can ban the DPSs. Like, we're the most flexible team in the world, in my opinion, or close to it. And I think it was just in that moment we panicked a bit and didn't know what to go. But I think it's one of those things, it's a learning curve. I think as soon as we've played against it once, we know what to do the next time, kind of. So yeah, I think it was good from them. I liked some of what they did. I liked the fact that they changed their ways a bit and they started to, like, when I see VP trying to dive us back, that's always funny. These guys normally play full front to back perfect, so it was fun.
Now, I don't know how much you can tell me about this, because obviously in case you want to use it in the future, but this is your time to justify it, as it might not have been as successful as you guys may have wanted it. What was up with the Iron Fist on Hell's Heaven?
No, I mean, that was just... In our team, we have a rule. Like, we have plans, we have a lot of theory, we have a lot of structure, but we have the rule. If you want to play something, if it feels right, play it. My players are really smart. They're incredibly smart. So if they think something is good in the moment, they just go. And I think that's what he was doing. It obviously didn't work, but I don't think it was so much to do with the Iron Fist necessarily or that. I think it was just in that moment, he thought that could be a good solution and he tried it.
Because we didn't speak to you in particular yesterday when you qualified against Na'Vi. Like, what was the difference in that qualifying game for you guys? Because all of the other ones were like super close BO5s up against teams like Na'Vi when they were rad, when we're looking back at stage 1. What was it like yesterday that felt so confident? Because you were able to just breeze through Na'Vi. Trust Me was saying that he got outdrafted. GG's is what he tweeted and stuff. Like, was it just that kind of like experience of, you know, going to mid-season finals and going, we could have done better, like, it's on us? Enzo was saying that, like, it was just us underperforming than us, other teams being better than us. So what was it like yesterday going into that Na'Vi game?
I'm gonna talk my talk a little bit. I said it to you guys that these teams forgot what happened stage 1. A lot of people were very overconfident against us. Some of the things I was hearing from some teams, like, can you imagine that there were 2 to 3 teams that didn't want to scrim us because they expected to play us in the lower bracket. They didn't focus on the other side of the bracket. They expected to play against us because they thought Na'Vi would be us, so they refused to practice against us and have good practice. Everyone was so confident that we weren't a good team, or, you know, that we were. I heard a lot of interesting takes from a lot of interesting teams. I think their biggest crime was they underestimated us. They thought that they were better than they were, and they thought we were worse than we were. I wasn't surprised when we 3-0'd them. It was a bit boring, to be honest, but I don't know. I think the biggest difference for us is we're always a team with a lot of potential. We're always a team that can do a lot of things. I think for us, it's time and experience. You know, at VP, we're playing against 4 Overwatch League players, or I think they were Overwatch League or something like this. They're obviously more experienced. I have 17-year-olds. You know, Polly is probably the best player in the world, guys, and he's 17. He's played Fortnite before. You know, it's a very different vibe with us. So I think for us, it's always time. It's always just playing more and more. And once we get to the point where we're confident, you see what happens. Like, this time we didn't have to go for a lower bracket. There was a little bit of trolling against VP, but it was relatively clean, in my opinion. I think it's just that. So yeah, I think for us, the more we play, the more we're together as a team, it's going to get easier and easier for us, to be honest. And yeah, sometimes they're going to shoot back like VP. Most of the time, they're not going to shoot back.
Well, let's hear where the good channel points are. Like you said, you've been doing your research. You know what happened last stage. Let's hear where the good channel points are. Fantasy book us or predict us the remainder of the bracket. We're starting off with Chopped versus Na'Vi to find out our 3rd spot for Atlanta. Winner plays VP, winner plays you. Who's going through each of those?
Ooh, I'm not sure. Chopped are good. I think Chopped are good. I think they have the potential to win. I think if they don't win, based on performance yesterday, like, Na'Vi might show up today and just completely just be a good team again, or be a lot better than they were yesterday, is a better way of saying it. They're of course a good team. But based on results yesterday, I think if Chop have good mental, they can win. They can win in a convincing fashion. I think they should have won yesterday. But if you ask me who I want to win, I don't know. I hope both lose. But I think I think Chop can win. I'll say Chop because it's fun. But yeah, I hope it's at least a fun game. It's very nice watching from the upper bracket as they battle out. And it's like first time I get to do that. Last time they got to watch me. Now this time I get to watch them in the lower bracket.
And then out of those of Virtus Pro?
I mean, the final thing I want to say, actually, as we sort of say goodbye to you and see you tomorrow, is it's been a great. It's going to be a great Sunday for Honk, for sure. Like, going back to like your roots.
Oh yeah.
So it's going to be a good day for Milan and Strong as well. But I will leave it there for you. We'll see you tomorrow. Congrats again for qualifying and also going through the upper bracket. We'll see who your opponent is going to be tomorrow, but also who's going to qualify today. So thanks again, Salah.
Thank you.
And we get ourselves down to one more series for today. We are about to find out what you've all been waiting for. Who is the final team going to Atlanta? Will it be Chopped or will it be Na'Vi? Winner goes to Atlanta and to those lower bracket finals to play against Virtus Pro, winner of which will get their chance versus Citadel Gaming. All of these teams have now played Citadel Gaming, and Citadel has come out on top each time, so no matter what, this will be a revenge story.
Yeah, it could be back-to-back EMEA champions for Ignite, but it sort of depends on VP and what this next best of 5 is going to bring us. But for the tomorrow, it's going to be like reps. It's not really seeding, but it's a good chance to actually have some serious games against opponents where it doesn't feel like your life is on the line. You can't say that about this next series, though. Life, just jobs are on the line for Na'Vi if they're going to qualify for Atlanta, but they have to beat the unsigned squad of Chopped, which are just the Grim Reapers. They're the giant killers, and it's really the biggest giant that you could aim for right now with the world champions. We're going to see how that best of 5 breaks down, but after a quick break. So we'll see you for that BF5.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, wishing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
On one side, you have Na'Vi. Previously, Team Rad that were the world champions at the mid-season finals back in China a couple of months ago. In the other side, you have Chopped, a team that is amalgamation of Team Peps as well as a couple of other Ignite teams that we saw in Stage 1 that are looking for their biggest target and a chance to be the final team from EMEA to qualify for the grand finals in Atlanta. Techa, this series has been built up perfectly. You've got the storylines of best friends playing up against each other, and Na'Vi wanting to at least have another swing at a world title.
And let's dive into that story. This is going to be heartbreaking, especially for Salah, because both teams cannot lose. Only one of them.
One has to win.
But also, the fact is, after yesterday's games, Jerky tweeted out that this is a matchup where they have to play their best friend. This is a rough situation to be in.
Yeah, and up against Vertigo, I think, as well. Also, the tweet there, we sort of mentioned it against Salah when we saw Na'Vi actually losing 3-0 to Citadel Gaming yesterday. Trust me, the mad scientist, I think, of EMEA is probably the best way to describe him, was just outdrafted. That's what he said. He felt that the way that things went in favor of Citadel could have been a bit different. And we did see both these teams play a bit earlier. We've had a long best of 5 that's been a nice break for them on potential warm-up time against other teams. But now it's whether your brain and brawn are going to line up together and whether your pressure, whether your mental can take it.
I appreciate them taking that like so on the chin as well. Like, there's so many teams where it's just like, it was just really unlucky in the draft phase. There's no such thing as really luck in the draft phase. You either win the draft or you lose it. And they just called it out of just like, yep, fair dues. We absolutely got outdrafted on that one. So I appreciate them taking that on the chin. The question is, how have they adjusted? And how have their opponents, who would have been watching and learning, adjusted since these two teams have last faced off? Of course, Chopped have performed incredibly. They have been the standout debut team when it comes to this stage of Ignite. We mentioned earlier that while Jerky tweeted out that they have to face against their best friend, Vertigo did the same. Either way, one of these teams is going to land. One of them will be heartbroken.
It's a real test, I think, of the duelists more than anything. You have a different look, at least for Na'Vi, with them bringing in Jerky and Crisis and trying to switch them in and out as and when needed. But also seeing Tuzi and Crazy Kitty potentially be on an international stage. Jerky versus Tuzi, they're the players I always confuse between the two of them because they are the rookies of the year, frankly. I think they're the ones that have come through and shown a lot in like invitationals, MRCs, and now one best of 5 separates them from the end of their Marvel Rivals year, their campaign, and a world final event. Na'Vi was their last time under a different banner. For Chopped, it would be a step beyond their expectations, but certainly doable as we head into the first map, Krakoa.
Heading to the Hellfire Gala to start us off with the party of the season, finding out who qualifies for Atlanta. And we're going back to what we more expect to see compared to the previous series that we just watched. And we're starting off with those triple strategist bands, Mantis and Jeff, taken out one on each side.
I think that reminds me of one thing I did want to say to Salah is just with that best of 5, were they a little bit more open to experimenting? Because, yeah, in these kind of games, it is going to be what drafts they've been practicing and looking forward to. If they make Atlanta, they can look at that kind of draft and go, maybe we'll pull it out when we get to play the other teams from around the world. But to get there, we need to play our best. We need to play what's practiced. And no surprise that the Mantis, Jeff, Ultrons are going to be those first bands that come through.
The Venom protected on the side of Na'Vi, giving themselves one of their favorite divers. They have had that Jeff removed from them, but the Venom is still going to create a lot of opportunities for them, especially if they do want to go in for that classic Psylocke and Venom combo. Chopped, on the other hand, they're going to get their hands on their own Jeff, making it a one-sided here. They have quite a bit to wait until they could get to protect those, so we will immediately see Na'Vi remove the symbiotic shenanigans from play.
Yeah, it's a one-sided Venom. The Jeff, maybe not the main option that Chopped wanted to go for. I think Mantis is leading the line for the total protects, but that was obviously banned out first from Na'Vi that have tried to gun for the Mantis as much as humanly possible. 7 out of 8 times in these maps. Certainly for domination, Na'Vi have not allowed it to pass here. But the Mantis is also going to be taken out, so it's not going to be available on either side. And the Emma Frost also targeted from Na'Vi. Sort of doing something similar to VP and good for the Vanguard line.
Giving themselves a little bit of control here. There's the Lunar Snow Protect for Chopped, making sure they get at least one of these very effective backliners, and this also opens up the opportunity for the Light and Dark Armor that is immediately taken away by Na'Vi. They see a team up appear, and they immediately ban out the Enabler.
Luna's going to be protected on both sides, which was something that happened quite a lot yesterday, I think, just to maintain some form of 2-2 if you need it. I don't think either of these teams were really that hungry on playing the likes of the Zootopia backline, I suppose. You kind of want to go for something a little bit more tangible, but they can be flexible. You're looking at players like Level 1 Crook was the Mantis extraordinaire before anybody else really looked into it too much. But it is going to be Naga and Jerky to starting off on the duelist line. Crisis waiting in the wings to see if there's a chance for him to come into play. And man, Tetra, this feels like the biggest series so far that we've seen in the EMEA, despite it being the third and final team that we're seeing, whether they qualify or not.
It means so much. Either of these teams could represent us, and I'm sure everyone would be happy, but the fact is someone has to be unhappy with this as we head on in. I think Na'Vi actually came out quite well in this draft with the fact that they got that Lunar Protect while still having access to Psylocke, as an example, and the Venom. So now they can idle Aura onto Psylocke, while we did see Chopped react taking out that Star-Lord, which would have been another fantastic option, has kind of been filling in the role of the Psylocke for a lot of these teams. It is still a very good setup that they have while they still have those options.
Looking at what's available, it is mostly Vanguards again for Chopped, having the Jeff and the Ultron available, as well as the Star-Lord that can't be shown on the other side of Na'Vi. Meanwhile, it's a lot more split. Venom, Emma, that Vanguard line is not going to be available for Chopped, nor is the Adam Warlock. It's going to be everything that these teams are coming in for, and Chopped, they're going to be happy that they have to always start on domination because they've only lost on it once.
We're going to be rolling out towards this central point, starting us off of that central meeting table. Trust me, able to find 2Z immediately. They go for a little bit of trading damage, but no one's going to be picked off early. Fate on the Rocket Raccoon here, keeping that AoE healing up and keeping that triple strategist healing output going. Invisible Woman was left available, but they value that BRB a little bit more.
That's a greedy barrage. It feels from Crazy Kitty. He took so much damage, and the burst down from the dash means that Jerky is able to turn this into a pretty even-sided, well, not even one-sided, all cleared up. Everybody falling apart from Na'Vi. The Chopped cut down to size as the point is going to be taken just off the back, it feels, of Crazy Kitty going in deep on the Star-Lord and immediately switching away from it. He's moved over towards the Ultron. Vertigo's moved over to the Invisible Woman, and then Tuzi's now on the torch.
They've decided it is time to take to the skies, giving themselves the double flyer combination. And what do we see on the side of Na'Vi that can deal with it? Jerky, of course, is going to be able to create a little bit of pressure. Raja, if he gets the right angle, could get some good damage output. And of course, that Silent Seduction can be good. Turns out, Trust Me is sufficient. Naga, I was going to say, has the hit scan as well, but so far, not being needed on the Adam Warlock, as Trust Me is doing the job.
They're going to be reset as well. Jerky is going to make sure the Beetle has to go down too. Chopped wanted to try and group up, but that's 2 for 2. The Crazy Kitties dove in and then being eliminated first. It means that these fights for Na'Vi are just almost too easy for them. They're set up, they're farming up their Comet Revival for Naga, despite him going down to half HP. Instantly healed up from Fate and Level 1 Crook.
This is already looking extremely good, up to 57% for Na'Vi. Chopped starting to make their way in, though. Beetle's causing distraction. You can see once again the lack of aerial counters for Na'Vi is showing. Dazzle the Butterfly is going to be forced out into the back line, will not find a target. This time, Chopped are grouped up a little bit better and are starting to make some space. Crazy Kitty on that Ultron sends out that patch onto the Human Torch so they can keep that aerial domination using the tree as cover. Rage of Ultron to pull the trigger. Immediately, the Cosmic Yard Amplifier comes out to try and sustain it. Naga goes down first, quickly self-revives, but Crook is taken out as well.
Oh, Meteor M thrown in onto Naga as the Life Cocoon was already used. He's on 90% of having a Comet Revival, so that focus from Chopped is actually superb. The problem, however, is that it took them this long to get going. 92% on the board for Na'Vi. Losing one fight here, Chopped will not have a Comet Revival themselves to be using, but they managed to get some points on the board. They just can't lose a fight on this first objective.
Going to be seeing this flip coming on in. They still have Freedom Charge. They still have Supernova, Invisible Boundary. This is Chopped with the tools they need to try and hold this. But Na'Vi, they only need really one tool, and that's Karmic Revival, because if they can burn all of those ultimates from Chopped and then force another fight on neutrals, then they're going to be able to have a good chance of re-flipping this in their favor, already at 92%. Chopped, on the other hand, though, if they can stagger these effectively, they may be able to turn this round. Supernova is going to be the first tool to try and zone out the members of Na'Vi, keep a little bit of a choke point going, and try and get some of that damage onto the front line with those Vanguards being targeted down, Venom into the back line, Flaming Meteor to try and displace him, try and knock him down. Crazy Kitty's got a lovely angle here.
Freedom Charge is going to allow this fight to sustain in favor of Chopped still, as Na'Vi dedicating the fate of both worlds. Camera Revival, if people do start to go down now on the side of Na'Vi, but Naga's the first one to fall. Life Cocoon is going to try and find somewhere safe to do it. In fact, BR Back is going to bring him back instead. It wasn't just a passive, there's just so much that is going to allow them. But he uses the Camera Revival as nobody really goes down nor is eliminated on the side of Na'Vi. It feels that Chopped have keeping themselves going, at least with this Rage of Ultron, but their offensive capabilities, they're holding back, and I don't think Naga gets much work from it.
This is exactly what Na'Vi needed to do, though. They forced a neutral fight. Meteor M going to be coming out. Rajaros build up the Silent Seduction, but with Jerky down, they're out of revives to keep them in this fight. If the Silent Seduction can get any of the backliners, they could maybe turn this, but look at the positioning from Chopped, and Na'Vi will be deflected, forcing Jerky onto the Strange.
This has been 92% to 0 all the way to 99. Chopped has overtaken him and even forced Jerky to switch over towards the Strange to go for a portal play. So it is going to be OT hit with neutral fights and neutral numbers on the point. A Supernova is going to be available for Tuesday, and he's mostly making sure that the Vanguards are going to be under a little bit more heat. The fate of both worlds is going to try to keep it cool, keep them tepid, as the world champions might be overheating in this fight. Fate of both worlds is also going to be used from Mash, as Beetle is brought down to very low health at level 1. Crook is actually able to get the final hit onto him.
Beetle's down. He had ultimately a Freedom Charge, meaning Vertigo is forced to Invisible Boundary just to keep Chopped in it, as Na'Vi with the reinforcements are starting to sustain through. Crazy Kitty with the Rage of Ultron. Meteor M going to come in. Beetle is just going to rush back in on foot because they have that Freedom Charge. Can they sustain long enough? Vertigo will fall. They may have to swap to Strange to get back in time, as Rajaro with the Psionic Seduction to try and take out that front line, holds DRP's life in their hands. I am Agamotto from Jerky, and Chopped are running out of bodies. Beetles made their way back in, but with Freedom Charge down and no strategist outside of Crazy Kitty, the healing output isn't enough. Na'Vi, Karmic Revival, just to be sure. They're chasing down the last remaining Ultron, but here comes the portal for last second flips on 99 to 99. Trust me, has that beast from the Abyss, but Chopped are just coming in one at a time. Wolverine could be a good pickup here to buy some time, but with Crazy Kitty down, numbers are in favor of Na'Vi as they hold this through. Tuzi taken out, coming through the portal. Jerky is burning through the counter Strange to take out Vertigo, and it's gonna be Na'Vi holding on point 1.
Just at the brink consistently. I like the idea of Beetle moving over to the Wolverine, knowing that Na'Vi have switched over to 3 Vanguards and you could just cleave through them, but it was just too much damage, too much focus, and Chopped. The first couple of fights were awful for them, let's be frank, but as soon as they adjusted to what was happening, they were able to get comfortable. There was some really good hero changes to change up their composition, get Tuesday on the Torch, get Crazy Kitty on the Ultron. It looked good. It was just that Karmic Revival available on the side of the Adam Warlock for Na'Vi. It's something that might bite them in the backside as Naga's continuing to play on them.
Continuing to hold it through, continuing to build on up to yet another Karmic Revival. This has been extremely impactful for Na'Vi in these fights, forcing some neutrals and allowing that to create a swap. Jerky starting us off on the Rocket will likely swap over back to that Psylocke that has been so impactful for them so far, taking, of course, in Na'Vi a little bit of an extra sustained role here that would have sometimes been filled by Melio before those roster swaps before Stage 2.
It's a pretty middle of the pack composition for Chop now, as DRP's been on the Magneto. Just me looking for the dives. But let's be careful that Vertigo with the force physics on this invisible woman isn't just going to pull him back into the fray as he tries to leave. But it's a deep dive. Goes in. You've got at least some protection and mitigation as the Feast of the Abyss actually doesn't catch on to much from Trust Me. The Eternal Bond is going to be used to sort of allow a path for Na'Vi to go and fight past and across this point. And that focus on Damash does result in the pick in the end.
Fate doing some huge work there with that Terracate Supernova coming out early from Tuzi to try and turn this round. They have been the difference maker multiple times before, but it looks like they will be forced to retreat here. Back to their team. Trust Me is actually sent off the map there with the force physics from Vertigo, which does help even it up for Chopped a little, but the point is in control of Natas Vincere.
Na'Vi only losing on domination twice so far this stage, and just once from Chopped. It was that final map against Virtus Pro that confirmed VP's position to Atlanta. Don't want this to become a bit of a poison chalice for Chopped. They could not lose on it. Now they might be stringing a couple of losses together in the end if they don't sort their act out here. Jerky going in with the Dance to Butterflies. Does catch up Beetle just shy of having his ultimate in use again. The Captain America not quite connecting to have that sustain, but he's going to be back into the fight, into the fray fairly soon. The problem, however, is that Chopped are still fighting this. It's not really leading to any picks on their end. And in fact, Trust Me is finding those eliminations himself on the other side, whilst that clock is ticking to 50% on progression.
And we may end up in a similar situation here where Chops are able to flip it, but it might be too late. They're going to have to regroup. With 3 members down, Na'Vi keep control. They already have Karmic Revival. If Naga can stay safe, they have everything they need to keep this game under their foot. But if Chops can try and get rid of Naga, keep the pressure on him, especially Crazy Kitty, this will be their job, then they might be able to make something happen and turn this round to at least get some percentage on the board.
These are the tense moments for Chopped, because I can imagine that the comms are a little bit quiet whilst they try and get set up for these next fights, and that's when the thoughts start to creep in of like, look at where you are, look at what we can win, but look at what we can lose if this goes wrong. The Rage of Ultron is going to be used first from Crazy Kitty, mostly to keep the team going, but that first Vanguard has been taken out. Camp Revival, though, however, is going to bring Trust Me back into the fold. There comes the Freedom Charge for Beetle, and it's mostly to keep himself alive. He's taking a good brunt of damage as Tuzi tries to help with a little bit more space. He's almost getting the picks onto the likes of Naga and Trust Me, and eventually does catch on to level 1 Crook, but it's still Na'Vi fighting this one. It's still in their control at 99%. It does take everything for Chop to do similar to the first point, Tetcher. Take it from 0 to 99 again.
Tuzi is making it happen, though, picking up one by one, holding this together. Naga's going to self-revive to burn this through, because currently Chop don't have a lot of people on the board. DRP is making space. Trust Me, he's dropped low. Portal coming back in, and this will likely secure it for Chopped. But having to burn Portal for it when the fight was mostly even shows just how many resources that Chopped are having to throw at Na'Vi, because Trust Me is keeping the delays going. Naga returning, even without Karmic Revival, to keep bodies on the point, and Jerky dueling with Tuzi while keeping Tuzi away from the fight. Chopped are just burning more resources than Na'Vi each time.
Eventually, it's enough resources to take the point, but it has to be faultless yet again. That's the concern here for Chopped, is similar to what Na'Vi were able to do. If they can bank some ultimates together, they just will have enough about them to retake this at 99% and make it a 2-point win on this first map.
Pajaro pushing forward, getting a lot of damage onto DRP. Vertigo almost got in position. That's about the force physics. Rage of Ultron to pull the trigger, as well as a Feast from the Abyss on the other side from Trust Me. Diving into the backline to try and create some space, actually protecting their own strategist to keep this fight going in their favor. A lot of damage is being dropped out with this triple strategist on both sides. Healing output is a little too much to deal with at this stage without some ultimates. Freedom Charge for some bonus health, which Vertigo needs, but they can't get to him in time. Beetle, they could not do this all day. They were just arriving a bit too late.
Trying to cut back and through. It's Jerky full on blasting through if he can get it. Sign of Seduction is going to be used as well.
Juicy keeping the damage going, trying to keep them on the board as a karmic revival from Naga, buys every extra second needed, gets for the Pyro Prison to control the location. Rajaro buying more time with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier coming out, trust me, taken down. DRP is having to put so much effort into holding the line, but Rajaro is piling on too much pressure. The diamond form, Emma Frost can't buy a win, but they can just take one through skill. Beetle falls, Jerky trying to get onto the torch, they rushed out to hold the overtime. Mash gonna look to try and portal. DRP is literally rushing in on Angela to try and touch, to give time for the portal. The body blocks, they make it in time, but the portal cannot reach.
Na'Vi fighting it on to the end. And there just wasn't enough room for Chop to work with. When they lose out on those first points of domination, you're just fighting uphill. And this point, a little bit more in favor of Na'Vi as the last one, the first point that we just saw. But the world champions making sure that they make no mistakes in this qualifying game, start off on domination with a good win against the kids that were so good on this game mode, now losing it twice in a row.
Na'Vi, they seem to have locked back in. This was pretty solid. There were some moments, some showings from Chops, but this is the Na'Vi that we've come to expect. The team that has a little bit of scrappiness from time to time, but are the world champions for a reason. With that, Na'Vi go 1-0 up. They are 2 maps away from qualifying for Atlanta and their second international event.
For Chop now, you have a choice of the different types of game modes to go to. The problem is that you typically want to take it to domination now, but you might be a little bit scared to, as all of the teams in the top 4 are trading wins off each other. Seems that Jalia, perhaps on the side of Convergence, would be a good potential choice for them. I mean, all of them have been picked in Convergence that's available to them, so it doesn't feel that there's really a home ground there. And Convoy, you have a negative win rate on it, 4 wins, 5 losses. So it feels that Na'Vi are going to be pretty set on wherever Chopped want to take this series now. I don't think Na'Vi are really going to care.
Nah, they're just going to be pretty confident, honestly, and well-deserved. This is Na'Vi back on form. They seem to have gone away and seem to have learned from their mistakes. Now the question is, can Chopped do the same? Because there's no advantage really, as you've said, to really be taken by what map you go to. There might be some maps that individually are performing better, but these are two teams that have just been winning so consistently that it's hard to pick out some of these best options between the two.
It's a little bit scary, I suppose, if you're Chopped, because this would be a great way to just get the momentum into your favor, frankly. Like one of those instances where you know that you're the underdog, you know that Na'Vi are going to be very scared at letting their fans down, the team down for not qualifying an international event and taking that game mode, running with it. But the fact that it was so pretty much in Na'Vi's hands, things might get a little bit quiet, and that's when the dread might start to set in. And Na'Vi, they're sort of used to being on the back foot. They won the mid-season finals through the losers bracket when they were knocked down fairly early on. This is nothing to them, and they're used to playing in these big games a lot more than most teams in Marvel Rivals.
They really are. They're more used to it. They're more comfortable. But what you should all be comfortable in is what character you are playing and what skins you are utilizing while doing so. And you know what might help with that? Hela, the Grim Lady. The Goddess of Death shows no mercy. And this skin, with her being able to join in with Emma Frost in throwing currency, in this case gold coins, in that emote, is available in store now. You can go get it. It is a fantastic skin. It is very fancy, and of course has one of the best MVP animations in my opinion. And you know me, I always like to toss around currency in game. It's why Emma is one of my favorite characters.
Of course. I think it's also one skin that we've actually seen in the tournament a little bit last couple of days, so it has been...
We saw Hela?
Yeah. Hela's, we're not really seeing that much, to be fair, as a character, but the skin was pretty much in play for a good portion of the action that we did see. But we still have more action in this best of 5, so we're going to go for a quick break before we see where Chopped want to take the series. We'll see you in a few.
The world champions continuing their run through this lower bracket as they are now 1-0 up versus the plucky newcomers of Chopped.
I don't even think you can call them newcomers anymore because we've been saying this all throughout it. I think going back to MRC when we were first really got a glimpse at this Chopped team, granted they had just beaten Na'Vi in the night shift tournament as Na'Vi came back in a full best of 5. So it's a rematch of that game. And since then, both these teams have done well to sort of just avoid each other for the most part. So now it feels that Na'Vi, in these kind of games, they've adjusted to the meta. They're all warmed up. There was a bit of a break between them playing mid-season finals and then that fight night game. It feels that this Na'Vi team are just not going to sort of go down easily in a series like this.
It really does. They are so strong when they are on point, and they said it before. They struggled at a draft stage a little bit ago, yesterday. Now they're trying to get back, show that they are already on point, and they've already been able to take a pretty convincing first map versus Chopped. So the question is, where do Chopped take them? We were talking about which one we would prefer to see them on earlier, but the question is, do Chopped agree? While all the map options are going to be a struggle, Chopped have shown some pretty good success on Convergence, I believe. Is that right?
Decently. It was sort of like for them yesterday against Na'Vi, they were the domination guys, and then you had Virtus Pro that were more Convergence, and then it was sort of down to Convoy. Here, it's not too bad, I think, for the side of Chopped. I mean, to the point that they actually want to bring us to Central Park. It's a map that they have picked twice. They've played 4 times, and they're 2-2. That's Na'Vi even, actually, so it's not too bad for them. The Central Park, it is 1-1-1, actually, so it's
that's convenient.
Pretty much well-rounded. They've played it twice, they've picked it once, they've won it once, they've lost it once.
All right, we're going to see one-sided Jeff. Could be an option for a one-sided Mantis for Na'Vi if they wanted to, but first they're going to start by taking out some of the Vanguards. Obviously, breaking that first point on Central Park can be quite difficult, especially with Portal re-engages, and EMEA is one of the best delayers, along with potentially Captain America in the game.
One-sided Mantis to start off Na'Vi on their defense here. Chopped's map pick is going to give them the Jeff that they hungered for. They wanted to really get a good go with this character. They're going to ban out the Ultron as well to stop some more like triple strategist setups. You have to deal with the Mantis. You don't want to give the Jeff or the Ultron alongside. And you're even going to take out the Adam to avoid what happened last time, which I think overall is a good choice when that payload starts to come into the fray.
Absolutely, keep those revives off the board. You have Jeff, who could in theory grab some people, but it's so risky and hard to time. Here comes Na'Vi's last Protect on the board. They so far only have Mantis, and they're going to guarantee themselves a one-sided Venom. Of course, take that away from Chopped to prevent the symbiotic shenanigans.
So now, the final ban going to be coming in for Chopped, seeing exactly what they're looking to try and pick up and play themselves. Right now, it is just going back to that de facto, taking out as many strategists as you possibly can. It's going to be a Jean Grey, actually, who started to really creep up in the ban order just today, really, it feels like.
Yeah. Been one of the most impactful characters post their release outside of maybe EMEA. Ultron's up there as well, but Jean Grey, when she came out, was one of the most picked and most impactful characters at the mid-season finals due to their ability of one being a hit scan character, to having incredible AoE, and most importantly, that ultimate N-Song Inferno. The ability to take out all summons, which of course is fantastic versus stuff like Loki, which was very popular at the time. Actually, Rocket, who has snuck up in terms of priority here, you've got to make sure you cancel your BRB before it comes down, or it will go on full cooldown. But most importantly, bonus health removal, allowing you to get one-shot combos onto stuff like the Lunar Snow, stuff like the Mantis, and basically, and especially the Venom as well, which is why we see it comboed so effectively with Magneto, which is exactly what Chopped are looking to go for.
Seeing that trend, though, of the one-sided Venom and EMEA in favor of Na'Vi, and it just seems to be that main common Vanguard line when you're looking at the fact that you've got Beetle and DRP on the other side. Pretty much is the most common Vanguard duo, I would say, just at a glance. Both of them being very good in of themselves, but taking DRP away from the Venom and then stopping Beetle being on the EMEA. It really does feel like you can make things a little bit more one-sided. Alongside, there's going to be the one-sided Na'Vi Mantis, and then Jeff and Jean Grey and Ultron for Chopped. So triple strategists aplenty seem to be the go-to for this one again.
Let's see how it works out as Chopped begin their rollout. They are starting off with a cosmic fastball. Crazy Kitty looking to be sent flying. Naga needs to be careful not to get caught out. You can see Beetle hiding off to the side with this thing. Sends out the Wolverine, sends out Crazy Kitty, who will not find a target. They're just going to reset Beetle after the throw, swaps over to the Groot. Not really wanting to try and run head first onto a defended objective with the thing.
Now Naga's going to try and hold off. Not really being under that much pressure, but just making sure the Chopped can't engage him on the high ground. Rajaro, especially alongside this Mantis, Jerky does take a lot of damage. Very lucky to not go down, but those damage boosts onto a 100 charge Rajaro, and the Emma Frost is just going to melt that front line. Even with all of the walls that Beetle can throw down this Groot, it's not going to give you too much protection, and it's going to force a lot of mitigation outside of DRP. This fight is not being tame at all from Naga. He's not afraid to go in and dive, even though that the picks are starting to trade outside.
Naga Galactic Legend going to be dropped quite early, hoping that with the amount of damage they've done that they've managed to outplay some of these strategies, and they did for a while, but no overlap. Chopped. They get them both off cooldown so quickly that they were panicking, thinking the other one wouldn't be there in time. They dropped both at the same time, and as such, Chopped have no defensive tools left, but it might be enough. Level 1 Crook is down. Trust me, returning to the point with the Feast from the Abyss. Regeneration Domain is going to expire, and it looks like Na'Vi are starting to make it work. DRP and Beetle fall. Crazy Kitty drops low, and Chopped with those defensive tools taken away. They are taken down. Level 1 Crook, though, also goes down for the second time in one fight.
And he still manages to keep the ultimate too. He's just throwing bodies. I mean, that's one thing that you could certainly say about Citadel Gaming, of just the way that they can efficiently throw themselves at the point to keep it stalled out. It's going to work just in the nick of time, because 95% was grabbed for Chopped. Want to try and push this a little bit further than being full held on first point, and Soul Resurgence from Jerky is going to allow Naga a brief chance to go in for these barrages. It's not only doing damage to the backlines and forcing out some of these bigger cooldowns, but it is maintaining the tempo with those ultimates, as a Galactic Legend for Naga is at 90%.
But Jerky is down, but they are outnumbered. Last stand coming in, and Crazy Kitty just peeled open this point. Here comes the fate of both worlds, taken by the God of Mischief from Level 1 Crook, allowing Naga to chase down everyone else as they retreat. Gets the double, and that's going to keep Na'Vi in defense of this point as numbers go their favor. Naga barely escapes, but it's Fate who's picking up the final hits. They're trying to stagger DRP, and that is massively slowing down Chopped.
There's only a minute left, and Naga is just farming up these ultimates so quickly. It shouldn't be that allowed, really, for Naga to be able to go in and go for these barrages and not just be CC'd out of them, or at least punished, especially when there's no bulwark from a Magneto to protect him. The Magneto's on the other side from DRP. Now you just have to find some way of opening. You've got a great composition to just force the fight onto the point itself, but Beetle wants that strangling prison. He wants to really grab everybody together, but that flying nuisance is being swatted down from Crazy Kitty's Wolverine. The Feral Leap catching onto the right kind of target. Now all of the bodies from Na'Vi are going to be there to contest.
Fate taking down Jerky, taking down the backline of Na'Vi is disintegrating here. And Rajaro, they have that Motor, but they can't use it. Getting completely eliminated. Strangling Prison, just not needed right now. Naga is out of there. Not even going to attempt to try and contest that, because Chopped just walked that one.
Vagamoto isn't going to be used at all from Rajaro. He's going to switch over towards the Emma Frost now that the portal is on cooldown. But because of that swap at full ult charge, it's now 50% of the way to a Silent Seduction, which they can get that up as soon as possible. You can take very early fights here. That's what the meta has been on this second point of Central Park. Just get in there and make sure that Chopped are pushed all the way back towards attacker spawn. Just buy as much time as you can. And the leaping from Trust Me alongside the Feast of the Abyss means that that backline is under enough pressure. Mash gets taken out, nowhere near having that fate of both worlds. And Chopped not really having much that they want to dedicate to this fight. Still farming up the ultimates. The Strangling Prison used from Beetle. He wants to go for the offensive here.
He's creating space. He's able to pick off one, and as such, the numbers stay equal. Crazy Kitty moves over to the Winter Soldier, and finally, Chopped create an opening. The car continues to move forward, but this is Na'Vi now being able to reinforce. They can contest this one more time, and still have enough time for a portal that will be coming off cooldown extremely shortly.
A DRP's fine jerky though. It seems that Na'Vi tried to reset a little bit. They overextended and now being picked off one at a time. Not being afraid for Trust Me to go in for the dive, and the side of Seduction is pretty much fully dedicated to just CCing him, holding him down. Meteor M might put him out of his misery, but the dodge is good enough for Naga to just try to get away. He has the Galactic Legend, but he's holding on to it. He wants stuff like this invisible boundary out the hands of Vertigo, and if Mash follows up with a Fate of Both Worlds, which I imagine Naga expects, that's when he'll start to fly.
Fate drops their own as well. In comes Naga with the Blaster Mirage. Pulled in. Bionica. Trooper's Fist. But still with the invulnerability frame. Rolls right into a straggling prison. Kraken Impact opens up the team. Resetting off the Loki clone. Almost misses it. But still holding the line. The freeze onto Trust Me adds one more to the pile. And back in. Jerky has nowhere to run. The point is going down. And some Inferno comes in as the portal. Attempted from Chop for the delay. Sorry, from Na'Vi. Rajaro. Khalid out though. The body box on the point. And it is point 2 taken by Chopped.
And Crazy Kitty just jumping through the portal to see if he can get those old spawn players. Na'Vi, they had a win condition, right? Go over that Galactic Legend once the Strategist Ultimates are out. But I love that Beetle used that timing. Like, actually, gotta say, these Strangling Prisons from Beetle have been exceptional to keep them in it. It felt that Chopped might run out of steam, but they actually go on the offensive afterwards. But DRP keeps finding these picks. Na'Vi are just free-falling with their numbers being reset. Jerky's able to at least trade out one. But this can't be the setup for the World Champions. They're getting picked off in the neutral.
Jerky's able to get onto DRP. They've abandoned the Mantis. The Psylocke for some extra damage output. Face from the Abyss to chase on down. But Crazy Kitty is adding the crowd control to try and deal with this, to try and chase them off that point and try and deal with this Venom, who's able to grab the map heal, keep the sustain up as they keep the pressure on, and Trust Me will fall. But they're fighting so far off the point right now. The point was stalled for the entire duration of that fight, but with 2 people down, they're still going to get the duration and the distance. Fate has been sent off the side.
Yeah, Virgo just pulls him down into the Abyss. So now, again, it feels that now if he just don't hold on this at all, they're trying to jump on him, but it's not like they've got anything else together. Naga has still got that Galactic Legend. He's not used it since the second point. And now, Trust Me, trying to dive in immediately, has to dive out, but he still wanting to fight. It's at the end.
Trying to hold on to the point. Trust Me is dropped low. Rajaro has that Silent Seduction, which could be used for a little bit of a delay, a little bit of congestion here, as right now we're seeing them pull, diving in to the backline for the setup. Dance of the Butterfly to weaken them all, but with no face in the Abyss, they don't have enough damage to pull them in. A beautiful hook coming in once again from Crazy Kitty, but they're able to get out of danger. Jerky surviving this. Meteor is going to be sent, but finds nothing. The Silent Seduction from Rajaro is enough to try and clean them out. Kraken Impact. Jerky will fall, but Crazy Kitty isn't finding resets, and Naga, timed with the end of the invisible boundary, comes on in with the Galactic Legend. The World Champions are able to hold on point 2.
That's what Na'Vi were waiting for. I remember us casting them on their first game of the group stages, Tetra, and it's like Na'Vi have this very protocoled approach. Get everything out, use those kind of ultimates. And at this point, Naga knows that he is just the tool. He's the flashy one. He might be the poster boy when he's playing a duelist and such, but he knows that his job is to wait out all of those strategist ultimates and then come in with an ultimate like that, because he will clean up house 9 times out of 10. Chop just trying to fight fire with fire, that tenacious, zesty approach with the offensive capabilities. Crazy Kitty using an invisible boundary and then a Kraken's Impact to sort of go through it and catch Na'Vi by surprise, maybe. It worked well the first time, but the second Na'Vi were just well positioned. And trust me, he's just in and out of these fights consistently. He's such a pain in the ass for Chop to deal with. It doesn't seem to really go down.
He doesn't. They just have full control of these fights so often. As such, Trust Me keeps the pressure on. He was picked off a couple times, but that was due to Crazy Kitty being forced to swap onto that Winter Soldier. And now they're going to make it a little bit different. On the defense, Chops, they're chosen to rely on the Jeff. If you can just out-sustain your opponents, you might better make something happen. Extra healing output from the buffed It's Jeff could give them the delay tactics that they do need. And of course, if you can take other people off the map, you hold that first point for even longer.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Trust Me, going for the runaround. be joined by Jerky. I mean, a lot of players actually be able to get into these flanks, including Magic. There's one I learned. I think Helis had a rollout that everybody was using just to be able to get in behind and try to catch Chopped. A little bit paranoid, showing some presence, seeing what information that they can get, whilst the rest of Na'Vi is just posturing, breaking some of these walls. And trust me, he's relaying all of this information in the dark as well. You can see him in the corner, trying to be the light for the team to find out opening onto the attack.
Going in, trying to take out the Phoenix, but already Jerky falls. They tried to go for the 2 versus 2, but they get completely countered out here. Level 1 Crook's going to fall, and Na'Vi, this first attack is going to be repelled very casually. Even Trust Me falls in that backline.
Still triple strategist. Luna, Invisible Woman, and Jeff for Chopped. Crossfiring enough, playing from the high ground, maintaining the fact that Na'Vi are going to struggle to dive in onto them. And trust me, moving away from that Venom that was protected to go for the fall, for something a little bit more on the point, Saturday Night Fever, just hoping to take a few more chunks out of Chop's defense and forcing them onto the point away from this high ground.
Naga drops low, but able to roll out, gets that bonus health now, which is always fantastic, while also getting vulnerability frames, meaning Naga can take these duels for a little bit longer, has that idle aura, keeping them topped up, and needs more healing, forced to roll out, forced to retreat, and sets down that astral jump for the escape, straggling prison from Beetle for the setup. Rajaro unable to find the target, Jerky falls down, meaning no Battle Rebirth Beacon, and it's gonna be Na'Vi, forced off the point. Trust Me moves over to the Thorn to try and give them some kind of displacement, because Chopped are currently completely blocking them out.
Now Chopped, the defense is holding on nicely for Na'Vi. Might start to stress a little bit more. Rajaro on that Emma Frost now. And it does feel a little bit like, yeah, you've banked up some of these ultimates. Are you going to sort of be well aware that Mash and Vertigo aren't quite there with their own support ults to work with? Or is this going to be Naga waiting in the wings with that Galactic Legend and potentially waiting a bit too long again?
Trust Me, going to be moving into that backline, setting up. They're almost at that God of Thunder to see if they can take out the backline, if they can wait out for the end of this Awakening Rune to try and set up. It's Jeff looking for the defender, looking for the attackers in the backline. Finds Groot and Emma, but those are their own team, protecting them from the God of Thunder, saving them from the damage output. Trust Me falls, Crook falls, Vertigo is finally taken out by Rajaro, but Naga finds nothing. Rajaro is currently just having to solo this. They are taking down 2, keeping the point contested with the extra sustain and the healing output that they are getting from Jerky, who's returned on the Invisible Woman just to keep this fight going every second longer. The point is ticking up slowly but steadily, straggling prison to try and stop the rampage of Rajaro. Trust Me returns, Naga finds Beetle, and the point ticks up. Beetle might be looking for a reinforcement. They're trying to knock DRP off the point to prevent the delay and stop that portal coming back in, but here comes Chopped with 38 seconds remaining, and Beetle brings back the team.
Oh, the portal just to go for a final hold on for Chopped. Galactic Legend, there it comes. It's been held on to for so much time, but the eliminations aren't necessarily streaking together. In fact, Mash is able to take him out, so Na'Vi now might start to be in a bit of a mad dash themselves to try and touch the point. There's only 15 seconds left, and Chopped's now going to try and rush them down to stop Naga from setting up with the portal.
They're running out of time. This is Na'Vi's last chance. Otherwise, we're going to be evening up the map score. Going to try and interrupt that portal. Tuzi will fall with his numbers advantage. Naga up to the high ground, up to Crazy Kitty as they try and hold on to that low ground. If they get rid of that gem, that's a huge amount of healing taken out. Good freeze onto the Thorn to give extra seconds. Psionic Seduction onto Beetle to buy extra time, but the Fate of both worlds is keeping everyone topped up. Can they get enough damage output from this? Into the backline, trying to chase down Mash. God of Thunder takes Mash down as they dive onto those Vanguards with the healing output massively reduced. The Awakening Rune and Thorn, the God of Thunder. Their prayers have been answered.
So now this is a big test for Chopped, honestly. They almost full held on Na'Vi and maybe brought this BO5 into a 1-1. But eventually it's just enough about the world champions to keep themselves alive on Central Park. For Chopped now, they don't want to lose this point. They still have to hold just before the end of this map. Second could give them so much of a chance. It did against Virtus Pro. They just need to keep themselves level-headed and not start to panic, and that's difficult when you've got the God of Thunder getting into your face, looking for a little bit more of a level-headed fight. DRP having a Meteor M might be looking to see if he can get into some of the strategist backlines, but there's just this battle happening in the castle, the alcove on the outside, as DRP finds himself another first elimination in these neutral fights.
Ashfanaga traded out here. It's Jeff onto the point, grabs the Thorn out of this, and Crazy Kitty tries to get away, trying to take out someone. It's Trust Me who will actually fall, and Crazy Kitty trying to take him off the edge, Coca Levitation, but you cannot survive the hose.
Now looking at it for Na'Vi, don't have control of the objective anymore, and I think it's pretty much just on this 90-degree angle. Forces everybody on Na'Vi to be quite low down, and they don't have a choice to go for something like a Jean Grey, I don't believe. They have Torch and stuff. You could go for something a little bit more in the air and aerial threat, but you're also lacking an Ultron, so it seems to be just boots on the ground fighting at face level. Rajaro does have the Eye of Agamotto. You can see that he's thinking about trying to line up. How many possibilities are going to lead with Rajaro finding the picks needed here for Na'Vi to keep this going, especially with 40 seconds left and after losing Crook?
That's going to remove a lot of their healing and a lot of extra damage from that allied inspiration. Trust Me dropped low as well, trying to use their Storm Surges for bonus HP. Awakening Rune is also buying them a little bit of extra time, but it's going to end up being a retreat from Na'Vi, waiting for level 1 Crook to reinforce, but with only 20 seconds left, have they got time to waste? Beetle just finished charging up that straggling prison, and Na'Vi have to pull the trigger, or we are heading into game 3 evened up. Media M looking in for the backline. Zed's blind to see if they can catch someone. Crack an impact to try and lock them down, but Naga finds nothing. If Rajaro can get this Eye of Agamotto, though, that could buy them the extra time. Invisible boundary for the lockdown on both sides. Zed indeed force physics to send them back. Tuesday with the End Song Inferno to send on down. Catches Trust Me midair. You may be a god, but your prayers aren't being listened to, as Tuesday dives on deep and proceeds to pick off one by one, and Chopped are evening up the score.
It's Central Park. It was their choice and they made it work. Na'Vi pretty much on the back foot entirely on that attacking side, taking first point in OT. It just left them not much to work with when the payload was still just on the low ground, not even really scaring the likes of Tuzi and the rest of Chopped. Speaking of which, he is perfect at finding the picks at the right time, usually off the back of an ultimate. That was mostly, I think, on the side of Naga when we saw the stuff like the Galactic Legends from Star-Lord. But Tuzi, those picks that come in from Phoenix right at the end, him and DRP finding so many key eliminations and the main brunt of them in the server.
I'm pretty sure he just face-checked the Thor with that End Song Inferno, literally directly to the face of the Thor mid-air. I'll have to go back and watch that at some point. But this is Chopped. Recovering Crazy Kitty, Crack and Impact on that first offense as well was what carried them through that first setup. And in this second round, when it was time for defense, Tuzi really put in the work and put in the effort to turn that round and prevent Na'Vi from pushing in any further.
So now V have the choice, but it has to be specifically Convoy, which I believe for both of these teams is sort of like decent, not amazing, but like not bad. Like 4 wins, 5 losses for Chopped. Yeah, sort of expected when you get into these BO5s. And then 2 wins, 2 losses for Na'Vi. We haven't really seen an awful lot of them outside of Araco and Midtown.
It was, yes.
Yeah, Yggdrasil, he just goes for it.
I can't believe he point-blanked a Thor mid-ultimate to save his team that round. Tuzi is on something else. This guy's absolutely wild. We have the best job in the world, dude. This is incredible.
It's always fun to see those kind of moments. And like characters like Thor also being brought out in the right times. But again, looking back on the draft, it seemed that Na'Vi had like their number, I suppose, of Chopped by going for the Venom and the Emma. But it was really good work from Beetle and DRP to make the Groot, to make the Magneto really work. Whether there's going to be an adjustment in the draft, we'll have to see, or whether they want to keep things going in favor of Na'Vi. They have the choice of maps. We'll see exactly where they want to take this one after a quick break.
crush. Priceless. Steel presence. Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, hoping your minds hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tide.
When it comes to maps, Tetra, we have access to the multiverse when it comes to the different areas that we can go. We've just finished in Central Park, of course, in New York City, and now we've decided to take us a couple of blocks away to Midtown.
Out of all of the options, out of everything you can do, and you choose over there.
Yeah.
That is what they have gone for this time. But it is a massive spawn hold map, which is something that we've not really seen these two teams go head to head on yet.
Yeah, Na'Vi have only played this map, it says twice, but they've lost it once, so they've not won it. So I'm wondering where on earth that's sort of gone wrong, I suppose, for Na'Vi. But for Midtown, it is only just seen it briefly for Chopped once, which they lost. So we are getting into that territory, certainly of like Convoy, where we've seen like Citadel Gaming 10-0 in that game mode now. It's like 2-2, 3-4 here for both these teams. It's just something that they don't want to rely on and haven't had to, because either they've won series 2-0 in a best of 3 or lost it 0-2 in a best of 3. Means that we don't get to see that much reps of these maps in particular.
Well, let's find out who can extend the lead here. We are sitting at 1-1 in a best of 5. So no matter what, both of these teams have to win 2 more maps, and each of those journeys starts with a single step, and that will be Midtown. Bash is teasing us as usual. So far, we've seen no Blade really in EMEA, despite other regions being a little bit gentle with giving him a chance. But yeah, don't think we'll be seeing that being played, especially from one of the strategists.
Pretty much is continuing on with both these teams trading out the Mantis and the Jeff to begin with. That's not going to change at all. Na'Vi every single time have tried to take out the Mantis, but they're on the attacking side now instead of defending first. So seems to be for Chopped at the very least. Jeff Ultron has been the order that they've gone for. Their draft order hasn't really changed in the slightest, whereas Na'Vi have been a little bit more dedicated to protecting that Mantis despite letting it through the first map.
Very interesting. This does give the one-sided Jeff over to Chopped. They have the option of Jeff or Ultron. That Jeff is going to be their first choice, and that is sensible because Ultron is quite effective against Jeff. So being able to one-side potentially both of them, if we don't see Na'Vi ban out the Ultron, could still be quite effective. And there we go, Na'Vi also once again reacting with some Vanguards being taken away. It didn't work last round, but it has been effective in the past.
In fact, the draft is looking eerily similar to what we've seen so far. So what it was like, Chopped banned out the Jeff, the Ultron first, that's true. They have the ban of the Adam, that's come in, so that's exactly the same, free for free. If they go for a Jean Grey ban at the end, that would be pretty much lined up with what we saw beforehand. But they've actually protected the Magneto, feeling that that might be something that is aimed for a little bit more. Making sure the DRP is something to play at is what it feels like.
Adam Warlock taken out, preventing a hyper revive on these big hold points. This is the opportunity where Chopped could try and take out the Doctor Strange to really prevent reinforcements for Na'Vi. Na'Vi have the option to protect it, but they have always prioritized other options when it comes to getting these hyper sustains and also for these longer drawn out fights like the Star-Lord.
It's a little bit different for Na'Vi because they've gone for protecting the Venom last time. Otherwise, the draft is almost exactly the same. And the Jean Grey actually coming in as a ban for Chopped yet again, making it one-sided. So that's like Jeff, Ultron, Jean Grey on the side of Chopped. Exactly the same as it was on Central Park just then. And then it's Emma, Venom, and Mantis. It pretty much is these non-mirrored characters every single time available for these two teams. They know exactly what they want to build their compositions around. But I think the cool thing about this Tetra, now that we're seeing this kind of draft in play, it's not like the comps are the same every single time. There's so much variance in the characters in play, certainly for the Vanguards and the Strategists.
But this is the opportunity where they can actually play a little bit more in the duelist variety, as well as the spawn hold maps give the attacking team a little bit of flexibility to bring out characters who we normally might otherwise not see, like for example the Moon Knight and the Storm, who will almost always make at least a gentle appearance, if not the entirety of that first point.
Gentle is it's not really the term I would use. Like, yeah, it's a dip, but they pretty much kick the spawn doors down and go, everybody get out of the way, and throw in all sorts of celestial power. And then you got Punisher as well, that is just angry all the time and just holds mouse button 1. Is that going to be part of the plan? No, it's Moon Knight that's going to just be holding the mouse number 1 with the angst to sort of spread out some of this damage. Na'Vi is attacking first, and Beetle really did a lot with these Strangling Prisons on the Groot. He is in a matchup, though, for Trust Me. The Venom is available to him, but on this point when it's such level ground, they just want to fight it head on.
And Beetle almost feels like they're out here alone. The strategists are doing their best job to try and keep them topped up. But that is because we are seeing Chopped run a 2-1-3 with Tuzi sticking with the Phoenix. Not going to be moving on to a Vanguard or a strategist here. Just going to continue to try and pit out damage Na'Vi, who are once again going to be adjusting to a more standard composition, realizing they're not up against a really hard spawn hold. They're just playing a normal game. So it's time to bring out the Star-Lord. It's time to bring out the Wolverine to try and trap that Groot.
It might be just general gut feeling, but I feel like Mash is finding a lot of these final hits. Certainly for a Lunar Snow, it feels that his name is coming up in the elimination feed a decent amount. And it just means that like everybody's focusing on the right targets. And in a fight where Chopped were looking to back out a little bit, Beetle surviving by the skin of his teeth if he has them as Groot. I don't want to really think about it. But it's the fact that they're able to counterattack and take on these engagements. The Strangling Prison is going to be good. And whilst Na'Vi have actually pushed up, Tuzi's going for such an aggressive play by going in for the flank. The Strangling Prison of the wall is going to try and separate some of these sightlines. And just again, Tuzi gets the perfect pick at the perfect time. He gets onto Naga just as the invisible boundary comes up from Crook.
Who's stopping him? He's just pegging away. Trust me, he's finally going to turn around and try and do some damage to him, but Tuzi is literally just hanging out. He's having a lovely time doing damage while the rest of Chopped continue to delay this as long as possible. Strangling Prison was good. They didn't find as many finishing blows as they might have otherwise liked, but they forced out an invisible boundary. They still stalled the cart for quite a bit, and now they've been able to pull back, regroup, and they're still keeping this cart held.
Ooh, Tuesday might have got a bit more than he bargained for, even if he had some of the support from Crazy Kitty. He goes down as well. Naga 1 versus 2, battling in the corridors, able to find some space for Na'Vi, who were struggling a little bit on making that progression. And Chopped, they have 5 ultimates to sit back on. It seemed that they were sitting pretty, but losing 2 players like that might cause a little bit more of a pandemonium.
They are starting to creep back forward again. Beetle setting up a double group wall to give room for the rest of the team to step out forward. Straggling Prison not at the ready, so they have to rely on other engage tools like that Media M, like an It's Jeff, and it's going to be the Silent Seduction that's going to be the first trigger pull. DRP with a Media M into the backline, turns it instead directly onto Rajaro to try and burst through the attack, and Tuzi is on the flank again in the melee form, doing as much damage as they can while it's still available. Endsong Inferno from directly above, waiting for the expiration of the invisible boundary, nukes them from above. The life energy of the Phoenix Force being used for its antithesis as they burn through the attackers, and Na'Vi are melted off the board once again.
Tuzi melting off the attackers, but also burning down the wick. Less than a minute for Na'Vi now. You're looking at least at having Strange possibly an option to go for a portal play, especially with how far away that payload is. But you just feel like Chopped are going to be expecting this. These are the kind of moments where they sort of look the better team, but Na'Vi have the experience to break through from just attrition alone. There's not really going to be many ultimates to help them either as we hit the 20-second mark.
Barnacook tried to look for a turnaround to see if they could get isolation, but they did not flick quick enough, so they weren't able to pull them even further. Creeping forward, and while we are starting to see Na'Vi creep that cart forward, they haven't moved in quite a while. Here comes It's Jeff, looking for the attackers. What a Dark Force teleport! That was beautiful, Fate. Crazy Kitty gets sniped off the point. Naga is taking out the defenders, and Na'Vi creeping on in. They're able to take that first point.
Seems to be more of the same, but like Central Park, we can't see Chopped full holding. It goes down to the wick again, but Na'Vi playing around it very nicely. But like Central Park, maybe there's a chance for Chopped to stop the action here, just like we saw from Citadel Gaming a little bit earlier. But Na'Vi, you can see how much space they're trying to take already past this like horseshoe that the cat needs to move around, trying to spot where this offensive is going to come in from Chopped. The RP up on the high ground is going to be forced back down off of it, but the Endsong Inferno is going to try to come through as well as Meteor M. That combination not in sync at all, just the ultimates used at the right time, but in different places and different spots. Kraken's impact is going to be a little bit more concentrated firepower for Na'Vi, but the numbers are still there for Chop to be fighting into this. Silent Seduction is going to try and pull them back in, but there is some at least protection from Chops with the Fate of Both Worlds.
Mash buying as much time as they can, but Na'Vi once again reinforcing, making their way back in and start to make their way down the ramp, looking to try and push Beetle back. We don't need to deal with the walls if we make sure that the Groot isn't there to capitalize off them. So it's hyper aggression from Na'Vi right now as Beetle is trying to create some space for himself, but that Fantastic Car is creeping in step by step, 69% of the way towards the straggling prison. It's Jeff also around the corner, but Fate taken down as Tuzi continues to be a menace.
He's so good in these clutch moments, even though it's not really the end of it for Na'Vi. 50 seconds now. And there's not really too much for Chop to rely on ultimate-wise yet either. Strangler Prison is pretty close up. It's just that I'm always nervous about Na'Vi in these fights because they always have enough about them. But Chopped, it is just a mad scramble to get whatever ultimates they can online and not give up these picks for free. Everybody's playing so safe, so conservatively on this defense. And for Na'Vi, it's everybody just grabbing onto the point, using whatever they have to keep it going as we hit 20 seconds again.
Bird up, set to the sky, invisible boundary, Meteor M for DRP, takes out Naga, buys some extra time, straggling Prison onto the backliners to try and burst on through, and it's a huge chunk of damage, trying to focus onto Fate, who's forced to use the Eternal Bond to buy every extra second they can. It's Jeff to try and catch them and take them off the board, trying to flee Crazy Kitty, heading to the underground, because Fate is late for a trade. Double teleport!
Was he able to actually get out, or is he still going to go down? No, I think Fate is still fighting this one down to full HP, and so Jerky is actually able to cut through. Crazy Kitty couldn't get anything with the ultimate at all, and this isn't quite the second checkpoint for Na'Vi, but over time and the numbers are looking decent for them to keep a hold on this. Chopped, forcing it to the end again, Tetcher, but they just can't put it to bed.
Overtime ticks down, but the point is taken. We exit the underground into the basement of the Fisk building as we make our way towards Avengers Tower, the final point. And Na'Vi, they don't have a lot of time, 1 minute and 15 seconds, but Chops, like you say, they keep dragging them out to this overtime. They keep burning the wick on the candle, but they just cannot seem to get the finishing blow. Na'Vi are relentless. They keep reinforcing. They've still got Doctor Strange being played by Naga, so they're currently on a 3-1-2 situation.
Now Chops, under the unrelenting force of Jerky, is just trying to force back some of this defense away from these like 90-degree angles where these flanks can come in, where you have to be scared about where Tusi is playing from. He is the sole duelist on this team right now, as the triple strategist is in play from Crazy Kitty. Meteor M looking to see what kind of tag he can get, but it's blocked masterfully from Rajaro just off the back of the Silent Seduction, able to keep his team alive.
Tusi has found himself a lovely perch, like the Phoenix that sits upon their shoulder, to try and spot everyone using that third-person camera to see if they can go away again for a flank. They are spotted, though, but they still matter! Diving on in from the backline, looking for the vanguards. Naga's going to just try and body block them. They wrap around, going for the Tokyo Drift, able to escape out of danger here and help chase back the members of Na'Vi, who have to use the Eye of Agamotto to try and contest this on the point, but Tusi's in the backline with the melee weaves, getting the extra sparks, the extra damage output. It's Jeff to remove the attackers from the point. Grabs 1-for-1 to try and delay this, but the Fate of both worlds coming in from Fate, the Eternal Bond, to give every extra second they can, and Strange not making it into the spawn. They sustain through, but if Naga goes down, is Portal available? It will still be on cooldown, so they have no reinforcements.
Oh, this is a weird fight, but Naga goes down. He's going to be out for 12 seconds before Portal can maybe come in, but now they were in OT for the first and second checkpoint, able to force it to the end. Now it feels that steam is going to just run out a little bit more. Finally, Chopped could stop this payload moving, but there's going to be that thought in the back of their heads, Tetcher, that's thinking we could have done this on first.
They really could have. There were several opportunities where this could have gone either way multiple times. This could have been done a little quicker by Na'Vi. This could have been held a little bit better by Chopped. Both these teams, neither one's going to be especially happy with that round. But the fact is, Chopped were able to hold Na'Vi pre a third point, meaning that it is almost impossible now for anything other than a result that isn't a draw.
Feel that protection, or not even protection, I think it was just a one-way ban from Chopped right at the end of this draft. It's working quite well. Tusi's able to go for something that fits in the triple strategist, that is able to put out a good amount of damage from distance. It has the verticality, like we saw Tusi moving into a nice 3-bedroom flat somewhere in Midtown, just playing up on that high ground, waiting for Na'Vi to get a little bit too deep in these engagements before he slams down on them with that fire damage. Chopped on attack have a lot to do, but the elimination's super in favor actually of like Beetle and DRP. They've really not gone down too much in these engagements, certainly when you compare it to the likes of Jerky, that's gone down quite a lot.
And Chopped once again looking at their more unique style of playing on attack. They don't like playing Punisher with damage boost or Moon Knight with damage boost. What they like doing is completely displacing and disjointing defenders. Crazy Kitty on Wolverine, they've got Tusi on the Winter Soldier. We don't care how much healing you have if you're not near your healers.
Na'Vi wanted to try to stay in sightline of each other mostly. Going in for these dives, which, oh my god, trust me, overextends massively. He was maybe expecting a little bit more support, but no. Chopped with all of that CC, almost just waiting for the fish to take the bait and then yank him out of existence. So now Na'Vi are still fighting this one to play it down. It's not going to be too long before they have that Captain America back in the fight. In fact, he's here. It's like he never left. He's come back in to try and finish what he started, but immediately the focus is there. And the revenge from Trust Me in an earshot, able to smash his way into a good few picks as Chop has to reset.
I'd say you can do this all day, but it's very clearly nighttime, as we are just going to see Na'Vi completely shutting down Chopped at this early push. But Chopped already about halfway through this first point have been able to set themselves up nicely, and it's only going to take one mistake for Crazy Kitty or Tuzi to shut down Na'Vi and create a cascade effect of eliminations.
Just means pretty much IGL in this team relaying this information of where this dive wants to come in. Just wants to be annoying. He's happy to sort of take that focus because he wants the 2 free players have Chopped on this payload to turn around and deal with him. Even if he gets eliminated, he's going to be back into the fight fairly quickly. Look how much focus and attention he's taking, and even the Bionic Hook dedicated. It means that Na'Vi have at least a chance to take the head-on fights with a player advantage. The Leap is going to bring on Level 1 Crook into the action, but he gets the Soul Resurgence out just beforehand. Unfortunately, however, he goes down quickly. The be right back's going to bring him straight in.
Must be putting Freedom Charge though to delay this even longer. Jerky has dropped low, but will get healed back up. Silent Seduction to try and capitalize. Media M from above, from DRP, finds very little again, as Crazy Kitty is trying to find some isolations, trying to deal with Trust Me. Finally gets the isolation, finally gets the chase, and with the help of Beetle, they take down Steven. Pushing onto the point to melt through the remainders. Like we say, it's time for a cascade, a capitalization, and a capture of the first point if they can break the one last hold of Na'Vi.
Portal? Anybody switching over towards the Strange from Na'Vi? Doesn't look like it.
No portal. They have time. They could, in theory, make it on foot. It looks like they're going to try that.
Keep it saved. Na'Vi not feeling the stress of this fight just yet. I mean, Chopped sort of flubbed their lines going for a portal play yesterday in a potential qualifying game against Virtus Pro, dedicating it too early and it not mattering too much in the end. But Na'Vi, their go button is going to be this fate of both worlds. Level 1 Crook finds that first pick onto Crazy Kitty. It means that Wolverine isn't going to keep Feral leaping his way into pulling this backline into little shreds. Tuzi trying to deal with this dive that keeps coming in from Trust Me, but it's enough of an issue when they lose Beetle and with that Yam amplifier that they're going to back up all the way to spawn. If Trust Me lets them, frankly.
Jocelyn's just trying to harass them all the way back, but the fact is they've still got 48 seconds left. They could, in theory, go for a Strange if they wanted to, but they'd rather hold on to it. This is Chopped pretty safe here. They burn almost every defensive tool for Na'Vi, and they are now grouped up on a composition that they like. They've brought out a Human Torch and a Phoenix. They just have to break this first point, and they've got the right tools for it. Oh, and a Stagger.
As Tuzi finding the great picks, one of the strategists gone down. Fate and Naga not having any ultimates to maintain this fight if it goes on a bit longer. But the support ult for Trust Me is going to keep the sustain going. But Tuzi is making it count. It pretty much has to be that Freedom Charge keeping Trust Me alive. And now it's OT going to be hitting again. Chopped having to do their Na'Vi cosplay to go and win this fight as we hit the wick.
Na'Vi is burning every second they can to try and keep this going and still have the Soul Resurgence, which has to be used because Trust Me is dropped low, retreated to the fight. No, Tuzi has that End Song Inferno, which could be used for the defense, invisible boundary, and the Fate of Both Worlds are starting to get staggered. Once again, overlapped by Chopped. No one found by that Meteor Rim. Again, DRP just cannot target. Tuzi is taken down. Pre the End Song Inferno, and Na'Vi maybe creating an opening. The Supernova, those that burn brightly, burn out twice as fast as they try to give every second they can. Tuzi is going to portal in to buy every extra second. 2 are down. 2 are down. Na'Vi are trying to hold this, but they're running out of bodies. The Cosmic Guard Amplifier expires. The portal comes in, and Chopped are reinforcing. Trust Me is delaying. Rajaro is holding the line, and Fate is icing. What a freeze to buy the extra seconds. Jerky's going to portal back in for the extra reinforcements to keep Na'Vi on this point as long as they can. Tuzi has been able to buy every extra second they can, but with Na'Vi holding that portal for so long, they're keeping it going. Invisible boundary for Vertigo to give them the extra healing to try and slow them down onto the point. Everyone is still here. BRB, Rajaro, about to fall, barely sustained. Holds on, Afakamoto interrupted, finds no stuns. Tuzi falls, and with that, Chopped are barely holding on. Fate of Both Worlds and Freedom Charge to overlap for the bonus health, but there's no health left on that point. If anyone steps off, it could be over, but Na'Vi are running out of tools. They finally charge up to a Fate of Both Worlds and a Silent Seduction to try and pull them off the point. There's only Rajaro, but Fate of Both Worlds is staggered on in. Trust Me finally gets taken down. The Human Torch is sieging on him from above. DRP drops low. It's only Beetle on the point. If they get taken off, it's over. Crazy Kid Kitty from above is trying to set it up, trying to drop the damage, but there's no tools left. Beetle is taking him down. Na'Vi have nothing left to defend with.
How on earth does Chopped hold on for that one? They ran out of everything and every ultimate that they got. DRP, the Meteor M, he was 10 HP, he got deleted. Tuzi, he had the Eye of Agamotto, he was 10 HP, tried to use it, he got deleted. There was no ultimate follow-ups from Chopped. It was just Beetle running in as Captain America, punching their living daylights out of them, and then switching over to Groot as we get onto the second checkpoint. The overtimes feel as long as the actual maps themselves, Tetcher. This is crazy.
Na'Vi, they see that finish line. They just have to take down Chopped. They have to stop this car. It was a sliver of overtime, but Chopped just won't go down. The jerky falls. Freedom Charge has to be used, but Crazy Kitty is carving a path of flame through for Chopped to try and get onto that next point, trying to chase down Trust Me, who once again is able to flee. But while they are causing a lot of chaos in the backline, what are they doing to stop the car right now?
Sign of seduction from Rajaro. He's farmed up a good amount of these in these fights, but level 1 Crook gets taken out. He's just been the full focus of Tuzi, it feels like, as he springs up onto the picks, onto all of Na'Vi. You've got Naga trying to come in with the Kraken's impact, but it's pretty much silenced. It's a murmur on the ground as Tuzi is putting this series into his back pocket, and he's pushing on to make sure that Na'Vi can't contest second.
Rajaro's on Angela to try and rush in, to touch, to buy time. Frozen, locked down, bombed, but they bought seconds. Now here comes Psylocke, also taken down, and it's the slow trickle of one by one. They have to burn Fate of both worlds to try and delay this, but what is the end game here? You just lost 2 people. You're taking a 6 versus 4, and the result is incredibly predictable.
You can't let Chopped build up this momentum. But I wanted to highlight again, in these fights now, where Na'Vi are trying to reset, you can see Crazy Kitty looking for the spawns if he can catch any of these defenders trying to leave. But DRP finds those first eliminations every single time. Na'Vi are just trying to farm up some ultimates, posture themselves, get Jerky into position on the Psylocke, and then DRP is able to connect onto Rajaro, onto Trust Me, onto Fate. In just these fights where he's throwing out pot shots more than anything. But he has the Meteor M, which is the biggest pot shot that you can have. But there's a lot for Chop to be using here to keep the momentum going, including the Strangling Prism for Beetle. It's going to force out the Dance of the Butterflies on the other side, but Fate goes down.
Crazy Kitty is doing a lot of damage in that backline, creating a bit of an opening. Rajaro finds Vertigo off on the flank, but Crazy Kitty is chasing down all the split members of Na'Vi, doing huge work. Ensong Inferno does not find a target, but Crazy Kitty continues to do so, creating openings, chasing back. There's the finish line. That is the lead for Chopped in sight right now.
And we're seeing Na'Vi playing scared, but it's also very secure. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to make any mistakes now. Otherwise, that's Chopped being on series point and qualifying point to Atlanta instead of the world champions that won the last international event. Tuzi finds himself now going to overextends to try and go in for the barrage. He was 10% away from having a Galactic Legend Tetcher. He overextends, maybe gets greedy, and that's a 6 versus 5 in favor of Chopped.
It's a fast rollout though. Visible Boundary going to be traded for the fate of both worlds. Psionic Seduction from Rajaro. Tuzi is taking cover, blows up Jerky again. The damage output from this Phoenix is insane. Galactic Legend was finally built up, and it's a fast rollout of character. Starlord onto the point, but another hold. Vertigo with the Invisible Boundary traded for Fate's fate of both worlds this time. He's struggling Prison. Freedom Charge to give them the extra help to try and sustain on through this, but Tuzi is building up towards an ultimate, but with Vertigo down and Mash down, there's nothing left to sustain. Ryan Chopped with inches to go are shut down, and Na'Vi are gonna take the lead.
And there's no chance for a portal from Matt. She was trying to get there. And the adjustment from Na'Vi, just as we're sort of looking at going and talking about Tuzi especially, but Crazy Kitty had some great moments. Jerky goes, "Do you guys forget about me?" And comes in with one of the most clutch Dance of the Butterflies that we've seen so far this tournament.
Jerky was targeted so many times. It literally just took one, though, because Tuzi can't be everywhere at once. Tuzi is 40 and 12, with 21 of those being final hits. That is double literally anyone else in the game except for Crazy Kitty, and it's still not enough.
It doesn't even compare. Tuzi and Crazy Kitty with the eliminations almost double, if not more so, than what Jerky and I think it would be, in this case, Naga were able to put together themselves. But those final eliminations, Naga coming in with the Barrage 2K, and then finally seeing Jerky pull out that ultimate as Chopped ran out of everything. This is a really hard map to come back from, Chopped. They have to reset quickly. They do have the map choice again. Do you go domination now that the map pools are opened? You know that Virtus Pro actually were able to give you a good game on Celestial Husk. Sorry, Krakoa. Do you want to go to Celestial Husk? It backfired yesterday against Virtus Pro. But whatever you need to do, you can't flounder now. If you want to take this to a full best of 5, you have to reset quickly. Otherwise, you're going to implode on this final map.
And it's so easy to flounder, and this is where Na'Vi actually have the advantage over Chopped. High pressure situations. You got to remember that some of these players are young, and when you are in what is, for Chopped in particular, potentially the most important game of their lives up to now. Their qualifying game for Atlanta is now one map away from being taken away from them. They now have to fight against the world champions in what is essentially their elimination match and keep a steady head on their shoulders. Na'Vi, they've done this. They have gone through these qualifying positions. They've gone through the qualifying rounds in the mid-season finals. They've gone through the lower bracket in the mid-season finals. If there's any team that can keep a steady head on their shoulders in a high-pressure situation, it's Na'Vi. Can Chopped.
Yeah, it's such a big ask for them. Looking at the maps that they've picked before, they can go Hell's Heaven for domination. They're 3-0 on it. But everything else, it's just like one pick. It feels like Chopped don't know what their best maps are. They're just sort of decent at everything. But you have to bring your A game here. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere. And Na'Vi go to the international grand finals in Atlanta. We need to see what's going to happen. But before then, a quick break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your fries, raising up with this and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters ahead.
Map number 4 is coming up. This could be it. If Na'Vi are able to take this, they are once again going to an international by securing their spot on the plane to Atlanta. They'll need to make sure that they get that middle row so that you have the 4 seats next to each other so that you can talk strategy. Did I say 4? That's right. PlayStation 4 is where the game is now available. You can now play it on the PlayStation 4 as well as all the consoles and PC that was available before, with all features now available and cross progression coming extremely soon. If you want to pick up Daredevil when he comes out, you can get it at the exact time as everyone else.
Yeah, you're not going to be behind on that with all of the different game modes and stuff coming. And like you mentioned, cross progression, not for Season 4, for Season 5. But to remind you what these teams are playing for, as we go back into this, it's Atlanta. It's the International Grand Finals event, the biggest event that we've seen in Marvel Rivals so far, $1 million prize pool. Na'Vi won the last international event that we saw, which was in the East, it was in China, but going to the West of America to play in, Na'Vi want to be there. In fact, that's why Na'Vi picked up this team that was previously the Rad roster that's moved over towards North America. But Chopped, they're just taking it a game at a time, and they found themselves on the precipice of maybe qualifying for an event, but also at the precipice of being eliminated and knocked out of Ignite for this year.
How many world champions must EMEA win until we get a LAN? That is the question. But either way, we've already taken the first one, but the world champions are close to not qualifying. If Chopped can take these last 2 maps, then Na'Vi will not be going to Atlanta and Chopped will take their place. It comes down to wherever we are heading next. We have been informed Hell's Heaven will be the next map. We are heading back to Domination, where Chopped have continuously excelled.
Makes sense. It's been 2 picks and 3 wins for the side of Chopped, 3 and 0 so far. So they're undefeated in this domination game mode. And really, it's only the losses on Celestial and Husk and Krakoa that they had before. The concern is looking at Na'Vi stats all the way back to when I think they were like Luminosity. They're 8 and 3. It's like their best performing domination map. They're not the best team on domination, don't get me wrong. But when you look at the actual like tallies of wins that they've had through Ignite since they were Rad, since the start of this pretty much circuit, this is the map that they've won the most on and played the most. They're not afraid of playing on Hell's Heaven at all here.
They are, quite frankly, used to it. But they are going up against Chopped, who play some very interesting strategies sometimes. They are a hard team to draft against because they play quite differently to essentially everyone else. But all Na'Vi have to do is to take them out one more time. How do Chopped dictate this draft when their tournament lives and that land spot are on the line?
It seems that the draft has been pretty much the same outside of a couple of like permutations and deviations towards the end. For example, here, Chopped have been banning out the Jeff first. For Na'Vi, they've been banning out the Mantis first and then trying to basically force this one-sidedness. That's not going to change here.
Sticking pretty standard for the moment. Na'Vi now with their Protect, they can protect that one-sided Mantis, keep the pressure on with that damage boost that has worked for them a couple times, that has been effective when they've especially been able to get Naga on stuff like that Star-Lord.
So now here it's sort of followed that there's been an Ultron ban pretty much every single time. That continues, so that's 4 for 4. And then the protection of the Jeff is going to come in for Chopped. It really doesn't feel like this is a draft issue for either team. It's just how these certainly overtime fights tend to go. But Na'Vi, this is where things could start to spin out and become a little bit different with their approach.
Going to be seeing the next ban. Like you say, this is where they can start to be a little bit more creative. Could go for some more Vanguard bans. Could be going for a little bit more onto the Judas if they want to try and take out that Phoenix.
Emma again.
As happened before, they're going to stick with Emma, at least for the start. Again, there are some points on this map, especially that Super Soldier Factory point, where there's some great environmental hazard pickups where Emma can excel.
Seems that Trust Me is usually in the driver's seat when it comes to the draft, and that's staying the same actually. It is just Mantis, Emma, Venom all being banned out, and then there's Adam towards the end pretty much every single time. In fact, I think Na'Vi have not changed their draft at all. It's really just been a Protect on the Star-Lord instead of the Luna that changed on that third and final map.
Let's see the protection from Chopped here. They protect the Magneto. While DRP did not have a lot of luck with those Meteor M's in that last round, the shielding has been invaluable. This allows them to potentially protect Jeff, protect stuff like the Phoenix, just basically putting all of their eggs into whatever twos he is playing or whatever Crazy Kitty is playing, and just keep that extra sustain on them. Na'Vi, they're going to take out that Luna, try and remove of course, the Idol Aura, that snowflake that can give you a lot of, once again, hypercarry potential onto a single duelist, and the protection from Na'Vi onto the Phoenix this time.
So here it could be an Adam ban. That's still going to be open, and it would be non-mirrored for Chopped. To have that triple strategy and have the Kamet Revival to keep bringing people back could be a good option. But what have you been concerned about this series is the question for Chopped. It is going to make sure that Luna is not available on either side. I honestly thought there could be a protection coming in from Na'Vi because they were making sure that they kept the Luna for the most part. Now that protection hasn't come in, Chopped want to maintain the fact that there is not going to be a Fate of Both Worlds available on either side, but an Adam is going to be available for Chopped.
Trust me, going to be looking for that Venom once again. There is no Jeff available for them, but it is available for Chopped. They have the Adam and the Jeff available. Do they prioritize one? Both, potentially, if they want to play something a bit more aggressive? We'll have to wait and see as we are loading into what could be the final map of this series if Na'Vi are able to take it. Or if Chopped win, then my throat is going to suffer and we're going to be heading into a map number 5.
We're fine to suffer. We don't need lungs. We don't need to breathe. You could just put us in one. You just do, oh, what's his face? There is the character that's like the Hydra scientist that's put into like a computer and stuff. Was in the Winter Soldier film.
Strucker?
No. I'm in Zola.
Zola, that's it.
Just do that with me. Just make me an AI and just make sure that I'm not allowed on YouTube to just be watching like the anti-anxiety videos, because I'm going to need it after this series. Both teams are, and Chopped especially. One more loss and their season is done. And Na'Vi booked themselves into Atlanta alongside VP and Citadel.
Sacrifice our bodies for the love of the game as the fast rollout with that Jeff movement speed allows the side of Chopped to take the early control and try and set up a choke point for Na'Vi in that main doorway. Trust me, eating a lot of shots. Jerky's on the flank. He's brought out the Wolverine. Gene is able to catch Logan on the flank.
Is just a brawl between the Groots. Beetle, I think, has actually been winning out against Trust Me. I think Trust Me's had a better day on all of the Vanguards, but Beetle has not been afraid of having these branches hit each other, taking swipes. Level 1 Crook is going to take out the Groot in the end, though. There was just too much forward damage, and even with DRP having a protection onto Magneto, the Bulwark and the Metallic Curtain, it isn't enough to block the damage that Na'Vi's throwing in now that they have Naga over on the Phoenix.
They finally got Jean Grey herself. It's been sort of forgotten about with the rise of Star-Lord, and now it is time to remember just how powerful the primordial life essence of the Phoenix Force is as they try and set up a defensive perimeter with Jerky looking for flanks, looking for anyone who steps out of position, high grounds. Any chance they can get to isolate someone is going to be hugely important. And of course, they have that team up.
Seeing if he can get a little bit of extra healing and make it very uncomfortable for Chop to go in for these fights. Jerky versus Crazy Kitty is going to be the Wolverine head-to-head. Haven't seen many of those, but it pretty much is going to be these fists all fighting onto the point. Even a couple of melee picks for Naga as he's getting those resets on from the melee attacks themselves. Not going to be useful in the future, but so long as they're useful now, Na'Vi will take it.
This is a solid setup for Na'Vi. You can see Crazy Kitty on that Wolverine to try and counteract themselves, but has yet to find an impact that is really setting them up well. Naga's held on to their own Ensong Inferno for this entire time. This is right now Na'Vi just in full control. We have an almost exactly mirrored draft, but it seems that Emma is making a pretty solid difference so far.
It has so far. Every single map that we've seen for Na'Vi play, they've had the Emma, Chopped have not. It's put so much strain on DRP and Beetle in that Vanguard line, but they have to make do. The Strangling Prison from Trust Me was used, but I don't think there's too much of a follow-up. But it's going to force out the Eternal Bond, however, from MASH. More to just keep the aura into their favor, and a pick, at least for Chopped, is good. But it reminds me of Krakoa earlier, Tetcher, where it's looking to be Na'Vi getting to 99%, just as Chopped are able to take it.
That's going to be a triple. Naga, Fade, and Crook go down as they set that up beautifully. And that was 100% down to DRP. Wolverine tried to pick up Beetle, but the Iron Bulwark protected them, allowing Beetle to land that straggling prison. Chopped, they flip it on 99, but now they have to hold for there's still an Endsong Inferno, there's still a last stand. This is Na'Vi having a very tough job ahead of them to try and recapture this.
Thanks for the boost.
It's really nerve-wracking now for Chopped, and whilst DRP hasn't quite connected with some of those Meteor M's, I think it was 0 and 5 that he managed over on Midtown to connect onto eliminations. Every other bit of the Magneto kit has been perfect. Naga now seeing if he can go for the slam. It's not going to be coordinated with Trust Me having his own Meteor M. That's not available yet, but it might set up the last stand. I think it's come out on both sides. Crazy Kitty holding onto his actually, but he gets absolutely devastated from Trust Me. He gets knocked to the ground, and that's 2 players down for Chopped in a 4v6 to fight for the point. The RP's having to get off of the Magneto. He doesn't get the ultimate because he has to go Strange.
Fate has done something they have done so many times before and said, I'll do it myself. Going in with an Eternal Bond in that cloak form with a Terra Cape and then just starting to take out backliners. They do this so often and it works so consistently. Portal forced out from DRP to return the team to the point and holding that timer, but they can't get around the portal. They're stuck in this tight area. They are literally stuck. They have to wait for it to expire, but did everyone even make it onto the point? They're trapped in a tight-knit area. Beetle stacks up onto the straggling prison though with the Eternal Bond from Mastermind Time. Meteor from Trust Me not finding the point. Invisible Boundary to buy a little bit of time. Straggling prison holding them onto the point as Crazy Kitty pushes on in. They last stand in. They're able to take out Naga. Counter from Jerky to burn on through, but Crazy Kitty is able to sustain and get the counter push. Jerky falls and it looks like Chopped may be able to hold this, Ryan.
But they have to still take it. That's the problem. This is in the hands of Na'Vi, so this is a progression made for Chopped. It was everything that they had to keep that fight alive. But it was still just 99% in favor of Na'Vi. Now they've switched things around, and it was very close for DRP backfiring with the portal play. But that position was great to just let people get up and be allowed. Once the portal drops, Beetle almost explodes out as the group puts a wall down. Makes it a bit more of an awkward brawl for Na'Vi. They don't have any ultimates to bank on yet, but Naga's very close to having an Endsong Inferno, the one ultimate that Tuzi held on to.
Going to try and buy as much time as they can with Endsong Inferno coming on in from above, but Fate immediately with the Eternal Bond to keep the team topped up, and Naga is built up to their own Endsong Inferno to buy every extra second. DRP has that Eye of Agamotto though. That is the main crowd control in this setup, but with Tuzi down, what's the follow-up? Crazy Kitty is going to have to go crazy on this to buy extra time. Jerky takes out DRP. They lost the crowd control. Beetle stacked up towards the point. Straggling prison for extra time. The point is flipped in favor of Na'Vi with DRP falling down, no portal available. He's just going to make his way back in on foot, which is a slow walk, but it could give them the stun they need if he arrives. But with Beetle falling, Crazy Kitty falling, and Jerky continuing to go wild on the point, taking down the duelists. Mash is able to be taken down, and it's all down to Tuzi trying to roll, trying to duck, trying to weave. DRP makes it back, but there's no way they're going to get that Eye of Agamotto off.
They just didn't have enough. But Chopped having ultimates is a good thing because it means for this second point that they have stuff like the Eye of Agamotto, Invisible Boundary to take the point first. Something that they haven't managed at all in these domination maps, whether it's been this one or back on Krakoa right at the start of this series. Every time Navi's been able to get the point and get it to 99%, no matter what Chopped have been able to do.
This is Chopped trying everything they can to stay in this tournament, but they are literally being dragged to the brink, kicking and screaming by Na'Vi, who still have Meteor M, still have Silent Destruction, and an Invisible Boundary. Na'Vi, they are holding back the tide and are now one round away from ascension towards their second international event and their opportunity to try and retain their title.
Na'Vi very close here, and it does feel like this first fight on the point, because Na'Vi have set themselves up so nicely on domination, is absolutely everything. DRP moving away from the Doctor Strange. The Eye of Agamotto is not going to be in use. He's gone back to the Magneto to build himself up halfway towards a Meteor M.
Jerky does a little bit of aura farming on the way. so they can set themselves up. Like you say, DRP setting back up for another Media M, sacrificing the Eye of Agamotto. They want to save Portal because it's still on cooldown, so they don't really want to be on straight at this stage. Sardex Seduction to open this up with Media M following. You're going to be blocked out by the Metallic Curtain, though.
There's the invisible boundary. Chop not losing any numbers, but maintaining some control on the point. But it's given up again to Na'Vi. They're able to just steal it away from them.
They're keeping control, but Chops are still going to be able to duel on this, still going to be able to contest. Jerky knocked back. Beautifully done there by the mag cannon of DRP as they're trying to give every extra second they can. Naga has the Ensong Inferno, though Jerky has the last stand. Crazy Kitty has their own, and Tuzi is charging up, but there it is, last stand, diving onto the point, but Jerky cannot find the finishing blow.
This is where the fight's not look too bad for Chop. They're not losing players, but they're not gaining picks either. This neutral is only going to suit Na'Vi, and the last stand for Crazy Kitty trying to find something, but it just doesn't really connect. DRP, we don't see many of these ultimates come through. It connects onto the target, but it doesn't lead to an elimination. Chopped are just not showing up in the kill feed in the slightest. Na'Vi are holding on as they hit 50%.
They got the Dagger Storm out before the group wall blocked them off, but they still need to try and break on through, keep the team topped up, and they're taking a lot of damage from Tuzi. But Tuzi getting harassed by Jerky here, who tries to escape, tries to take some cover, but they are on point. There's the flip at 57%, and Chopped, they seem to have calmed down. They seem to have been, they were playing quite stressed at the very beginning of this round, but they calmed down and took a fairly solid neutral fight.
It's not surprising, really. I think we're all a little bit stressed with how this is going. Chopped, I don't know if Beetle was holding on to that Strangling Prison for that long. He had it right at the start of this map point. Has it again. That combination with the Ensong Inferno could be enough, but it just feels that these kind of like big slam ultimates aren't really leading into like multi-kills onto Na'Vi. Ensong Inferno slamming on down. Nobody goes down to low HP from Na'Vi. It's that invisible boundary from Crook that keeps everybody going. And then Jerky in the backline manages to catch Tuzi off the back of his ultimate being used.
Raja is wrapping around, looking for an opportunity to put some pain onto DRP and onto those strategists, and already the damage comes out. Beetle, drop low, DRP coming in, Vertigo and Mash are putting in the work to keep them topped up. Jerky gets sniped though. Fade is once again having to keep the team topped up with an Eternal Bond, and we get Na'Vi flipping it back. 59% to 54 in their favor. DRP going to be the first to respawn, sticking with the Magneto. They don't need to Strange yet. There's still time. Don't panic. But already Na'Vi are creeping their way towards Atlanta.
And some information too. I think Beetle Strangling Prison was interrupted there because he's got another one, unless he was absolutely farming that one as quickly as he might have done. It's crazy, but it's more crazy that Chopped are not getting any eliminations off the back of these big ultimates being farmed up. Somebody needs to be the difference. Usually it's Tuzi, but it's not fair to put it all on him. We need to see a bit more, but that Silent Seduction is going to stop anything from coming through. Again, a Meteor M not connecting onto anything. Na'Vi are all still alive and unharmed.
It's got to be Tuzi or Fate who's MVP this time, because that was another Dark Force teleport to block everything out. Jerky is looking for targets on the backline, but Tuzi is able to find level 1 Crook, removing the healing output from Na'Vi, reducing it significantly. Tuzi also just built up towards that Ensong Inferno for their last turnaround, and Jerky is not sustaining through this, getting melted off the board. Chops are flipping it again, 99% to 56, and all Chopped have to do is hold to even up this map and put themselves back in the game.
And there's 4 ultimates that they've managed to hold on to, which is great. It was just a Strangling Prison and a Meteor M. You're right, like the use of Cloak and Dagger right at the depth here to just dodge all of these big slams that are coming down, whether it's a big metallic ball from Magneto, a Phoenix diving down, or even just a Wolverine leaping into the action. It's a lot more concentrated firepower into one particular spot, and Na'Vi trying to get through this choke is being forced back from Chopped, but they have an axe to grind. They want to try and get us to a 5th map in this best of 5 and not go out here. But it's all about not being picked off as Jerky is looking to find that opening pick again.
What could be the last gasp, last stand, last pick, but they can't find it. Vertigo with the invisible boundary is keeping keeping Chopped in this setup, Meteor, but trust me, trying to chase down Tuzi, who evades it with the free flight. The Enso Inferno from Naga is not able to find the right target, but Rajaro takes out Tuzi before they can get their own Enso. They might have to sacrifice it here just to portal back to the point, because their tournament life is on the line. We lose Beetle, and Tuzi takes the jump. They have to do it, because it's all that's left. Naga is dropped low, but it's holding on to the point. Crazy Kitty is going to be taken out. They buy every extra second they can as the portal comes in, blocking Naga off a little bit with the extra damage. But the Psionic Seduction, they can't reach. It's over. Na'Vi takes game number 4, and they have punched their ticket to the global finals.
Chopped have been cutting their way through some of the best teams in EMEA, but if you're going for the world champions, you better not miss. There were close hits from them, but just Na'Vi, they have a crown to protect, and they weren't going to let themselves go out of this easily. A 3-1 win for them in this best of 5 means that it's going to be all of the organizations, the big dogs at least from EMEA, head into an international event as Chopped. You have to give them their flowers of what they've been able to do for a team together just this long. Just couldn't get past the best team currently in the world.
Chopped can leave with their heads held high, knowing that they gave it their best and took the world champions to the limit. It wasn't a full 5-game series, but it sure felt like it, as Na'Vi had to burn out everything just to keep Chopped back. But that is now enough. Na'Vi will be making their way into that lower bracket finals to play against Virtus Pro, and they will be going to those global finals to defend their world champion title.
It's under a different organization, but Na'Vi are going to be happy that they sat down with this rad Team T1 roster just to make sure that they could get something together. So yeah, Na'Vi bouncing back nicely, and also Na'Vi getting their revenge on this Chopped roster that pretty much the first real performance that we saw from Chopped was a best of 5 win in a third-party tournament of Night Shift. Na'Vi making sure that the same thing doesn't happen once the stakes are raised ever so slightly.
Very true. They're able to sustain, they're able to hold, and once again, that focus, the ability to just deal with the pressure. Big shout out, by the way, to Jerky, obviously the new player on this Na'Vi roster, who that's their first situation that they've been in of this high level in terms of Marvel Rivals, and they kept it together beautifully. Those last stands really set them up, forcing out so many reactions from the side of Chopped that they set them up for that final fight.
Yeah, and certainly when it comes to like a head-to-head of like Crazy Kitty and Tuzi, who I think are like some of the best duelist player duos that we've seen in the world, it really did feel like there had to be a step up from not only Jerky, but Naga as well. Like, he really had to show that, like, I am the best duelist in the world. I have to be able to prove that and fight. And whilst I think statistically they were maybe behind what Chopped were throwing in, the timing of those picks and those eliminations and when those players showed up, that's what's going to be important. But we're going to talk to the mad scientist of EMEA. We sort of spoke a little bit about his drafting style. And first and foremost, congratulations, trust me. The second point I wanted to mention, the ban's working out pretty well. You went for the same bans 4 times out of 4, going to take out the Emma, the Venom, and having a one-sided Mantis as well. Pretty much the plan?
Not completely. The plan was to play more 4, but I kind of trolled. I think I played really bad on both of the maps that I played 4 and Mech. I think I can do a lot better. My team deserved a much easier win. Let's say it like that.
So what happened between, obviously, let's talk about the last series as well that you played, where there were some reactions of, we did struggle in draft, and this time you kept it fairly simple again, sticking with the same draft every time. What does it take going from being the world champions to going to what could have been your elimination map, not going to Atlanta there?
I mean, it would obviously be worst case, right? But we pulled through, we put ourselves together, we had issues, a bit of issues, but we fixed them, right? And especially yesterday when we played Citadel Gaming, it was incredibly hard to find the right matchup because we were under so much pressure. I think we have the meta now a little bit better figured out, and I think we're gonna do well. I really hope that we get to play Citadel Gaming again, because I think now we're gonna win.
Yeah, it was a surprise, I suppose, with how that series went, but it was more the fact that you get 3-0'd yesterday, you have to play earlier today, and then you're waiting for this game. What was the conversation like after that Citadel Gaming series loss? Like, did you sort of like, let's just reset, let's just take a break? Did you guys like talk for hours about what went wrong? Like, how do you go from losing a big series like yesterday to then playing 2 best of 5 series today?
I mean, it's certainly tough, right? I mean, almost all of us had low amounts of sleep because it was like, obviously we feel really bad about it, right? I mean, we are Na'Vi, right? We expected to do well and we put up such a poor performance, and I'm really, really sorry to all the fans out there for it, because we went 0-3 for like no reason, kinda, because I had the responsibility to do good matchups and I didn't get that, so it's my fault that we didn't get that far. But besides that, right, we pulled ourselves together, we look at the mistakes, and we sit in the Discord until like 5 a.m, so like 12 hours that day, because we need to talk, we need to clear things. We were really, really sad, and I'm so glad that it worked out today. So, yeah.
So we're looking ahead now to the future. Before we even get on to Atlanta, we have to talk about the champions of EMEA Citadel wait in the finals, but there's one obstacle between then and now. Your next opponents tomorrow will be Virtus Pro, the return of that age-old matchup. Another team that has had drafting difficulties in the past, but are starting to lock in a bit more. How are you feeling?
I think it's going to be a very interesting game. I think if we feel well, we should win. You know, the odds are, I think, in our favor in a little bit. But at the same time, they're always a strong opponent, right? I'm also glad they make LAN, right? I think EU deserved 4 spots, personally. I mean, look at the quality of the teams, right? Even the top 6 teams, Insomnia and FaZe, also very, very good competition, right? It's like the hardest region in the game right now to perform in and play in. And I think it was noticeable today. And I think, as you can see from every game is close. Anyone can win as of right now. And I think we're going to show that we will end up on top, hopefully.
I mean, that's a good shout as well, because I do want to say that because it is also you guys qualifying, it is also the end of Chop's journey, at least in this tournament. What was the kind of like process into preparing for them like? Because was it focusing on how they play draft-wise? Because it felt that the difference really was you were just able to win some of those overtime fights that went out a little bit longer because, you know, you had Naga holding on to Galactic Legend, wait in, and then ready to go. Like, what was the plan, I suppose, to approach Chop? What went well? What was your win condition?
The win condition in this matchup was to get rid of what they used to practice in Scrim. I mean, everyone who plays professionally knows what teams prefer to play, right? To us, it was obvious they wanted to play Jeff, and we kind of knew that we can't beat their Mantis comp, so we had to give them Jeff, but make it weaker by banning Venom. I think that was to not give them the team up, to not give them a lot of Shark ults, right? To not give them the opportunity to run us over with team up. I think that was the main thing, and I think we did quite well with that.
All right, we'll let you go prepare because you still have more matches coming up tomorrow. But before we let you go, any last words to your upcoming opponents or the fans out there?
I hope we win, right? I mean, the goal is to win in the end of the day, right? We play everyone here, and I have to say this, like in an industry like this, right? For Chopped, an example, they get almost 0 salary from what I heard, right? They're hard grinders, they deserve a spot, they're a great team. It's quite sad that they go out this way and they don't get to go to LAN and really get that attention that they do deserve, right? They're so good and they have so good players. I think everyone that is in this industry has been there before, and I think they're gonna have a future no matter what. So, you know, I'm glad we get to make legacy though, you know, and keep going. So that's for me it.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Trust me, once again, we'll let you go back to your team and prepare for tomorrow's games.
Okay.
When he says that it is time to keep it going, to be the legacy team, it is time that you should trust them, because this is the EMEA lineup. Citadel Gaming, Virtus Pro, and Natus Vincere. They will be joining Reject from Asia, Over Ultra Gaming from China, Aconix from China, and we'll be finding out the second Asia team and our Oceania representative tomorrow.
And it's about finding out who the favorites are going to be from EMEA, because all of the 3 teams that we've sent are winners. one way or the
Yes,
other.
they
Citadel
are.
Gaming topping out in Stage 1 Ignite, Virtus Pro winning everything other than Ignite Stage 1 and the mid-season finals, and then the mid-season finals winners. Chopped have been amazing, but sending these three organizations with their experience, tenure, and just their time in EMEA feels like we're sending the best bang for our buck as a region, and any three of these teams could go on and win Atlanta, no doubt.
You're completely right. 3 champions representing EMEA. They are literally our champions against the world. But we got to find one more champion. Tomorrow, it will be that lower bracket final. Natus Vincere versus Virtus Pro. The winner will be facing the current EMEA champions, waiting, stalking in those grand finals. Citadel have raised the drawbridge, and they are looking for a repeat performance.
It's going to be a good show and a best of 7 as well, so these things tend to go pretty long. It's not going to be us, it's going to be Moxie and Like Day taking us for the action, but I think I speak for both of us, Tetcha. As we finish up on EMEA full stop this stage for Ignite, it's been an absolute pleasure, and
Really
you
has.
couldn't have asked for anything better with these last couple of series that we've seen.
Literally, thank you all, everyone, for having us once again. Tomorrow's games will be exciting. We'll be watching as well, so we'll be able to keep the entertainment going. And I hope you are all ready. This has been such an incredible stage, such an incredible season. We hope you've all enjoyed it as much as we have, and we're not done yet. Tune into Americas tonight as they continue their group stage, conclude their group stage, I believe. Tune into Oceania and Asia in the morning to find out their representations, and tune in to EMEA tomorrow, where we will find our second ever EMEA Marvel Rivals Ignite champion. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you all next time.